what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart. to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change.
fix that later, I think. This is my first stream from my new place. And it's still not right. Look at that. Look at that. Just trying to get everything right, just trying to get everything set up and dealing with entirely too much bullshit. Still have drama with the old roommate that moved out. She left the place a wreck, and the new roommate is moving in today. I was kind of hoping that would be fixed by now, but it looks like she's going to, wait till like the night after the new roommate arrives to make the wreck that she left not such a wreck. Anyway, how are we doing today, chat? Welcome to the stream. Uh-oh, that's what I was wondering. You don't see me live on Twitch. That's interesting. Thank you for that information. All right, we're gonna do a few checks here. Just diagnose what exactly is going on. Looks like I'm not banned from Twitch. That's the first thing that needs to be checked on. Oh no! Natalie, you saved my butt. There we go. Yeah, for some reason it's streaming to Twitch. Hey, if you're watching me on Twitter, why don't you come over on Twitch or come over on YouTube? It's no comment check on YouTube. It's no comment check CC on Twitch. Why don't you join us there? I didn't mean to stream to Twitter. So, you can still watch the stream anyway. You've just got to change platforms. This was a mistake, and I'm about to close the stream down. So anybody that's watching on Twitter, you've got limited time. No, you don't have limited time. Just like join us on Twitch. Join us on YouTube, and we'll see you there. Just like Vivek Ramaswamy says, we'll see you up the trail. Okay, well, thank you, God. Like that was yeah, it's literally like just clicking on the wrong tab, clicking on the wrong thing. That's all I did. I was wondering why Twitch was so quiet. I was wondering what was going on with Twitch. Alright, so, yeah, it came to my attention that a certain political Twitch streamer has had a conflict with Hasan Piker. And, who would it be but my old friend Dylan Burns? Dingus Burns, right? Little Dingus clout gambit going on to get Hasan's attention. And surprise, surprise, it kind of worked. I don't know why Hasan responded to him. Generally, Hasan does not respond to the chirping of debate bozos. But for whatever reason, Dylan was able to get enough attention on it to where Hasan actually said something back. And he doesn't say much, he doesn't give Dylan much to go on. But oh my god, Dylan's just hungry for clout. Any little bit, any little piece, any little crumb of clout, right? That's good with Dylan. And I'm not the first to cover this, right? I actually saw the Vanguard cover this, and we're gonna watch their stuff. We're gonna watch their stuff because there's not really that much there. All right, but let me be real, let me be real honest with you, okay? As far as this story goes, it's kind of a non-story. It should be a non-story. It would be a non-story if Hasan hadn't responded, but Hasan did respond. Dylan grabbed the clip of that and is just using it for all it's worth. Notice me, Daddy, Destiny. Yeah, exactly. So what happened? Well, Dylan brought on some Ukrainians, and now he says, I think that the Ukrainians brought up Hasan, right? That's his excuse. Because what he's done is he's taken clips of Hasan out of context. Now, what's Hasan's opinion on Ukraine, Russia? Does Russia have the right to, go in there with tanks and everything and take over Ukraine? Is that what Hasan says? That Russia's the fulfillment of the fulfillment of communism, Russia under Putin? Is that what Hasan said? Russia's a really good, yeah, Vladimir Putin's a good guy. Russia has the right to take over Ukraine. No, that's not Hasan's opinion. But you wouldn't know it from the clips that he shows. Right? The clips kind of make it look like maybe, oh my god, Chat Alpha, thank you for becoming a member. Wow. You're happy I'm back. Disco Wolf, thank you for becoming a member. Do I have somebody else I should be thanking? Oh, Lexical. Yes, Lexical, thank you for the 5 gift memberships to... Wait, who else got one? Michael Seitz got a membership. Yup. Got a membership. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Wait, Hasan Dignified Dylan by paying it gelatinous biscuit, which is the best kind of biscuit if you ask me, right? You know, you've got a choice of different biscuits. I like the colloid based biscuits. Oh my god, it's gonna show all these twice. Yeah, this is what it does. For some reason, it counts your membership twice. I wish it counted it twice as in terms of what I get paid, but no, it counts it once. but it counts it twice in terms of, like, that's why it says I have 609 members on YouTube right now. Obviously, that is not true. That's just like, that's like, I think that's 2 times the number of memberships that I've gotten since the channel existed. So it's the same picture. Is there a difference between a member and a sponsor? No, I think it's the same thing. I don't know. I don't know how that works. He brought back that ultra-nationalist Ukrainian chick. Okay, so Sisyphean Task, maybe you know something about. We're talking about, I believe her name is Anastasia? Anastasia? It's something like Anastasia, but it's not Anastasia. But it sounds like that. It's similar name to the. I always call her Anastasia, but I think that's not quite right. I think I'm slightly mispronouncing. It counts once for the membership notification, and then for the sponsor notification. Okay, I don't even know the difference. Yeah, it is definitely the same picture and the same stream alert. I don't know why that does that, but regardless, you get 2 times. You get twice your. You get double your money in terms of the notifications. So that's always good. Yeah, so we're gonna cover that. We're gonna cover the Dylan and Hasan thing. And yeah, maybe if anybody can help me here. Yeah, that chick. Okay, that's Anna. Okay, so all I remember about Anna is that she's talked to Vosh once, and I believe that she was more forgiving of the Azov, you know, I don't know, what do you want to call it? The Azov-related portion of the Ukrainian military than Vosh was, right? That's all I remember about Anastasia. I think we might have, yeah, we watched her only through, like, only vicariously, right? We watched her through, oh my god, there's my coffee cup, it's right over there. I think what happened was that we watched, we were watching another streamer watching Vosh, and Vosh was talking to Anastasia. She calls Russians orcs, and was like friends with Azov members as far back as 2014. Yeah, was she the one that was kind of like saying, look, it doesn't mean what you think it means, right? That like somehow like, yeah, you know, that that's the Sonnenrad, but it's not really the Sonnenrad. Like, right? Is that what I feel like that's what I remember. She also played Brainwashed about the Azov logo. Yeah. So like, I mean, I think, yeah, if I remember correctly, her contention was that the Russian, or not Russian, the Ukrainian, you know, Nazi-related stuff was actually due to Bandera, who, you know, was a leader in those times, was a collaborator, I think, with the Germans, and is somehow regarded as a figure of Ukrainian nationalism because they were, you know, pinched between the Germans and the Russians. So I think that was her argument, was that it's the same symbols, but it doesn't mean the same thing. I don't really know, right? I haven't kept up with this. I'm not, super interested in, Ukrainians that are, you know, kind of a bad look for Ukraine, despite the fact that obviously Russia does not have the right to invade them. Putin is not the savior of communism, and like Putin's like his top advisor is Alexander Dugin, friend of the VOD, Alexander Dugin. No, like the opposite of the friend of a friend of the VOD, maybe a friend of Haz's VOD, Alexander Dugin. But it's related to that whole Eurasian conference stuff, right? So, if anything, like Putin's closer to a Nazi. So, you just got gifted a sub? Well, welcome. Late to the game. Yeah, I'm glad that chat is so thankful. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit out of my sorts. Like, this is like, I'm in a new place, right? And I just barely got set up for the stream, and I'm dealing with all kinds of nonsense from my roommate, which I'm gonna try to avoid talking about, right? So it's neither here nor there. You're not interested in my struggles, in the struggles of anyway, let's and then what else? Oh yeah, we never got to. So the last stream I did was the premium streamium, which I had a lot of fun in. And if you just got a membership, right, you're now eligible. The next premium streamium that comes along, like, right, you can jump in there. And we had a lot of people in there. We had a lot of people enjoying the stream. We were talking the whole time about Kidology. Kidology's new video talking about how, like, I don't know, BreadTube sucks and I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to put myself back in that place, right? Kidology is a piece of work, basically. Kidology is a very interesting and not grounded in real stuff kind of content creator, right? Her perspective on why she should be welcomed into the left with open arms, and also like why some of the bread tubers. Can I get a check just to make sure? Are we good on Twitch? Are we good on Twitch? You don't have any context for who Dylan Burns is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Do I need to tell people about Dylan? Look, I honestly have not been following him in a long time. I don't know much about his coverage of Ukraine. I just hear bits and pieces, and what I hear, it's generally not good, right? Like this, he's lying about Hasan's perspective on Ukraine-Russia, and somehow bringing in these Ukrainian voices as the victim of Hasan's supposed support for Putin, which is a non-existent thing. Much like Kidology, Dylan Burns not exactly grounded in facts here. So I am not live. Okay, that's messed up. How do we fix that? Oh my god. How do we fix that? Okay, I can see. Oh wait, save! God damn it. You know, maybe that'll fix it. Let's look again. Yeah, that's... Maybe people can relate... Maybe, can anybody relate to this? Like, do you have any programs that, like, it's like you set things up, you click on things and you say, I want this to be like this, and I want this to be like this, and this to be like that. And you're like, cool, I set all this stuff up. Like, right, this should be that, this should be that, I'm good, right? Nope, you didn't hit the save button. It literally doesn't go in, and it's not an apply button, because an apply button makes a lot of sense there, right? If it's an apply button, that means that whatever you do here, it's not gonna do anything until you hit apply. But when it's a save button, that's kind of different. I don't know. Maybe I'm just complaining about stuff that is specifically related to content creation and the like. Burns risked his life facing Russian bombing just to own Hasan. Show some respect, right? Yeah, so that's who he is. He's a Twitch streamer. He used to do debates back in the day. Um, I got invited to one of those debates, and because of me insisting on correcting, like he introduced me as they them, and I just like politely corrected him, and I guess this really pissed him off. Like, right? I can't correct you with pronouns without you thinking I'm calling you transphobic. I don't know. He's just a he's an interesting guy, Dylan Burns, right? And then we had all kinds of problems, which we're not going to talk about. I don't want to get into the I don't want to get into the drama between Dylan and myself right now. But one of the things that I will mention though from that debate that I had with him, right? And so there was one time that I was on his debate panel, right? And there was one time that he came on my debate panel, and that was the really contentious one because I thought that I was clear with him that we were going to talk about platforming, right? Who you should platform, who you should not platform, like what your responsibility is as a content creator. That was the issue. He had brought on a transphobe. The transphobe had kind of gish galloped on some transphobic tropes, and the main thing that I wanted to talk to him about was watching that, because with tropes it's the kind of thing they don't necessarily work by convincing you of them, right? If it's a trope, you know, the real drama is his choice of barbecue venues. Yeah, oh my god. Look, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice to, like, I don't, that beef with Dylan as far as like, anyway, let me explain it first and then explain to you why it's not relevant anymore, why I've forgiven him over that. I think that he agrees with me now about platforming. But when I had him on, I don't know what he thought that I was trying to do, but he was very defensive, right? So we wanted to talk about platforming, right? And like I was willing to go right to the issue, right? That was the issue that people were talking about. Like, is it responsible for him to bring on a chud, let the chud gish gallop? Because like, right, in the context of a debate, um when somebody gish gallops, right, they're let's say that they, instead of making like 1, 2, maybe 3 points, they make 5 points, right? That's excessive. That's a gish gallop, right? You can't bring up five things in a debate and expect your opponent to be able to push back on all those five things. So this is what this transphobe was doing, and then the debate opponents of the transphobe were only able to push back on a select number of those tropes, right? Now when it's a trope, it's kind of like it gets into your head even without you being argued into it. You just get it framed this kind of way. And if you're not familiar, like with trans people, you might just be like, oh, okay, well, he said I didn't know about that. I guess it's true. I guess that's true about trans people. And I was like, maybe don't do that. Maybe just moderate the guy, right? That's basically all I was asking him. I wasn't asking him, not to have certain guests on. I wasn't asking, him not to have debates about trans issues. At the time, I was just saying, like, could you just like, could you just try to moderate in that specific situation? If somebody that is bigoted is going to come on, if you're going to bring a bigot on to talk about marginalized groups, maybe just don't like let them gish gallop, right? That was my main contention. He felt singled out, because it was a bird brains. There were more guests than just him. He felt kind of singled out. Why are we going to talk about my stuff first? I was like, okay, let's talk about one of my issues. When I platformed somebody that people weren't happy with, let's talk about me. Like, right. And then let's talk about other issues of platforming, right? One of the big issues of platforming at the time was NASBLs. Haas Infrared was starting to get big, and he was getting big because he's a lol cow, and people want to bring him on debates to laugh at the big loud tanky. But the problem is when you're laughing at the big loud tanky, you're not noticing that he's actually a big loud Nazbol who's calling himself a tanky, so that you won't notice that he's a Nazbol, right? So we started talking about Nazbols and the Nazbol vortex, and Dylan was like, what is that? And I'm like, wait a minute, you debated the guy. You don't know what a Nazbol is, and you debated one? Like, and I wasn't trying to embarrass him. I wasn't trying to show Dylan doesn't know what he's talking about, but I accidentally kind of did. I accidentally showed that Dylan does not know the difference between a Nazbol and a tanky, right? And so yeah, I ended up shortening that segment, right? I ended up moving on after that segment because I just it felt like he thought it was an ambush, and it really wasn't intended to be. So yeah, all kinds of drama stemmed from that. The point that I had, though, the point that the thing that I was mad about, right, was the platforming of bigots with no moderation, right? And later on, he went on Xander Halls to talk about, and that came up again. And when it came up, he was like, "Yeah, this is important." Like with bigots, like he acknowledged like what was wrong with what he did without like mentioning me or mentioning the incident or mentioning anything else. So as far as I'm concerned, as soon as that happened, like drama over. But unfortunately for him and for some of the fans of Dylan Burns, that drama was not over because that made him look really bad. And so he had to attack me, and yeah, that was fun. So anyway, that's why the Dylan drama is like not particularly relevant, and it's not the context that I'm bringing it up. I'm bringing him up only because he is relevant to the current discussion of Hasan, the current attempt to deplatform Hasan. Which, if you're not aware, um, there seems to be an attempt to deplatform Hasan. There's been like a post made on the Destiny subreddit. Keffel's Destiny, a few other people seem pretty intent on deplatforming Hasan. When it's not that, he's getting all kinds of criticism for the Vosh crowd, etc. So Dylan kind of jumped onto that. That's why he's relevant today. So that's what we're going to talk about, and we're going to try not to get sidetracked with anything else. Um, Vanguard raid incoming. See, I don't know. I mean, maybe. We are going to talk about the Vanguard, right? Because the Vanguard, I think, did a nice segment on Dylan versus Hasan, and like I said, there's not a lot to go on here. There is ostensibly okay. Let's take a look at this first. Let's what do I get when I type in Dylan Burns Hasan? Quite a bit. Ukrainian. So I think this is it. 7 days ago, Ukrainians respond to Hasanabi. Look, I mean, like people are saying in chat, I destroyed Dylan Burns without even trying. I'm gonna be real honest with you. When when you're facing a content creator that is so much bigger than you, it really doesn't matter if you're right, right? Because I would have 100 people watching on my platform, and he would have like 900 people watching on his platform, and then there'd be 600 people watching on Demon Mama's platform, 1,000 people watching on our relevance platform, right? And so there's like there's thousands of people hearing that I'm bad, not hearing my side of the story, seeing the clips of me that Dylan wants them to see, and hearing his version of things. So it's not as like I don't like it's not easy. What I went through was not easy, okay? And even though I was right, it didn't matter at the end of the day. Dylan Burns looks like the Guy Fawkes mask, and things were a lot different back then, right? Dylan was not known as the Weasel that he's known as today, right? So essentially, I was attacking the Golden Boy, right? Dylan was like, "What? He's the youngest foreign policy expert ever to work with any political campaign, right? Who are you? Who are you?" Just some random trans chick. Yeah, this is pre-barbecue. Dylan Burns. How many people know about the barbecue? So what Adadak is talking about is see, these are the only little bits and pieces that I really know about, like, right, because I have not been trying to do content. I've been trying to avoid talking about Dylan as much as possible. He does come up occasionally. One of the things that came up was a statement, maybe a clip of his where he talks about food, and he talks about what was it, like something about like racist. like people make the best food, and like he wasn't he was talking about it like in terms of Ukraine, but he was also talking about like in terms of the United States, which I guess he would be saying barbecue, which is like it's only something that you've said if you've only had like fascist. Is that literally what he said? I don't want to misquote him here, right? I'm not a Dylan Burns expert. I'm going to admit that if I say anything wrong, I apologize. I'm not trying to make these statements definitively, right? I'm just trying to give you some background on kind of what he's like, right? The other thing was that he did some reporting from the reporting, I guess. Reporting? I don't know if it's reporting. It's whatever he does from the field in Ukraine. One of these segments featured Ukrainians referring to him with the diminutive version of his name, and that's the kind of thing that you use to talk about a kid, right? Like essentially like little Dylan was what and kind of talking about him dismissively as he looked at the military equipment that they were showing. Oh, he wants to play with the he wants to play with the toys, right? So yeah, not would have helped him maybe to have a translator, I guess, is my takeaway from that situation. So but other than that, I really don't know. I haven't been following his career. Let's take a look at what he has to say about Hasan, and then we'll have a look at what Hasan said about him.
Do, living in a dugout 24/7, as well as a whole host of other topics.
A host of other topics. Oh shit, wait a minute. Could this be dangerous for Twitch? We're on Twitch now, and I'm a little bit worried, but there he is with his helmet not quite on. That doesn't look safe. I don't know. Look, I mean, all I know about is like sports equipment, and you generally want to, if a helmet's going to protect you, it's got to be on straight. Okay, well that's dangerous. All right, so that's his introduction. I don't want to see any more because we got to avoid combat here. We're not trying to watch combat. But that is an example of his reporting from the field in Ukraine. And again, just to save myself from any possible clip chimps, Russia has no right to be in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has no right to be in there. They committed war crimes against civilians in Ukraine. Just in general, Russia is bad. Okay, for anybody who's got any if there's any confusion, let me put that to rest here. Right, this is the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is not right.
By going around the room and everybody introducing themselves. Let's start from the left-hand corner of the room over here.
No, I'm Anna, Anastasia. I'm Ukrainian Anna.
Okay, Anastasia. Okay, I keep on mispronouncing her name, but that's Anastasia.
On Twitter, I'm a volunteer. I live in Kharkiv and work mostly in Kharkiv. I also work with Dylan here to do interviews, subtitles, things like that. Work with journalists, go to the front lines.
Okay, so she's part of Dylan's team. I wasn't aware of this.
Things like that. So yeah, that's me.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I'm Rick the Ukrainian. I stream on YouTube. I also dub the interviews with Russian prisoners of war made by Zolkin and Karpenko. All rights
okay, so let's switch to a second.
So I know that some people in this room don't have too much familiarity with Hasan's content, and some people in this room do have familiarity with Hasan's content. Ken, let's go around the room and see what familiarity everybody has. Anna, you've brought Hasan up before in an interview before on my channel.
It's the DGG battalion?
Yes. So basically I discovered there's such a thing as political streamers and YouTubers when
you're talking to one.
This war thing started.
What do you think Dylan is? Right?
In February, and I wanted to see what people are saying in the West. Will they support us? Will they not support us? What's their opinions about the situation? And I stumbled upon a bunch of people like Tucker.
Is this a joke? No, this is a real video by Dylan Burns. He's brought together these Ukrainians. He is gonna first ask them what is their familiarity with Hasan. What do you know about Hasan? And this is Anastasia's. And like again, all we know about her is that she was more supportive of the Azov stuff than Vosh was, right? She was, I guess, apologia is what you could say that she was doing, trying to reframe the you know the trying to reframe that stuff as being more of a symbol, like some of the Nazi symbology as being a sign of Ukrainian nationalism rather than National Socialism. I believe.
Carlson type of people, but also Hasan, who is a little bit famous. And yeah, because of that, I was very enraged of what I heard of him saying about Ukraine, specifically about Russian speakers and specifically about Eastern Ukraine and all of that.
What part of Ukraine are you from?
I'm from the East, Kharkiv. I was born there and I live there now. So yeah, I mentioned to you, to Dylan Burns, I mentioned that I hate what he said, basically, and I was very offended by it.
So going into this, you already know going into this that you disagree with
yes,
what
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Could I ask you, Topson?
Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of Hasan's content because it's very painful. However, I am familiar.
I mean, for the record, Hasan is not on Putin's side, is on the side of Ukrainian sovereignty. I don't know what the problem would be, but
Familiar with some of his takes. I don't think I watched it out of context, so I'm not sure that I'm pretty sure I'm not misrepresenting anything. I don't agree with what he says. I don't believe Hasan even agrees with what he says. I feel like he's a big grifter, and he just, is successful, and it's a big grift right.
yeah, apologies, Chad. I get that people aren't super excited about watching Dylan's content. I'm just trying to not, take him out of context or anything here. We're going to watch Hasan's reaction to this, and then we're going to watch the Vanguard's take on this. And I didn't want to do this without at least taking a look at what the source material originally was. Because like I said, I haven't been keeping up with Dylan Burns at all. I don't know much about these Ukrainians that he's talking to. I'm not a foreign policy expert. I believe that I acknowledged as much in my debate with Dylan. I felt bad for him having asked him about subject matter that he was unfamiliar with, right? The national Bolshevism. He had debated infrared Haas, and I assumed that because he had debated Haas, that he knew a little bit about Haas's political philosophy, Haas's ideology. Unfortunately, he didn't. He just thought that Haas was a loud tanky, and that's the.
So his fans listen to him, which is probably the worst part of that community is his fans, not even Hasan himself. But
Okay, so that would say that you two are definitely in the I'm not a huge fan of Hasan crowd going into this, right?
Yep.
Okay, so let's go to not the opposite end of the spectrum, but a different part of the spectrum because I wanted to get diverse opinions in on this. You actually used to be a fan of Hasan's content, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, I was watching Hasan since like 2018, 2019. He actually made me not think that leftist is a dirty word. I was like swayed from liberal to leftist by Hasan. I became more pro-worker and all of that, and I felt extremely betrayed when he took the side of the fascists, or like pretended to consider both sides and all of that.
The closest thing I can think of to taking both sides is that Hasan's been critical of NATO, but being critical of NATO, it does not mean supporting Putin, does not mean supporting Russia. So
I was really hoping that Hasan would, I guess, analyze the situation about the Ukrainian war and maybe.
So Hasan doesn't just give you like Putin bad, which he is, and you will, you'll never find Hasan doing apologia for Putin, but he will be a little bit nuanced, right? And he'll talk about some of the mistakes, that NATO made as well. He's trying to give you the whole situation. Like if you've watched him on Gaza, it's the same thing, right? He's not trying to blow smoke up your ass. He's trying to give you a realistic view of a situation with which most people watching him are not familiar with. He this is what he does for a living, and his audience might not, the entire audience might not necessarily be that well versed on all the history that kind of plays in here. So
Think about it, but now he just.
The only thing Hasan analyzes is how his chat reacts to what he says.
Yes,
So,
I believe.
It's crazy, chat. Oh, sorry. That's another.
So you would say that
XQC.
you say as a fan that the war made you no longer enjoy his content or watch his content?
I
Or-
don't. I can't watch his content. Sometimes I watch like a podcast with Ethan to try to see Ethan.
The Leftovers podcast?
The Leftovers podcast. Yeah, to hear his bad takes, maybe to hate watch it, and to commend Ethan Klein for
Yeah.
actually challenging and doing it pretty well for a person who is not who doesn't know that much about the conflict.
Ethan
So
deserves
props
a
to
bit of
Ethan.
applause.
Yeah.
I definitely need to listen to him.
So you will later. We have clips from that.
Also,
Rick, are you familiar with Hasan's content? Have you ever watched his stream? Anything before today's interview?
no, I see him for the first time. I'm gonna see him for the first time. I mean, not him, but his videos, right? And no, so it's gonna be just a clean sheet.
okay, so let's to summarize, we on the outside we've got people that are anti-Hasan. On the center right, we've got somebody who was a fan of Hasan until they started to watch Hasan talk about the Ukrainian conflict, and then changed their mind. And on the center left, we've got somebody who just really is like, I mean, I know of him, but I don't know what he's about. So
I
Okay.
just don't know anything about him.
So since you're the only one who in here who hasn't seen him before, I should say this, and for the people who aren't familiar at home, Hasan Abi is a socialist Twitch streamer. He's the most popular Twitch streamer who covers politics on the platform. He gets quite a lot of viewers both on
I'm sensing a little bit of jealousy.
YouTube and on Twitch. I don't know if it's true of every single like online political commentator, but he is often referred to as the most popular political streamer. Period. So the most popular political streamer.
So just some background. Dylan Burns started his social media career around the same time, or maybe even slightly before Hasan started his social media career. Dylan Burns, his first claim to fame was being a foreign policy consultant, I believe, for the Mike Gravel campaign, and as such, he was always brought on to streams like, the Serfs, as a foreign policy expert. When they'd have a foreign policy question, a foreign policy subject, they'd bring him back, by as their in-house expert. And he was always tagged as like the youngest foreign policy consultant on any presidential political campaign. So if there is jealousy, which maybe it might come from that they've both been working on this the same amount of time. Dylan has obviously traveled to Ukraine, and we saw some of that footage earlier. Dylan is worked in the field before, where Hasan's background is media journalism, etc. Right? So maybe there's a little. It's entirely that if there's jealousy, that's where it's coming from. That's Hasan changed his mind quickly, but he made it very clear it was more important for him to be right than to be actually. Oh, so the one thing that people will bring up also is that Hasan, when Russia was doing their military exercises on the border of Ukraine, which they've done before, Hasan predicted that there wouldn't be an invasion. Hasan didn't think the invasion was likely, and you can see why he thinks that, because this kind of stuff happens all the time. There's joint exercises by the United States and Taiwan in the Taiwanese, in the strait over there. There are, the Chinese military is doing exercises over there. Does that indicate that there's more likelihood that there might be a military conflict? For sure. But it's also done, it also is a military exercise, and it's a show of force, right? It's a saber rattling. It doesn't necessarily indicate an intention, by either side to engage in in fighting, right? So Hasan, like a lot of people, incorrectly predicted that there would not be a invasion of Ukraine, and there was. So
So that's why I wanted to bring you guys
Hasan is way more popular than Pool.
around today to see the type of commentary that we're getting from this person and to react to it. Okay, so here's a picture of him. You guys have been looking at it for long enough. So let's move on to the first clip. So Hasan Abi, leading up into the war.
Beautiful women like Adam Friedland want him on their show, but all of us were wrong. Want who on their sorry, Adam Friedland wants Hasan on his show. It's okay to be wrong, but being so incredibly stubborn, just to be right despite the facts.
We're talking about mid-February. He started increasing the amount he was talking about the war in Ukraine. Before then, he didn't really talk about it much, if ever. But as the war became closer, he started to talk about predictions from the American government that the Russians would invade. And I wanted to show you guys a few highlights of that to show you when the first critiques from some Ukrainians came forward for Hasan. Now, I don't want to focus on this for too long because this is somewhat old news, obviously. But I felt like if I didn't include this, I'd be leaving out some vital context of the history of his commentary on the war.
What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shocked to find out. Anyway, we're going to talk about that and a bunch of other stuff, so get in now. Possibly a new React series as well, so you don't want to miss it. I think maybe...
What was that though? Was that like a Twitter video? I'm just trying to look. I only watch him on I only watch his YouTube videos. I don't really watch him on Twitch, and I don't necessarily catch, stuff that he puts up on Instagram, or I don't know, like video clips that he might be uploading to. I am gay with Adam Friedland. Well, I mean, why not?
I'll tell my editors to do this.
Look, when in Rome, right? When in Rome.
But I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia every day. To make sure that the wishes of these fucking weirdo, I'm actually a sock them and you're a fucking tanky idiots on the internet. Will, yeah, change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's day 11 at this point.
Do we have cumboys and girls and NBs in the chat today?
Know what I mean?
What's going on?
Time again that I don't think there is war that is going to happen because it would fucking destroy Russia. And I still believe that. That's true. Okay?
Yeah.
I like the part where he says, I was right about Ukraine. I bet he never repeated those words ever again.
Let me go off on that. Yeah.
Right.
The best part is somewhere there. I remember this clip. I actually saw this one. The first one I saw.
Okay, there's a few more clips where he's predicting before the war. Let's finish those, and then we'll have a moment to talk about it.
I mean, chat, just a self-disclosure, I predicted that Joe Biden and Donald Trump would not be the nominees, right? Now, the closer we get to the election, the more it looks like I might have been incorrect on that. But that's a prediction, right? And the main reason I was saying that was because everybody's so convinced that is the fait accompli. It's going to be Biden versus Trump. And what I'm trying to say with that is that Biden's got health issues. Trump's got health issues. They're both old dudes, and Trump's got legal issues. Maybe Biden's got I don't know how what's going to go on with this Hunter Biden stuff, but right, anything could happen in between now and then. Now, as we get closer to for instance, let's just give you some perspective here. Towards the end of the month of November is the filing deadline for a lot of primaries to be on the ballot. In other words, if you want your name to appear on the ballot, you gotta file by then, right? So it's looking more and more like I was wrong on that. But I mean, I don't think I was irresponsible for making that prediction.
You care more about being yo, Hasan Abi, you were fucking wrong. I hope you all get drafted, dude.
Hey.
I hope you get fucking drafted.
Wait, are we going to war? I thought
no, but I hope they fucking drop your bitch ass, your fucking pasty little bitch ass into fucking Luhansk, okay? To defend Ukrainian sovereignty and its fucking borders, you dipshit. I don't want Ukrainians to fucking die. Okay? But you can.
So those are the clips of him predicting.
I mean, you can tell how out of context we're getting when you get that little snip of like, I don't want Ukrainians to die, right? Like there's something more that he was talking about. Like this wasn't just like, you know, it sounds like he was responding to people in his chat. Because here's the problem, okay? And this is true with any military conflict. It becomes content, right? And on one hand, you do want to know what's going on in the world. But on the other hand, there is all kinds of manipulation in coverage of a military conflict, right? Like, you know, what, who are the reporters embedded with? What are they being shown, right? There's all kinds of propaganda in terms of that. So you can get some kind of twisted perspectives. There is the fog of war, which is, when something's reported at first, if I remember correctly, there was a report of a missile hitting Poland, right? And when this was first reported, there were a lot of people suggesting that this was like a Russian piece of ordnance, that Russia was expanding the war to Poland. Now that would be a huge deal if that was true. But when when the situation was investigated a little bit more, we found out that it wasn't Russian ordnance after all. It was some kind of it was some kind of anti-aircraft that had landed in the wrong place, and that nobody was trying to start a war. Nobody was trying to start a war with Poland after all. So, there's a and like there's a really gross part to it too. There are scenes of the original Gulf War, showing United States like bombs going down chimneys to try to convince the public that the US's armed forces have so much precision they can put a bomb right down the chimney like Santa Claus. So don't worry about civilian casualties, right? Because these bombs are smart. These bombs can sniff out the terrorists, right? The invasion of Iraq in the early 2000s. Again, you've got the military, embedded with U.S. troops, showing a particular perspective of the war. There's a certain, how do I describe this? Like there's a curiosity and a desire to be informed about like what's going on in the world. And then there's like a gratuitous interest in death and destruction, right? And I think that any reporter who's covering anything like this has to be aware of that. And you're going to get those people watching you regardless, but try not to, I don't know, cater to that. And like the feeling that I got from the chatters that he was responding, I can't really tell you for sure because we just got like a little tiny bit of that. We just got one clip of that. So, like I have a feeling there was more to that, but the feeling that I got was that he was pushing back against chatters who, like, on some level wanted for there to be a war.
Predicting what was going to happen with the war. Do you guys have any initial reactions to his predictions about if the war was going to happen?
Oh yeah. So I think it's the funniest thing to listen now in year 23 in what the hell is it, September? Yeah. So it's very fun. He was so convinced that the war was not gonna happen and so smug about it. And also the most interesting thing about him in that case is that he continued to talk about it. If I was him, after this blunder, I would crawl on the...
Okay, look, you can say he was wrong about the invasion wasn't going to happen. You could say he was smug about it, right? But what about all the assholes posting about World War III, right, on Twitter? How often has the hashtag World War III trended on Twitter? there you can see sort of the other side of things. Like, as much as, like, it's silly to be smug about a prediction because you literally don't know. It's kind of gross to be so into war that you literally want it to happen.
The bed and never speak about geopolitics ever again. But not this guy. He continued to, double down, triple down. And yeah, it's very interesting. I wish I had this self-confidence, but
I feel like
Okay, so we got a little perspective on Hasan before the invasion. Let's see what Dylan's timestamps are here. Referring to the Donbass region as Russian. Let's just see what clip that he's showing here, right? Oh my god, I almost don't want to do this, though. I almost don't want to do this, because if I'm showing the same clips that Dylan's showing, and, these clips are, like Hasan claimed, out of context, then I'm just kind of signal boosting... I'm signal boosting a weasel, chat, and I don't want to do that. Even with my little signal.
I wanted to ask Rick quickly, because you are from Eastern Ukraine as well, originally Donetsk, if I remember correctly. Donetsk region, not Donetsk. Sorry.
Makiivka is actually a neighbor city of Donetsk, so they're like one big city.
So, would you...
Like, I can almost smell what's going to go on here, right? So that's one of the territories that Russia claimed was being suppressed by the Ukrainian government, and that they have had referendums and suggested that the people want to be reunited with Russia. And it's easy to oversimplify that by saying that the people living in the area are Russian. But I think there's like this is something that, like, Russia's done in South Ossetia. This is a tried and true tactic of nations wanting to find an excuse for invading another country, is to claim that you've got, like, Russians in that area, people who speak Russian, people who are culturally Russian, and like use that as a reason to say that we're not just, like, invading to invade. We're not just, this isn't a land grab here. This is this is us defending people in that territory. And Russia will go as far as to grant citizenships to Ukrainian citizens who who want that, in order to say we've got Russian citizens in there, and we're just protecting them, right? It's a way to take an offensive action militarily and justify it by calling it defensive.
Consider yourself somebody that was displaced from there when you left, that you left in part because of the occupation?
Of course.
The Sisyphean test says there's some truth to that in Luhansk and Donbass. There is, but my understanding is that after suffering in this conflict, a lot of people that might have thought that they'd rather be part of Russia have changed their mind after so much death and violence and pain and suffering inflicted on them, that they're not really interested in being part of Russia anymore.
Only because of the occupation.
So the only reason that you left was because you were displaced then?
Yes, because I actually lived in occupation, and I know how it is to live under...
Yeah, so in 2014, see, like, okay, so caveat here, chat. I'm not a foreign policy expert, all right? That was something I said to Dylan in the debate, when I felt bad about him not knowing about some of the subject matter that I wanted to talk about there. Like, when we're talking about platforming, I thought that, talking about, Nazgul's, like, Infrared Haas, who Dylan had debated, would make sense, since, there's a question of whether they should be platformed. Dylan just wasn't really aware of what a Nazgul was, or what kind of relevance that they might have. I don't think he realized that that's what Haas was. So there was a misunderstanding. And with my debate panel, I like to let people know up front. I'm never trying to ambush anybody. I wasn't trying to ambush Dylan. And I felt bad for him, so I said, Dylan, you kind of got over your head in this one, but that's okay. If we had been debating about foreign policy, you probably would have done a lot better. Like, right? I don't know much about foreign policy. Right? That's something that I, just tried to give to him, but yeah, he wasn't having it.
The new Soviet Union, because it is. Because they use all those methods of propaganda, of agitation, of...
But again, I was just saying that because that's what's in his bio. That's what I've heard about him. He's always introduced as the youngest foreign policy consultant for a presidential campaign, and I never really looked into like how much expertise he actually had. Like what he'd gotten right and what he'd gotten wrong. That's not my world, right? So I just kind of
the human rights violation. Yeah, they actually do all that stuff and even more. And the question was?
My question was, what do you think about when you hear those territories, Donetsk and Luhansk, referred to as Russian people, the people that are still there?
So what I'm really looking for here is a clip of Hasan, if they show one. Right, that's I kind of want to watch the clips that these Ukrainians were shown of Hasan. Right, because there seems to be a claim that Hasan referring to Donetsk and Luhansk as being as Russian in terms of the people in the territory. And that's what we're trying to investigate here today. We want to know... Oh, there's the Hasan clip.
About like you're like a 3%er, but for Ukraine. Okay, it's so stupid. Crimea is not the same as Kiev, however. Crimea is not the same as the rest of Ukraine.
And it was like, then most of my life I spoke Russian.
Okay, Tom's to finish this thing, then let's keep going because this is still the first clip.
Yeah, I think we're getting along.
One thing I'll add, just to summarize.
When you talk, it might be better for the audience.
So you couldn't hear me probably.
It was just not as good, but it'll be fine.
Okay, so just to summarize, I left.
I feel kind of bad, right? This person came into the discussion wearing a mask, and I get that audio difficulties, like with adding a piece of fabric in between your mouth and the microphone. I understand that. I just like what he was just asked to. Like, if he came in there with a mask, it's because he's trying not get infected, right?
Donetsk, only because of Russian occupation. That's it. Let's continue.
Okay.
Throw the question marks. All you want. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian constitution. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian border sovereignty that some of you dumbasses are fucking talking about. Like you're like a 3%er, but for Ukraine. Okay? It's so stupid. Crimea is not the same as Kiev, however. Crimea is not the same as the rest of Ukraine, however. Eastern Ukrainian territories have a lot of fucking Russian people living in them because Ukraine, and just like Crimea and much of the rest of the fucking country, was a part of Russia, was a part of the USSR until not that long ago, okay? People's parents were alive back then. So obviously, there's a lot of fucking Russian people living there. So if you have, but you feeling bad.
Chat, I got clipped. I gotta, okay, look, I said I didn't want to bring back, old stuff, right? But I got clip chimped by Dylan Burns in the worst way. He showed a clip of me and said, this is what she's saying about me. NCC made this claim about me, right? And that's the clip he showed, is me making a claim. Okay, so this is about me. This is about Dylan Burns, right? He shows the clip, right? If you take that stream that he took the clip from and roll it back literally I think 3 seconds. Literally 3 seconds back. I said, Dylan's community, Dylan's chat, Dylan's fans. I made a specific point about that I wasn't talking about Dylan himself, and that I was talking about his, you know, his fans, right? And he literally cut me to make it look like I was. So yeah, he's a bit like, I mean, from my experience right now, it's been a long time. Maybe he's grown, maybe he's changed. But when I knew him, he was a little bit of
Weasel.
He was a little bit of a weasel. And I'm not sure what kind of a
Dingus gambit
he's trying to pull here. But my only thought about this whole situation is
this is going bad. This is going bad.
This is going bad. I don't know about this. I'm starting to see him being up to his old tricks, and it's not a good thing.
About the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries.
Wait, what exactly? I'm sorry, I don't want to like step on the claim that he's making here.
People's parents were alive back then. So obviously, there's a lot of fucking Russian people living there. So
there's a lot of Russian people living there.
But like,
and then we cut. Okay.
You feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely just.
Now, the Crimean annexation took place in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Somebody check me on that, because like I said, not a foreign policy expert over here. All right. Not a foreign policy expert, and I want to make sure that I'm not misleading you, but I'm pretty sure that the Crimean annexation took place in 2014, not during the current invasion of Ukraine. Dylan's audio is bad. Not to be ableist, but the way that Dylan talks drives me insane. I thought Dylan had asked a question about Hasan. Not that this whole fucking thing. Dylan is an insane weasel. Yeah, 2014. Okay, so I'm correct. Okay, yeah. So what's he saying?
Justifiable fucking act by the Russian government. Okay, so that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first. Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing.
I'm trying to get what he's saying about. He called somebody. He said like you're like a Ukrainian 3%er. So the 3%ers. These are like either law enforcement officials or former law enforcement officials who have agreed to not follow government orders if they are in conflict with, you know, their view of the patriotic United States, right?
Ukrainians in a fucking. What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians at a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem.
Really?
He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe eighth down the line.
Oh yeah, I think it's eighth down the line.
That was a lot. Who wants to?
Yeah, there's a lot of invasions. There's a lot of military conflicts, and yeah, the you know, this what the thing that, you know, makes Hitler and Germany stand out is the, you know, crimes against humanity that were enacted during those wars. As a German, this take of Hasan is not it. Well, see, here's what I'm wondering though. Like, what are we missing? And I'm pretty sure that Hasan didn't spend enough time on this to go through and take every single. Because what I did with Dylan's clip, right? He made his video about me, literally lying about me, and then I just made a video showing the whole clip, and it embarrassed him. I think he took it down. I think he took his content down. Based on being exposed as it was just like it was dishonest, right? When you say this is what she's saying about me, and then you show a clip, which if you roll it back 3 seconds, I specify this is not about Dylan. This is about his chat. This is about his fans, right? That's just, you're just lying. I don't know what else to call it, right? So I'm a little bit more reticent to like assume that this Hasan clip is demonstrative of Hasan's take on Crimea.
Oh, get me!
I just like to say that again he parrots Russian propaganda that we discussed just now by saying that Ukrainians who speak Russian are Russians, and that for some reason justifies it. But the main point I hear, I think, is he doesn't respect any international agreements in basically his statement, because there was a lot of agreements on the sovereignty of Ukraine. There was every country in the world recognized it. There was specific.
Okay, so no, that is a parroting of United States State Department propaganda. The fact that we have a rules-based order in the world and that everybody respects these international agreements. They don't. The United States doesn't. You could point to agreements that the United States made under, one president and then didn't keep under another, right? So, this is
agreements between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine when Soviet Union collapsed. Is that a non-aggression pact that we're never gonna fight each other. Then there was additional Budapest memorandum that kind of spoke about the same stuff. Him saying all of that just completely shits on all of those agreements. So like what? We should just sign documents and not do anything with them? And it seems like the only countries are the Western countries who actually keep their word. And this is why Ukraine is receiving.
The Western countries keep their word. Now, when you say like Western versus Eastern, that even gets like more dog whistly, yeah, right?
In part, why Ukraine is receiving a lot of support from Western countries, especially like UK, USA. Those were the countries that were part of agreements that pledged support. So
okay, so I'm noticing something. You know what's really interesting about this video? Do you see this right here? Oh wait, let me show it to you bigger, okay? So if I hover over here, I can see kind of, this is a graph of like how many people watched which parts. And normally you'd see, I don't know, like, this is weird, right? Because normally you'd see that there's like one part that people were really interested in, and here's the most replayed, right? So there is one part that kind of stands out. However, within all these clips, there's one little part that gets watched more. And it's the part where they're showing the Hasan clip. Right? So far, that's what it's been. Do you think it's hard for Americans to conceptualize what it's like in Ukraine because of their relative security?
Conceptualize what's going on here due to their relative security?
Yeah.
So
The Western countries keep their word. Yeah, ask that about treaty rights to Native American. Yeah, Canada, there's so many examples.
I guess so.
in some part, yeah.
Like, I am more critical, as of now, I am more critical of the Russian actions of yesterday than the American government is, okay? Just understand that. I am more critical of the actions that took place yesterday than the American government is. The American government that was agitating for war and said, banging the war drums, banging the war drums, banging the war drums, literally non-fucking stop, saying like Russia is gonna murder babies, they're gonna eat babies inside of Kiev. They're ready to eat babies, they have a thirst for blood. Those motherfuckers have now turned around and been like, okay, well, maybe this is not an invasion because technically they invaded 8 years ago.
What?
So maybe it's not an invasion.
What a misrepresentation.
No, this is a legitimized, like, this is the actual legitimate fucking invasion in comparison to the past 8 years of like Tim, pull after that for you.
Again, I don't have enough to go on there. I don't exactly have enough to go on there. I guess we can watch it again.
Than the American government is, okay? Just understand.
He's saying he made a stronger statement against Russia's actions than the American government made.
And that I am more critical of the actions that took place yesterday than the American government is. The American government that was agitating for war and said, banging the war drums, banging the war drums, banging the war drums, literally non-fucking stop, saying like Russia is gonna murder babies, they're gonna eat babies inside of Kiev. They're ready to eat babies, they have a thirst for blood. Those motherfuckers have now turned around and been like, okay, well, maybe this is not an invasion because technically they invaded 8 years ago. So maybe it's not an
What a
invasion.
misrepresentation.
No, this is a legitimized, like, this is the actual legitimate fucking invasion in comparison to the past 8 years of like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide.
So he said this was the legitimate.
Why did we get that little bit of Tim Pool? I don't get it. I don't get it. What's even going on here? Like, why was that? There's so much that's not included that would maybe give us a little bit better context for what Hasan's actually going for there. And if you don't know, Hasan Piker, he streams like 8 hours a day or something like that. We're getting these clips that, like, look, when I talk about like Vosh or somebody like that, right? Remember the whole thing where he had the take where he said, uncuck your SJW, your dumb SJW brain, and realize that, you know, that some that interactions between adults and minors can have, like, you know, neutral or positive outcomes, right? Yeah, now that's kind of all I need. I mean, that's the point. That's the thing I disagree with. I don't agree that there can be a positive outcome from a child having their consent compromised, right, by an adult. I disagree with that, right? But I didn't just show you that. I showed you like a minute before that and like 3 minutes after that, right? The operative phrase that Vosh said was like, I don't know, 3 seconds, 5 seconds long. But I showed you before and I showed you after because I didn't want you to think that I was trying to pull a fast one on you. I wanted to show you that I do indeed disagree with what Vosh said. And despite the fact that what he said has been mischaracterized by some people, like some people took that as him saying that he agreed with age of consent laws being, age of consent being lowered, right? He didn't say that. He didn't say that, and I wouldn't claim that he did. Some people did. Some people saw that and they characterized it that way. That, you're helping Vosh then. If you make a claim like that that's literally not supported by what he says, you are helping him because you'll make a claim, he'll clip that, and then he'll show what he actually said, and he'll show that you're lying about him. And now who's going to trust you, right? Because there was something objectionable about what he said, but it wasn't as objectionable as some people wanted to make it out to be. So that's why I try to, you know, not, you know, that's why we're looking at Dylan Burns's video, for instance, right? I could easily just show you Hasan's response, and I could show you the Vanguard. I want to provide some context. I don't want to be putting words in his mouth or anything like that, or you know, disagreeing with things that he's not really saying, right? It doesn't make sense.
Invasion, the annexation of Donetsk and Luhansk. That's what he's talking about in comparison to the last 8 years. That's what he said.
I just want to quick mention that while no Russians, from what we know, ate any babies, they did rape babies. Yeah. So just you know, to correct Hasan there.
Also, he made the point he made it previously and here as well. He said that, talk to me when like Russians start throwing Ukrainians in concentration camps. Hasan, what say you? I mean,
The prisoners camp, like,
I mean, what say you? Like about Bucha, about Yahidne, which was literally the camp.
About Oleg.
Yeah, about all of that. Please do tell. What's your opinion?
I would assume, I believe he has condemned those types of actions.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm going to push us forward because we're still on the first clip.
Yeah.
I would look like Tim Pool after that 49 state landslide if, you know, there was a active bombing currently happening on Kiev, and like Ukrainians were being murdered left and right at this moment.
You do.
I would be that way if America was like, we're going to full-throated, this is a full-blown invasion, and yet it hasn't happened. At this point, I have a more aggressive stance.
Okay, so this is more of, you know, Hasan made a prediction that there wouldn't be an invasion, and there was. There's, you know, these kind of military actions are something that Russia has done before. It's something that happens a lot. It doesn't always result, you know, it doesn't always precede wars. Oh my God, thank you for the, thank you so much. Wait, how come some of those come over here? Some of those are, oh, because I'm on a different screen now. Yeah, thank you for the membership. Wait a minute. Thank you for the memberships. Yeah, thank you, Soul Life, for the gift membership to or else ellipsis.
On Russian troops inside of Ukrainian borders than the American State
It
Department
looks like Hugh Jackman.
does. So how do you pair up with
I like
that?
how he just defaults to America bad every time. It's just like,
Gotta push it.
okay,
there.
we're gonna talk about Ukraine, but first, America was fucked up.
Yep. Yeah, he does look kind of silly, won't you all say, about the bombing comment?
Not the first time he's wrong.
Yeah.
It's literally like they're doing a fucking W tour. They're like, yo, we're gonna predict the misinformation of false flag. Dude, okay, solve it. Solve the problem. What the fuck are they gonna do? Are they gonna go in? Are they gonna fucking fight back? Are they gonna like actually fly planes into Ukraine? Are they gonna send in the 6,000 troops at the fucking border of Ukraine? Non-believers like USA. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they got this one fucking. They got this one. Okay. At this point, if you are in a position of fucking power, you had every opportunity to fucking exhaust diplomacy. Instead of fucking endlessly being like, this is a war that's gonna happen, this is a war that's gonna happen. Okay, then fucking try to solve it.
Well, I would like kind of agree here, except like I would agree on 50% here, because I believe that there should have been a stronger stance pre-war, and if that would be strong, it could potentially avoid the whole war. We don't know that, of course, and I don't think it was diplomacy. I think it would be like specific actions, sending weapons, perhaps even sending troops to prevent
More weapons
the war.
than they did. More than
I mean, sure.
Yeah, more
Like,
than the javelin.
resolve,
Yeah,
basically,
like,
yeah.
or saying like even like pledging, like saying we're gonna send you like heavy weaponry, artillery, tanks. We will never back down. The same way they like Biden says, not an inch of NATO ground or something like that. I feel like that's a very strong statement.
Yeah, I mean the difference there is there's a treaty with NATO. There's a specific treaty with NATO that the U.S. If the U.S. if a NATO country were to get invaded and the United States didn't like they're literally, I think they're committed to declare war. I believe all of NATO is committed to declare war on any nation that is seen as an aggressor on oh my god, we're into the ad breaks already.
Basically, if in 2014 there was not just a slip on the wrist, basically some sanctions.
Well, that was a complete success.
Yeah, but that was like a slip on the wrist. If that was like the reaction of the West, might have been much stronger, even in words, but still more like condemning, promising us like some sort.
Okay, well, I mean, like, look, I can't really, help you with that. The State Department policy is what the State Department policy is, and the Ukraine. Sorry, I'm not saying the Ukraine. I'm saying Ukraine. Okay, just because people might be watching today. I'm not calling it the Ukraine. I know why that's wrong. All right, Ukraine and the United States do not have that kind of a diplomatic pact between them compared to like Poland, for instance, and the United States. All right, let's see. There's another clip here comparing Azov to the Mujahideen.
On the Microville campaign. I just should say that for
Dylan.
bias reasons. In this video, he's reacting to them talking about the threat of Ukrainian Nazism in Ukraine. Now, the Gravel Institute, due to critiques they received for this video has now been removed. I do want to put that out there for the record. But this is Hasan reacting to that and making a comparison to the Mujahideen, which...
Wait, the video's been removed? As in, wait, does anybody know what he's talking about? Because if it's like, the video's been removed because of terms of service, I don't want to mess with that. Let's take a look and see what there's okay, so there's a Azov yeah, let's skip that. I don't know why that might have been removed, but it looks like he's watching something with a timeline. Talking about the Ukrainian conflict, talking about what happened in 2014, what happened prior to that, and talking about the current conflict. Gravel Institute took down a video on Azov after getting pushback. So it's not a terms of service violation, we're sure? Because I know that Azov has been like some of their. Are you sure? Are you sure? Can we watch this? I just want to make sure they took it down because of criticism, right? Not because of terms of service. There's no like Sonnenrad that's gonna appear. No like Nazi, symbols are gonna appear, right? Because that has been an issue with the Azov Battalion, right? That some of their symbols, patches, etc. have contained Nazi Nazi stuff.
All the time and calling Banderite Ukraine.
Close to like the heart of Moscow and stuff. When you look at the map, they were like in
The idea that
what you're talking about. You don't.
So it's him watching the Gravel Institute.
For the record, this is exactly how it works in Latin American countries as well. This is exactly how it works in the Mujahideen being armed and being seen as like a revolutionary counterbalance to the fucking the USSR military forces in Afghanistan. Like, we have done this already. We've done this a million times over. This is kind of America's modus operandi, which is why I fucking hyper focus on this and talk about it. Okay.
Ukraine is. So he's saying that he hyper focuses and talk about it. What do you think about the Mujahideen comparison?
I think that this is a perfectly fair comparison when you don't have a clue what you're talking about. You don't know the situation inside Ukraine. You don't know how these forces are represented in Ukraine. You don't know anything about Azov. You don't know anything about Ukrainian politics and like what people, like seriously, Ukraine was fully occupied during World War II by Nazis. Russia, like, it's kind of crazy because we were taught still like USSR history, and that it was said that the whole like half of USSR was occupied and Nazis were like very close to like the heart of Moscow and stuff. When you look at the map, they were like in the regions that are not being shelled by Ukrainian missiles. So like Belgorod, no, Ukrainian, Belgorod, like all these.
Yeah, closer to the.
Yeah, it was really close, but whole Ukraine was occupied.
In Belarus.
Do you really think that like there's a strong Nazi presence in Ukraine? Like,
look, I think that there's a strong Nazi presence in the United States of America. Okay, I think that there's a strong Nazi presence in Canada, right? And I'm not just talking about them like praising that Nazi in the Canadian Parliament, right? I'm talking about, there's like monuments and stuff, right? Like, yeah. Like, look, and I'm not trying to put it off on Ukraine and make it look like Ukraine is like, this Nazi country. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. But if you want to deny like that element exists in Ukraine, you're basically, in the effort to try to catch Hasan on some clips, you're making some clips for Dylan. So congratulations, Dylan's friends. You just got him in trouble. This looks bad. This looks bad. I didn't expect to find this. Jeez. Let's scan this some more. Do we want to hear more of this?
there is a nationalist presence, and
we want to hear more of this apologia.
Presence. I feel like nationalism obviously has bad connotations in the West, but it is only bad, I believe, when you're in a peacetime, because what comes out of nationalism.
Wait, what's a hit? Are we talking about Dylan's video as a hit piece?
That way is usually like racism against people who are migrating to the country and stuff. You start to find
same as Vichy
find enemies, but when your country is being attacked and there's a very clear enemy, and you kind of.
I mean, look, I'm trying to go into this with an open mind, chat, but I'm given to agree with you. Yeah, this does look like not just a hit piece, but a particularly disingenuous hit piece, and it makes me really question what context was robbed from some of these clips.
People consolidate under a national idea, so that's absolutely fine.
But if I wanted to, oh my god, that'd be like a lot of I mean, we could go back through Hasan's streams and try to try to put this together, give these clips a little bit more context. But
under such conditions, but I completely
just a
baseless.
little bit of a context. I actually watched that Gravel Institute video before it got removed and lost my shit because that was 100% Russian propaganda repackaged in English, like word for word, same words, like Nazi.
I believe that the Russian propaganda would be, and I'm not saying this, I'm debunking this because I disagree with this, but the Russians say that their part of their mission in going into Ukraine is to denazify it, right? Implying that the country is, aligned with National Socialism. That's the Russian propaganda. That's the bullshit. Those are the lies that Putin and his ilk would spread. Not what we saw there.
America sponsored.
And this is why nuance is important. Like, as much as, I'm look, people in Ukraine who have been under assault by Russia for, like, coming up on 2 years now, right? Who've had their, utilities, cut off by attacks, who've been, civilians that have been targeted. Like, I do feel, for, the victims of this, of Vladimir Putin's aggression, okay? But we need to understand, like, the reality, right, of what's going on there, or of what has gone on, and what kind of, like, I mean, like what kind of, like, right, without taking Azov and saying, this is what Ukraine is like, this is what Ukrainians are like, this is what Ukrainians believe, right? To admit that, yeah, that it's there, like, right, it's there. It has a more of a place that it should be. There's, pictures of Bandera. There places. There are like, this doesn't come from nothing, and this isn't just like some kind of um a mistaken attempt to assert nationalism against the invading Russian army. Like, I mean, these are when you're talking about Bandera, you're talking about a collaborator, a Nazi collaborator.
Revolution was a coup, was a Western-sponsored coup. Everything was in far-right people everywhere. So Hasan watches it in front of like thousands upon thousands of his viewers, basically nods to it, and then makes the Mujahideen comparison.
Oh, I do want to ask, do you think that when he was bringing this up on February 15th, as a possible reason maybe not to send supplies to the Ukrainian military, or that this could destabilize Ukraine, or it could end up like the Mujahideen with the Taliban? Do you think there's any legitimacy to that concern whatsoever?
Okay, so no, I didn't see enough of the clip, right? In fact, I don't think enough of the clip was presented to us. Did I skip anything? Because I don't want to, like, if Dylan showed it, I want to watch it, but yeah, it starts like right here. Like, the concern isn't, like, if I'm making, I want to make sure that here.
Comparison to the Mujahideen, which were the...
So the issue with the Mujahideen, this was a contingent in Afghanistan during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan that happened in, I believe, the early 80s. The United States supplied these Mujahideen fighters, means holy warrior, with, armaments, and, some of these people would later become Al Qaeda. Osama bin Laden being the famous name that everybody knows. So what what it sounds like he's saying is that there's a concern of that the United States should make sure it knows whose hands these weapons are falling into, and it sounds like a valid concern, right? It's not a valid concern. It's not valid to paint all of Ukraine as like, you know, as like Nazi sympathizers, right? That's Russian propaganda. If you think that Putin's going in there to denazify the country, that's bullshit. Putin is a freaking fascist, right? Putin is aligned with those kind of right-wing national socialist forces. So that's bullshit too. Yeah, I don't believe Russian propaganda. But I do believe in, isn't this blowback? This is what they call blowback, right? That when the United States intervenes in other, like in conflicts between other nations, there's a possibility of arming factions that the United States will later end up fighting. In fact, the United States has done this time and time again. It's a mistake that's been made before and should be watched out for. With, you know, I don't think you have to be glazing up Vladimir Putin's hog to admit that. Okay, calling the bridge bombing a war crime. Now, the Kerch Bridge, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. This is the bridge that goes from Crimea to mainland Russia, right? That's what we're talking about here. Because again, I'm not a foreign policy expert. I don't pretend to be a foreign policy expert. I you know, cover these things when they're relevant, but you know, I'm not trying to claim credentials that I don't have. Calling the Kerch Bridge bombing a war crime. There's the Kerch Bridge. So I'm trying to get to right where we're going here.
For the Russians, and Hasan ended up calling the targeting of this bridge a war crime, and so we're going to play the audio of his accusation, so you can listen to his own words.
It's a bridge where like the Russian forces are being supplied, but it's also a bridge that, you know, connects.
Imagine going to a war zone and risking your life to produce a hit piece for DGG to watch. So like, I'm trying to understand this. This is so Dylan is still in Ukraine making this. This is not, oh my God, Dr. Butler, thank you so much. Thank you so much for mentioning that. This is why I don't usually change my game even when I start playing a game, is because I forget to change it back, and I don't even know if mods, some of you have the ability to change it back. It's definitely my responsibility though to do it. So let me.
Crimea to the Russian mainland.
That's how bridges
So
work.
you absolutely can consider it a war crime in the same way that when Russia blows up shit on the civilian infrastructure and claims that they're doing it for, you know, military purposes. It's just like bullshit. Not that it fucking matters. They literally blew up the pipelines, dude. They blew up the pipelines that were bringing in gas into fucking Europe. And it went nowhere. I felt like I was eating every crazy pill on the goddamn planet when I was talking about it. And everyone was like, Hasan, you don't have enough information for this. It's like, what are you talking about? You have to look to like who stands to benefit in situations like this, right? So, ultimately,
got confused.
Ultimately, it's ridiculous. And this is what happens every single time.
So he talked about Nord Stream a little bit at the end there, but you guys can comment on that as if you want. But I wanted to talk about the Kerch Bridge statement. What did you guys think about him saying that the targeting of the Kerch Bridge was a war crime?
Well, this is about the most stupid thing. We have heard a lot of stupid things, but this is about the most stupid thing, because in every war in human history, bridges have been the most legitimate, the most on-the-nose legitimate war target you can ever imagine.
Okay, so again, I don't want to get over my skis because, like I said, I'm not an expert. I haven't followed the Ukrainian conflict terribly closely. But just my perspective on this is that was it not a war crime when Russia targeted Ukrainian infrastructure? Right? Especially during the winter. And this is what I'm thinking of in particular. Like during the winter, targeting the infrastructure, cutting people off from those services is a war crime. Not because you're targeting civilians, which Russia also did, but because you're targeting, services that people need to survive. Now, again, I don't know the most about the Kerch Bridge, but if that bridge was keeping the people in Crimea supplied with necessary to survive, supplies, then yeah, it's not a war crime because we did it. And the same thing, could be said, I mean, I don't know, what is it? The Nord Stream 2 is the pipeline that got cut off, that got targeted.
Imagine this is the bridge that was built illegally on the annexed territory, first of all.
Cat Magic, are you mistaking me for like a President Sunday simp? Is that what you're here to do with your cat magic?
Specifically for the military.
Yeah, yes. The second.
Look, I got some President Sunday for you here. I mean, I know you thought this was a good idea to come in here, but let me be honest with you.
This is going bad.
It's not looking good.
For supplies, millions of videos of tanks, I don't know, like armored vehicles, artillery, going through this bridge, us attacking that bridge
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that President Sunday hates my guts. Good day, madam. Yeah, that's right. That's a President Sundayism.
in the time of the day where there was the least amount of people there possible. Yeah. So it calls that and compares it, the worst thing, to Russians blowing up residential areas, blowing up hospitals.
That's a good point. Okay, so that's not the same as an attack on civilians, but it is an attack that, like, I don't know if this is true, right? But assuming that, like, because my understanding's limited here, all right? But assuming that what Hasan is saying is that bridge is being used to bring in supplies for civilians, then yeah, that's it's along the lines of targeting, like, infrastructure. War crimes are war crimes. He wasn't talking about, yeah, exactly. He wasn't talking about what was morally worse, right?
Kindergartens. At that day, he commented on the bridge, just so you guys know. But this was the day.
I agree with that. Except due to that reality, I think.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about
that happened during the start of the war with Boris Johnson and his story of events interrupting and stopping the successful negotiations, basically avoiding a peace that could have been. Let's play the clip.
Also, is the person like third from the left, is that an Evangelion t-shirt?
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I mean, I guess I do agree that if the United States would withhold all arms from Ukraine tomorrow, that this would be absolutely devastating for Ukraine. I don't disagree with that. Except due to that reality, I think that they have a lot more power in the negotiations process in terms of, like, issuing a terms of ceasefire. Then,
But what does that look like? I don't understand quite what that would look like. To whom? We don't have the power to dictate that to Putin. Who are you saying we're dictating this to?
Well, that's why you have to have China at the table as well. But ultimately,
Xi went to Russia. We were hoping for that. I was hoping for that. Xi went to Russia. He spoke with Putin. Zelensky said, "Hey, call me." We were all hoping. Listen, I don't care who can come up with an answer to this, and we were hoping, and they actually ended up with these quite weak principles. So,
well, there was a 15-point plan negotiated in Turkey in the earlier version of the invasion that seemingly was a little bit more prosperous. Zelensky himself even conceded to pushing Crimea later down, to like a 15-year program for Crimea, where he would, like, have another democratic vote on how to best continue on with those negotiations. That all fell apart when Boris Johnson visited Ukraine, and I don't think that England has any sort of agency in this conversation beyond operating as a mouthpiece for the American State Department.
Of course.
So, what do you guys think of his retelling of the early negotiation and events?
I think there's two main points. The first one is two of those 15 points. I don't remember if it was 15, maybe it was closer to 10. But in any case, two of those were Ukraine is never in NATO, and we should demilitarize ourselves. Basically, have 50. No, we had 50,000 troops.
Your entire rebuttal is just a laugh. Yeah.
Troops and no heavy weaponry, if I remember correctly.
And again, chat. Sorry for putting you through this. I don't want to be. You know, I don't want to be pushing back against Dylan without watching the clips that he said, because the contention that Hasan made is that these clips were out of context, that these people, you know, were used. Now, Dylan's rebuttal to that is that the Ukrainians that he's talking to are the ones who brought Hasan up. We can't tell that from this video, though, right? There's no indication of that from this video. Now, here's a possibility, right? Maybe Dylan had a really long talk with these people, and they cut what was most interesting. They cut it down to what was most interesting, and you know what was most interesting was their opinion on Hasan, right? Maybe they brought Hasan up, and right. But it would be nice to see that, you know, if you've got that video, Dylan, like it would support your claim a lot more than just being like, trust me, because we don't trust you. You've been dishonest with clips before, and there's no indication here that you've really changed your ways in terms of that. Like I will grant the fact that you seem to have recognized, you know, in the time since our debate, what's wrong with platforming bigots and allowing them to gish gallop, like that you've taken your responsibility for your platform more seriously. Maybe that's why you don't do the hippy dippy anymore. Maybe you recognize, you know, after the after leopards ate your face, you recognize what's wrong with the face-eating leopard party. Right, so I'll give you credit for that, but I don't see that he has become more honest since I've dealt with him. And so for that reason, we can't just take your word for it. We cannot take your word for it. Now, one thing that you can take my word for is the fact that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. And I'm not sure, can somebody tell, when did you get your last ad? How long ago was your last ad, right? Because you know that you can get out of those ads. You can get out of those ads with a Twitch Prime sub, which you get for free for just having Prime. If you have Prime, you get a free Twitch sub. If you give it to me, you will no longer see those ads. You can get out of the ads by paying Twitch $5 for a sub. Or if you're lucky enough, you might get a gift sub. You might be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, that will happen. But it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in chat. So that way the people that might be giving gift subs will see that you do not in fact have a sub, and they might send one your way. So 7 out of 10. I mean, I'll take it.
Nice, Donbass, Crimea, all the
regarding the territories, I don't know, but it was like just those 2 points. It just basically don't.
1 hour and 38 minutes, freaking minutes of talking about Hasan that may have just been cut down for time. I don't know. Look, chat, I'm steel manning Dylan, okay? I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though he's shown he doesn't deserve it. He's a weasel. He's a weasel and a liar, but
don't have any protection for yourself. Like, obviously, your next step, we know what's going to happen. So that was the thing. And I remember that some of the points were agreed to, but not the main ones, which were like military and stuff. And that's what Putin and Zelensky were supposedly needed to discuss in Turkey. But Boris Johnson has nothing to do with it. I think the timeline is completely wrong. Yes. Johnson was after this agreement.
No. He was. The agreement started already. I researched that shit. It was in several parts, the agreement. And first of all, they couldn't agree on anything. So they said that there's no point. The next agreement was Zelensky was kind of willing to not postpone the Crimea question and maybe consider not being part of NATO. Maybe. Although all sides were saying that those negotiations are not going anywhere because Russians in particular were bombing cities at the time. They also made
Bucha happened, right?
Bucha happened a week after Boris. So
later.
Bucha is before Boris came, a week before he.
But it happened before the agreements got cancelled completely.
So is the argument here that Hasan got this wrong? It mischaracterized the piece to the degree that the any sort of peace talks have gone on, that Hassan's like mischaracterizing that or messing with the timeline, that he doesn't understand the timeline. Okay, so we got here the this is the peak moment, the most replayed part of Dylan's video here. We should probably watch this even though it's not a Hasan clip. So see what they're saying.
You just kind of fucking forgot about it. I'm ashamed, personally.
Because I didn't, but okay.
Yeah, because I lived like as if that never happened, and
many people did.
And when this war happened, like to a lot of people, it was a surprise.
The only thing
even though it shouldn't have been.
I really don't like that Zelensky did that I can definitely point out was bad. Maybe it was a mistake on his point. Maybe he was trying to fix some stuff. But remember when at the beginning when Americans were like, Russia is going to invade, and he was like, why are you so in panic? Don't.
I don't think that was a mistake. I think that was a calculated.
I think that made us look very good.
Could I ask you guys a quick question? Because I want to ask you guys two questions. But the first one's on this. Even though it's off topic, I think it's good because a lot of Westerners don't see this. How many of you guys, and I don't know if you want to share this, did you guys, who here voted for Zelensky or didn't vote for Zelensky?
Absolutely.
No,
all
I
the
didn't.
way.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You did it? You did it? Did you vote for Zelensky?
I didn't vote. I am ashamed of it. I am ashamed of it, but yes,
Look at
unfortunately, I changed a lot for the last
You're welcome.
2 years.
You're welcome, guys.
And you voted for Zelensky.
Yes, absolutely.
So let's get to the last thing. Now, this is a somewhat bigger one, but this is the whole reason we did this. So,
Why was that a big moment? Right, that was the person that didn't know Hasan didn't really have an opinion about Hasan, saying that he didn't vote in the election, in the Zelensky election. Won't get another chance if Zelensky gets his way.
Hasan and his co-host on.
Oh God, the mask thing too. That's another thing that I'm like, yeah, because like, okay, so if you're just joining us, right? This person on the left. So we have, I'm gonna mispronounce her name. She said it, and now it's like out of my mind again. Anastasia, I believe is how you pronounce her name, right? On the left, she's the person that talked to Vosh. Vosh had some disagreements with her in terms of her Azov apologia. The person to the right of her is somebody that doesn't really have an opinion about Hasan one way or another, is aware of his existence, but not much more than that. The person to his right, the guy with the beard here, is somebody that was a Hasan fan, he says, up until the point of Hasan's coverage of Ukraine, and really started to disagree and dislike Hasan at that point. And then the person on the far right, does not like Hasan, and same with Anastasia. Neither of these two on the outside are fans of Hasan. I mean, none of them are fans of Hasan, right? But the person, the third person from the left, the guy with the beard here, says that he was before this all started.
Podcast, Ethan Klein, also known as H3H3, started.
How long ago was this video recorded? Let's see if we can find some. Mr. Geek put some information for us down here to tell us. I gather 4 Ukrainians from all across Ukraine, various political beliefs. We didn't really get into their beliefs, did we? Maybe I skipped that. To respond to the statements made by Twitch's top political pundit. Yeah, I'm not seeing a timeline of when this was recorded, but good question, right? Because we can't assume that this was recorded, it was released 7 days ago as a video, but the video might have been recorded prior to the... I get the feeling, though, that they're in Ukraine having this conversation. Like, I don't know for sure, but Dylan's, audio is less than stellar here, and that's a pretty good indication that maybe he's on location.
Debating a whole host of topics, including Taiwan and the topic of...
Yeah, Hasan has already admitted that he was wrong about thinking a Russian would have been. And honestly, like, that's a prediction, right? I'm not, like... You can't really, like... The only, like, close to moral argument you can make about being wrong about a prediction is that maybe you shouldn't make a prediction. That, like, right, like when I predicted that maybe we wouldn't get a Trump versus Biden election, which is looking like it's going to be wrong. It's looking like it will be a Trump versus Biden election. You could say, no comment, chick. You didn't know whether there would be or not. You probably shouldn't have predicted that. Okay, that's fine. But it's not really like a moral condemnation to say that somebody got a prediction wrong.
Of the Russian invasion of Ukraine came up, and Ethan knew that Hasan, had possibly been.
Seems like they're digging. No, okay. So here's my take on it. Right, it really does feel like Dylan Burns' attempt to make himself more relevant by clout chasing Hasan. So in other words, some of the criticisms that Dylan and his friends had, for me, saying that I was picking a fight with him about the platforming of bigots, and in my conversation with him, that I was trying to ambush him by surprising him by talking about national Bolsheviks just because he had debated a national Bolshevik, and I thought he was familiar with that fact, right? I feel like a lot of that actually applies more to Dylan now than it ever did to me. So,
For this before, and he wanted to hear
ever so slight bit of Schadenfreude.
His opinions, and they started going back and forth. And he talked about the Boris Johnson thing, so this is something he does still believe. He repeats it.
What did Hasan say about the Ukrainian-Russian conflict that got Dylan Burns and the Vanguard are not mad at Hasan? Okay, so for the record, right, the Vanguard, I think, sided mostly with Hasan on this. Essentially, Dylan, in a clip on Twitter, characterized Hasan, and I believe this panel too, characterized Hasan as spreading Russian propaganda, right? As being, sympathetic to Vladimir Putin. And that's just not true. And anybody who's watched Hasan knows what his take is. It wouldn't make sense for Hasan to back a reactionary fascist like Vladimir Putin, which I'm pretty sure Hasan has called him, right? And like what they're trying to do is clip some of the nuance that he added to the conversation out of context to make a claim that Hasan's got like a Z, tattoo on his forehead, right? And he's not that guy. He's just not.
Here.
He continues.
This is months after the Marianne Williamson interview, and he talks about a few other things, like how weapons are just contributing to the bloodshed. And later we have some more stuff to show. I don't want to.
I'm sorry, Dylan. Before you push the button, please tell me you included the clip when he says you have to force Ukraine to negotiate.
I did not include that clip, but you can talk about it.
That's a gem. That's my favorite bit.
There's so much, and I have to make the tough calls.
Special mention, okay?
Okay, you can mention it if you want at any point.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine, and your position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No.
That's what you said last time.
No, I think that all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufactured consent because of our interest in, doing whatever the fuck we want to do there, whether it be
just for the record, Yasmin, I think the quote is that he's parroting Russian propaganda, or he's parroting Putin's propaganda. I think that was the because there's this video, and then there's the clip on Twitter of from this video,
like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence, or it's not genuine because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukraine. Never gonna have a
chance to eat this food.
So last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gave a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
But you guys know that, but you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgian War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
Well, I mean, the scale
is a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was 5
they
days
expected Ukraine to drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. Because
that's true. That's true.
So, like, what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot. And we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia is on the back foot. I think it's just like extending the harm.
Well,
and only furthering conflict.
We inflicted so much.
Okay, so
remember in the first video he was saying Russia would never invade because it's gonna get destroyed. Now Russia is not even on a back foot. They're like doing well.
Because now he pushes the narrative that.
Okay, now let's be real for a second, okay? I do know a little bit about the current status of the Russian-Ukrainian war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and that is this: Ukraine did mount an offensive that was surprisingly successful. They did retake some land that in a pretty quick way, right? But what's been going on recently is a slog, is entrenched Russian forces and Ukrainian forces not making a lot of progress there, right? So in terms of what you gotta say, like, what are we saying? Like, right, what is a win for Ukraine? What is a loss for Russia, right? And on some level, even defending itself against a large, military superpower like Russia is pretty impressive for Ukraine, right? It's unexpected. The Russia tried to invade Kyiv, and they got absolutely, blown back. They their military is not as good as people thought it was. In a lot of ways, right? But during the conflict, they were able to entrench themselves in certain places, which are the places that Ukraine is trying to take back right now. And so what it's looking like on the ground now is that there's not a lot of progress in either direction. So if the win condition for Ukraine is to push Russia out of Ukraine, out of Crimea, back into Russia, then that's a pretty heavy lift. I'm not sure, how realistic that is. It doesn't look like that's the way that the war is going right now. So it really depends on, because like, yeah, on some level, just being able to defend, the main part of Ukraine is a win, is a upset of Russia, being able to, prevent the takeover of the entire country is surprising. But if what you mean by a win is absolutely like driving Russia out, like that's I don't see the path for that at this point.
If supporting Ukraine now will only prolong the war, so it will, he's on another train right now.
What do you think about that? Because that's something that he's against. He said this before, and they talk about this during this, but he's against aid because he believes it prolongs the suffering of the Ukraine.
Is he against aid? Right, because against aid would be against humanitarian aid. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. There is something to be said for the humanitarian cost of the continuation of the conflict. There is something to be said about, needing, maybe, diplomacy at some point, right? But again, I don't know exactly what they're talking about. Maybe they're going to show the clip now. This is the most viewed part of the video here, and I'm not seeing a Hasan clip just yet.
Ukrainian people. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, also the manufactured consent bit, I think, is one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that as well, but let's start with that one.
Absolutely stupid, silly thought. People here are so anti-Russia, so they're anti-war in a sense that they want it to stop, but only on our terms of getting what is ours. And
no, he needs to be more specific. Are we talking about retaking Crimea? What exactly is getting what's ours, right?
If we're not going to have weapons, there's just going to be way more Ukrainians that are going to die in pursuit of that. Yeah. And there's nothing the West can change about that. There is nothing.
Sure. If we surrender...
I want Ethan to play the rest of the clip so they can get angry at Dan. That's right.
Let's say America forces Zelensky to surrender our territory. Okay, the hot war will turn into... First of all, a concentration camp. Ukraine is going to be just a concentration.
Oh, you want them to play more of the Ethan clip? Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. For Ukrainians.
Like an open air prison, you mean?
You want
Dylan to, yeah.
Temporary prison. And second, the war will not be over. It's gonna be just guerrilla warfare. You know, it's gonna be car bombs. It's gonna be assassinations. It's gonna be
something similar to like the Irish Troubles, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
I think ironically, if Zelensky gonna do that, he's doomed. Like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people is what it
Yes.
is.
Actually, let me ask that question quick before we turn over to you. If Zelensky was tomorrow to say, for peace, we're giving the Russians Mariupol, we're going to give the Donetsk, Luhansk, and Russia here.
We won't let them. That's the thing.
We and
Ukrainians
the
won't let them do
soldiers.
this.
I talk with them a lot. They will never go.
They are like we together. We all Ukrainians.
We are all people.
I think Ukraine did a fantastic job in their informational campaign for the war, in drumming up support for Ukraine, but also kind of explaining to Ukrainians what this whole thing means, and that Russia will never stop, and we have to stop them here and now. That we're kind of like the whole population is so. I feel like they didn't want to repeat the mistake of 2014, because they know if it's not gonna finish right now, it's gonna happen again. I think just population will just never agree to that.
Yeah, because we have this experience since 2014. We know how it is to negotiate with Russia. It's useless. It's fucking useless. And those negotiations in the beginning, the first days of war, it was just a fucking ultimatum from Russia's side. They never stepped back on a single...
I mean, I'm very interested in seeing what a cross-section of Ukrainians from different political perspectives, thinks about the conflict, thinks about negotiations, thinks about what would be an acceptable, terms of peace for them, right? I'm very interested in that. However, I've got to say that I have zero faith in Dylan being able to procure such a cross-section. And I have zero faith that that's, who he's talking to. What I've seen of Dylan in his interactions in Ukraine is that he's not aware of what's being said around him if it's not English, right? I don't know how this happened, but there's a clip that we watched before of him kind of playing with some of the military equipment that the Ukrainian forces were using, and apparently unaware that he's being referred to in the diminutive. He's being called Delunchka, little Dylan. He's being called a boy. And his looking at the equipment is being characterized like a child playing with toys, right? So based on that that alone, which is kind of all I've got to go on, I don't think that Dylan is the kind of is going to be able to, and I don't even know that he's necessarily doing that. This feels like, as somebody said in chat earlier, a hit piece. This feels like it's more about Hasan and it's less about Ukraine. This feels like a clout chase for Dylan. And so, as far as, is this, a cross section, are we getting a good sense of what, different Ukrainians in different parts of the country with different political perspectives think about the conflict? I can't say that I'm convinced that we are. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip forward. We've got another leftovers clip, don't we? I think so. Yeah, that right there.
And I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world.
He's not a journalist. He just has brainworms.
They're
Can I just stop you for a second? Because you said 100% manufacturer consent.
That's what you said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a leading role in this.
If you want to amend
and the reason why the reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay? My assessment on the situation might deviate from NATO.
Is Hasan out there on the ground hearing what people actually said? No, I don't have a clip of Hasan getting clowned on by Ukrainians. That one only exists for Dylan, right? And you're bringing up something important in that neither of these two are journalists. These are Twitch streamers, right? Dylan has gone out, to some degree in the field, but he hasn't gone out there eyes wide open, right? You kind of need to know what people are saying. You need an interpreter, and the fact that you're getting dunked on by the people that you're covering is a pretty good sign that you don't have an interpreter. But like, I feel like what the chatter's implying is that Dylan is like part of this Ukrainian resistance. He's out there, he's in the field, and that is just bullshit. All right, that is pure. Like, don't let your, affection for a Twitch streamer that might have provided you some entertaining content stretch into portraying this person as a hero when he literally is out there, not knowing what people are talking about on his own video, right?
Like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
The state reviews all of Dylan's footage. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Think so?
I think that of course there's a necessary intervention.
Why make this your journalistic debut? Exactly, Steel Lungs.
Yeah.
That must happen.
But yeah, no, like, I mean, I all things considered, like, I want him to stay safe. Like, that this is, he is, in a situation that's that's dangerous, and I worry about, people in Ukraine, and including, Dylan, who's apparently over there. So I don't want to come off as callous, okay? That's not what I'm trying to say. This isn't about hate. This isn't about anything that's gone on between me and Dylan. It's
I'm not saying that at all. I mean, I've fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that, like, not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits online.
Let's
want to fucking cut propaganda.
So you can say
suck
exactly
my dick.
So you do believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right ones?
I think that America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable, certainly what the Ukrainian people want. But I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so a continuation of the bloodshed, which is demonstrated not by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. I would say that is profoundly successful. What are we doing in Ukraine? We're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle.
Because the reason I ask is because there seems to be somewhat of a sentiment in the leftist circles or social. I don't know how to even.
Okay, so what did Hasan say there? The feeling that I got from him was that he, is concerned about the Ukrainian people. He's concerned about the human situation on the ground out there. But when he talks about the State Department, when he talks about the United States' political interest in Ukraine, it is not about Ukraine. It is not about the Ukrainian people. The United States, for a very long time, has practiced diplomacy that's characterized as realpolitik. This is going back to Kissinger, not Kissinger. This is going back to Henry Kissinger. That's why I threw the H in there. This is going back to Henry Kissinger, but I don't really see that the United States policy has really changed since then. Like, realpolitik is a philosophy beyond morality. It literally says, you got to forget about that stuff. This is a grand game of chess, and we're going to win. And if we have to get in bed with Pol Pot, like we did in Vietnam, if we have to spread the war into Cambodia, if we have to literally empower this freak show fascist MAGA chud to inflict, untold suffering on his own people, that's just the cost of doing business. That's real. That's US policy, right? That is how a country, that is how most countries operate, right? And it's particularly the United States. They've announced it, they've characterized it, they've given it a name, right? Be realistic, realpolitik. Like, let's win this.
Describe it. I don't know, but that the proxy war people say in Ukraine is unjustified.
It is a proxy war.
No, I know, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole.
Do you guys want to comment on anything?
Yes.
It's not a proxy war.
It's not a proxy.
Okay, so no, it is a proxy war on the US side. All right? It 100% is. That's the US's interest in this. It's not a humanitarian effort by the State Department, by the, but we're talking about like a superpower on the world. We're talking about the preeminent superpower on the world stage, right? If you think that their foreign policy really has to do with a rules-based order and has to do with humanitarian interests and has to do with democracy, you are hopelessly naive. That is not how the world works. That is not how the game of chess is played on the global stage, right? But that doesn't mean that Ukraine doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that the people in Ukraine, their lives and their well-being doesn't matter, right? It does. It does. It's not like they are a proxy war. It's that the U.S. is looking at this from their point of view, from their interest, from the interest of winning the game, the grand game, right? This is they're not looking at it as oh gosh, these poor Ukrainians suffering. Let's help them out from the good of our hearts, right? The geostrategic superpower does not have a heart, okay? It barely has a mind, but that mind is, whatever it does have is consumed with the with coming out on top, with achieving dominance, with maintaining its power and increasing its power. That's how it's always been.
Proxy war is when two major powers, they don't participate in the conflict.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I guess, wait, so is it not a proxy war because Russia's actually actively involved? I mean, people called Vietnam a proxy war, even though Russian and Chinese troops, to my understanding, were not involved.
Poland was sponsoring us and we were fighting with Belarus, who was sponsored by Russia. That would be a proxy war. Russia partakes in this war.
Syrian civil war is a proxy war.
Well, he is again.
Are they right? Is that technically true? If so, people play fast and loose with that term. Because I've definitely heard that applied to Afghanistan, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. I've heard that applied to Vietnam, the American, taking over the imperialist role from France in Vietnam, right? These are commonly referred to as proxy wars, even if that's not 100% technically accurate. Even the MSM is calling it a proxy war. Like, yeah, I mean, like, the only thing that, like, I'm not saying that to demean the predicament that the Ukrainian people are in. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Vietnam and Afghanistan were proxy wars. Korea was a proxy war.
Anyone who's saying that it's a proxy war doesn't recognize us as a nation,
well,
right?
And Russia, by the way, as well.
My understanding is that Anastasia feels that the proxy war ignores their own interest and is kind of imperialist. Well, look, the United States is an imperialist nation. All right, Russia, in their land grab in Ukraine, is practicing, their right. This isn't like I'm not trying to apply this to Ukraine or the Ukrainian people or diminish their interests or anything like that. The humanitarian interest in Ukraine, but it's not
Who is their proxy?
Oh, China.
Yeah.
Multipolar world for Hasan. Any war is proxy war.
I know one guy using the word multipolar world every time he speaks. Do you know that?
Look. I mean, like when I think of proxy war, I think of chess pieces. I think what Hasan is saying there is that the U.S. is looking at Ukraine as a chess piece rather than looking at Ukraine as an end in its own, because we're still practicing realpolitik.
Well, his name is Putin.
Yeah, he does talk about that. Yeah, that's true.
I do want to ask because he says he brought up that idea of it prolonging. Is there anything else you guys wanted to say on that?
He hides, by the way, his power level when he talks with Ethan quite a lot. You can see the difference when he talks on his own stream.
Now, let me just note that we're getting this from Anastasia, an accusation of Hasan hiding his power level. Like, this is the person who went on and debated Vosh about, like, how the Azov battalion, like essentially doing Azov apologia, right? I'm not sure if I'm interested in her assessment of somebody hiding their power level, right? This is
and when he talks with him, he even lets a round.
He gets pushback.
Yeah, a round of applause for Hasan right there. He actually first time in his life said what Ukrainians seem to want. He added there.
So by saying hide his power level, you're implying that Hasan is a secret Putin simp and is on board with Putin's fascist, like, literally like fascist. We're talking about like one of his advisors is started the co-founded the National Bolshevik Party in Russia, founded the Eurasian Conference. Eurasianism is another form of National Bolshevism. It's absolutely appropriate to call
now there are freaking
fascist.
communists invading.
And I think that I'm pretty sure that Hasan has. But in her mind, Hasan is hiding his power level and is secretly sympathetic to Putin. Is secretly sympathetic to a reactionary fascist like Putin. That's kind of wild. Also, thank you for the sub.
Yeah, but he did mention the want of Ukrainian people for once. Thank you, Hasan. Good job.
I'm not clapping.
What would you say to he talked about, for example, he brought this up that he's raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees.
I think that's good, but it's not a shield for you to hide behind every time that you're being pushed on. Like,
do you think that's how he was using it?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. He was using it to counter.
No.
You mean like did he?
Is that how he when he brought it up?
Is that part of him hiding his power level? He's like raising money for Ukrainian refugees in order to distract from the fact that he's secretly got a Z on it, like, on his forehead, and he has to put concealer on it so that we don't see it. Is that what's going on? I don't know. This is like this is so bad faith.
No, I think his help to the refugees, I think, was genuine. At least I don't have any reasons to, doubt it. But he brought it up here to counter that Ethan brought up that many people accuse him of being like anti-Ukraine, basically. So he said, no, I
don't know if he did it as a shield, like the donations. So in the future he could use it. I can't peek into his mind. In this conversation he used it.
And not to mention refugees specifically. He always says like refugees helping people. You know what the best way to help Ukrainian refugees and Ukrainian people? Military aid. Stop our country from fucking falling apart because Russia tries to do it. That's the help you need to get.
The thing is, if US and the whole world will stop sending us military aid, we won't stop fighting. It doesn't mean that we will be
He's implying America should only help like refugees, humanitarian aid, never lethal aid, because weapons prolong.
Because people like him say that lethal aid prolongs the conflict, it brings violence.
No, it makes it shorter.
I mean, you haven't shown me those clips though. You haven't shown me those clips.
Or weapons.
The shorter the war for us, the better.
If we had all the weapons we have right now before Russia attacked, do you think it would even happen?
That would be better.
Right.
It's like, why don't you die faster so the war ends and, just die faster.
and the whole thing.
Yeah, I
Russia
can't.
should just take Ukraine. And
No, I can't speak for other. I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever. So it doesn't fucking.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff have some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. You had
okay, so you're down with what's happening. Down with what's
I'm not down with what's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end, and the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table. The real actors here.
You think Ukraine should make some secessions to Russia?
I think the original.
I heard someone say the real actors here. Was that something that?
Yes, that's the talk of imperialist multipolar person.
Can somebody explain why they don't like that terminology?
Because he makes a claim that we should bring China, we should bring Russia and America to the table. Real players. Ukraine.
Who really decide?
Yeah, Ukraine by that logic is not a real player. What are we even? I don't even know. That's what they say quite.
Okay, look, like, you know, denying like Ukraine self-determination would be wrong. I don't see, you haven't shown me Hasan saying that. You're hearing what he says and you're characterizing it in a certain way that I don't think that you can, you know, logically deduce from what he's saying.
Maybe that thinking is going to change when Russia's going to lose.
Probably, who knows? Yeah.
Let's see.
6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accords that were tried twice and failed twice would be a far preferable situation than like endless bloodshed over, you know, inches of territory where, you know, people are being fucking slaughtered.
I don't think the Ukrainians would describe it as inches of territory.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches of territory.
Yeah, the idea that I get from real players are the contingents that are, he's talking about like superpowers, right? He's talking about.
He's just saying in the context of how stagnated the war has become, like the back and forth is pretty much ground to a halt.
What do you think, chat? One in chat if you think they're going to get mad at Dan here. Because Dan just acknowledged the stagnation of the war, that while there was like a pretty amazing counteroffensive early on, at this point the Russian forces are dug in, and that not a lot of, you know, ground is changing hands at that point. Do you think this is going to provoke anger at Dan?
At this point, and
this is what I mean. It's like a very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say. It is inches of territory physically when we speak about it.
But I think Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because
that's understandable. I mean, I get it.
Like you're
pretty stupid.
They want full-throated support.
I mean, is that wrong? Is that wrong? Is Ukraine still rolling, you know, like up lots of gains against Russia? Again, chat, I'm not a foreign policy expert, and I don't want to be like overstating my claim or, you know, acting like I know everything. I just know that the progress that they were making early on against some of those Russian forces that were not dug in, the way that they were able to, you know, cause a lot of Russia to expend a lot of troops in in attaining, you know, like Bakhmut, for instance, right? It's not, my understanding is that it's not as fluid of a situation as it was, you know, during those months.
They want and expect full-throated support, right?
They understandably want that, and they want more than that. They also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections and NATO nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invasion.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither party has held on to. The real Ukrainian...
I'm sorry, we had prior agreements before Minsk.
That's false equivalence.
I did want to bring up quickly. He proposes as an alternative to continuing sending military aid to try to push the Russians out of the country with force.
With the real players.
A Minsk 3. So, like you guys already know, Minsk 1 and 2 was an attempted negotiation between the Russians and the Ukrainians to try to find some peaceful solution for the Russian invasion after 2014. Both failed.
It was
he is
demands
saying-
from Russia.
Yeah.
He is saying now it should be there should be a third Minsk version of that, a third attempt at that. What do you guys think of that?
Well, you failed 2 times. Let's fail
I like
one
how
time.
he's referring to agreements where it obviously benefited Russia more
Yeah, it was coercion.
as the agreements that we should stick to, rather than the agreements that we had decades before that was fair on all accounts.
I'm not sure that he knows that.
And Hollande, the Prime Minister of France, who, by the way, wrote an amazing memoir of negotiations in Minsk. You have to read that. He described the behavior of Putin and Poroshenko, how they fought all night, how Putin refused to acknowledge the truth that Russian troops are in Ukraine, and that's the biggest part of that we were forced to finally sign that agreement, which doesn't recognize Russian forces in Ukraine, but agreement was signed by Russia for some reason. And then they were like, we're not in Ukraine, so we can't do anything. You have to talk.
Yeah, so this is the famous little green men of Russia. Like when he essentially my understanding is that they had people who either were former Russian armed forces members or maybe even current, and they were out of uniform, who went over the border and essentially fought to break those territories away from Ukraine. And when asked about do you have forces involved in Ukraine, he said, well, they're maybe little green men, and obviously Putin was lying.
To the
Third parties, DPR, LPR people.
Actual republics, they are who didn't have any agency.
Yeah, I know you're getting tired of Dylan. We're almost done with him here, though. We're almost done. We're gonna watch the. Let's see. We're gonna watch Hasan's reaction to this. We're gonna watch what Dylan and of this conversation, what Dylan put up on Twitter that I think provoked that reaction. And then we're going to take a look at the Vanguard boys and their analysis of the situation, because I'm a big fan of, look, the Vanguard will be there, sir. That's all I have to say. And they were definitely there on this issue with a pretty good take. So.
And he said that both parties, Ukraine and Russia, broke the Minsk Accords. Okay, when you are shot with shrapnel, with artillery, with grads, rockets, and all of that on a military position, you have to retaliate, shoot back from the position you just found out the shots were shot from. Otherwise...
Counter battery fire.
Counter battery fire is like, it should be done, because...
What you're saying is basically Russia broke agreements as well.
Russia broke agreements, we retaliated, and he's like, oh, both are equally bad. Okay.
Yes, both sides.
For the both sides thing, I do have one more.
Wait, just about the thing that Ivan said. This is like this. When this main thing about the Minsk thing that didn't work out was the fact that one of the main points was, just as you said,
Sorry, the Vanguard men?
To remove foreign formations, foreign armies from our territory. And Russia.
I just call them the Vanguard boys because they have it's kind of like a podcast, and you know how you say the Chapo boys or the
Did not only they didn't do it, obviously, they at the time said that there are no Russians there. Just as they did, just as it lied Hasan moment. The Weasley little liar, dude. He was a Weasley little liar, Putin, because he said, but there.
I mean, Putin is definitely a
weasel,
right? But if there's a Weasley little liar in this situation, I believe that it is Dylan who's making the
Dingus gambit.
And so far, my assessment of this attack, this clout grab by Dylan, is that
this is going bad.
So yeah, that's.
There was nobody in Crimea Russian. They were. We know that now. There was no one.
I'm a Hasan fan. I believe that I was just fangirling for the Vanguard. Aren't you gonna call me a tanky because of that? That's an easy dunk. The Vanguard? That sounds like some tanky shit, doesn't it?
People in Donbass. By the way, Utkin was in Donbass. Girkin was in Donbass. Russian military personnel.
Girkin was even saying, he was recalling how they were forcing people to vote during referendum in Crimea under the barrel of the gun, which he was holding.
Even Putin himself afterwards, of course, said that they're war.
In case anybody thinks that I'm a Hasan fan, okay, let me just say this first and foremost. You should never watch Hasan when I'm on, okay? And we're on a lot at the same time. So I'm saying don't go in there, come in here. I'm a no comment chick fan, okay? That's my bottom line.
Indeed, Russian troops there. But but Hasan plays it up as this we are equal in this regard. Why it's just very it's both sided and make it seem like it's both sides even says this, I think. Both sides are shelling each other.
So this is the last clip. This is from the same podcast we were just watching. This is him talking specifically around Minsk and why it failed and the war in the Donbass.
How did Ukraine?
And Dylan, if you're watching this, sorry for watching so much of your content here, but I'm trying to give you a fair shake, right? We're talking about the clips that you showed to these people. I wanted to take a look at those clips. So we haven't watched your whole thing, but we did shuffle around to try to make sure that we're covering all the clips that you're covering, and we know what you showed these Ukrainians that caused them to react as they have.
Violate their agreement.
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and forth shelling. No, back and forth shelling that has been happening since 2004.
Okay.
With 13 or 14,000 people dying.
Okay, so
in totality. So that is. So at the time there was a agreement called the Minsk Agreement. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy, okay? And Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia would have an outsized control on Ukrainian affairs and Ukrainian politics, which it already did through Russian loyalist leadership that they had that was obviously squashed because there's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine, wanting to move them into the Western sphere of influence, and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status and wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about it.
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay.
Like, there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and at the end of the day, though, like the reaction from...
I feel so bad about the guy that came in with the mask, because that mask is not doing him any good. Like, he came in wearing the mask. He took it off when Dylan said that it was hard to hear him without the mask, but it's just like, at this point, like, right, if there's any pathogens in the air, I mean, they're,
The Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony. And
I have seen people wear masks like that before, where it's like they go out, they walk around, they've got the mask on, they're in their car, they've got the mask on, but then they come in and sit down and talk to people, and then the mask comes on, and it's just like, oh my God, no, that's not how that works.
And national security interests.
I don't understand. If people want to be part of Russia, they can go to Russia. We don't want to be like part of Poland or part of Germany. We want to be Ukraine, and we want to live like our neighbors in the Europe. And
So the first thing I wanted to ask about was his shelling on both sides in reference to why the Minsk Accords failed. How would you guys react to that?
So, like, okay, I'm trying to put this together correctly. Like I'm saying, I'm not an expert on this stuff, but the shelling on both sides, I think that refers to that refers to the situation after the invasion of the two obelisks and the like, right, that there was still fighting there. There was still shelling across between those forces, between the little green men and the partisans on the Donbass and Luhansk side of things, and the Ukrainian forces. So
It's a Russian. It's a Russian.
Yeah, Russian narrative, pretty much. Yeah.
It is a Russian like book. You know, it's like they're 8 years.
So there we go. So now we've got essentially like their perspective on this is that they think that Hasan is hiding. Well, at least Anastasia thinks that Hasan is hiding his power level and is secretly maybe sympathetic to the Russian side's the Russian side of things, and that the rest of them have kind of signed off on the idea that Hasan is parroting Russian propaganda. So I believe that's a pretty good description of the clip that went out on Twitter, the clip that Hasan reacted to. Let's take a look now at what Hasan had to say about this whole
Dingus Gambit.
Wait, I'm ending a segment. I need to start doing this, like at the end of a segment. There we go. That's how you properly end a segment. All right, back to the hell site. Back to the hell site. All right, so this is Dylan Burns clipping Hasan responding for 2 minutes. Again, like Dylan with his clips, sometimes there's something purposely cut out of them. Sometimes context is purposely removed, but unless somebody wants to give me a larger, you know, like a timestamp for a Hasan video or something like that, where we can see this in a larger format, I'm just gonna, you know, we're just gonna watch it, understanding that this might not be. In fact, you know what? Wait, maybe we should watch. Wait, what? Okay, so this is the clip that he put out. This is, I believe. Let's watch what Hasan reacted to first. This is Dylan's first post, and then he quote retweets himself.
NATO being like, we're going to turn your country into a... NATO is 1000% an aggressor outside fucking force, okay? Russia is not. Russia annexing its own territory full of its own fucking people is not the same as NATO being like, we're gonna turn your country into a fucking base and put literal fucking military bases and rockets into your country.
Saying that Russia is grabbing their territories is a total bullshit. They are grabbing the territories of what? So
I thought that we watched the entire video. I must have just skipped that clip. But again, Hasan, we'll see how Hasan responds to this. I think that he's saying he's being mischaracterized with this clip. And look, as somebody who's been mischaracterized, lied about by that weasel, Dylan Burns, right? I'm gonna have to say that there's some credibility to what Hasan's saying here.
Soviet Union, the empire that collapsed, people there identified themselves as Ukrainians, especially my generation.
Hasan here basically called me and Rick specifically literally Russians. He called us Russians just because we are from the Russified areas that were
But that's Russian propaganda, right?
Yes, exactly, thank you, that's where I'm going. The repeating of Russian narrative. They say those people are Russians. They speak Russian, that means they're Russian. They're part of the Russian world. This is the imperialism, colonialism that this guy supposedly hates.
Okay, so basically a little commercial for Dylan Burns' channel here on Twitter. Conversations online about Russian invasion of Ukraine often don't include those directly impacted in the war. This is also true when it comes to alt media commentary spaces like streaming and Twitch's top political streamer. He keeps on bringing that up. It's almost like he thinks that he should be Twitch's top political streamer. Not Hasan, but let's see what Hasan's clapback
For those
was.
of you who said, chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped?
And
If
again,
you think
my take on this, okay, is that Hasan made a mistake by responding to Dylan. Hasan knows not to respond to Vosh, knows not to respond to Destiny. You will barely ever catch him, you know, responding to any of the debate pervs that are chirping at him, and yet, for whatever reason, he's responding to Dylan here. So I don't know. I think it's a mistake.
I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life. I don't know what to tell you. There is nothing.
You can see that he's not covering this, right? He's not talking about this, but apparently people in chat, maybe Dylan fans, maybe Dylan stans, maybe the person that harassed me for 2 years, yeah, maybe them. Who knows? Somebody's in his chat. You gonna asking him if he's gonna respond to Dylan?
Nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally.
He got flooded by Dylan's fans, but like realistically speaking, like you're talking about somebody who gets upward of 15K in his chat in terms of Hasan versus what is Dylan at, like 1,000? Is that right? I haven't really paid attention for a while, so his numbers may be different, but I feel like the peak Dylan stream I've seen is like at 1,000.
Putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being fucking bombed, okay, by an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and fucking watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it to have them go, oh wow, how fucked up, fuck this guy. It is literally the most unimaginably insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It completely betrays how much you care about the conflict that you are covering on the ground. It's nasty as fuck.
And it's been pointed out by chat before, like the framing of all this, of Dylan, you know, reporting from Ukraine, having access to people that are experiencing, you know, the conflict and the you know, Russian invasion and everything, right? And be like, yeah, but what do you think about Hasan though? What do you think about Hasan? It just and especially considering what's going on right now, it feels like low tier drama bait. And look, if you want to do low tier drama bait, do low tier drama bait, but don't pretend that you're some kind of savior of the world, you know, bringing light to the like to the suffering people in a war zone, right? When what you're doing is trying to chase clout like this, all right? That is 100%
weasel
behavior.
It's such a weird psychopathic thing to do, especially considering that I have time and time again, over and over again, repeated my position, okay, that it is completely unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. Russia is cruel for doing such an act, and that Ukrainians, of course, have a just cause for emancipation. Not only that, but I've also raised money for Ukrainian refugees. This community has raised $300,000 for Ukrainian refugees. It is so insane to do a Jubilee video on this, okay? I don't know what to say. It basically betrays the position that you have. Like, oh, I genuinely care about this. That's why I went out there, not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert, but I went out there because I care about these people. So what am I doing? I'm like fucking using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, look at how bad this guy is. Like, what the fuck?
If anybody in chat is suggesting that Hasan was not taken out of context, especially if you're in the Discord, because that makes it super easy, I'd love to get a hold of the longer format version of what Hasan said, okay? Because, you know, given what Hasan has said on on Ukraine in general, and given what he's saying right here, like that's some major power level hiding that's going on if he's like secretly, because that's the accusation, secretly sympathetic towards Putin, right? I just don't see it, and it doesn't make sense. And you know, you're getting this from somebody who's a known liar, who's been seen being a
weasel
multiple times, right? But yeah, if there's something else that I need to watch, I'm willing to watch it just to get to the bottom of this. Okay, so we've got the initial clip that Dylan made. Looks pretty bad. We've got Hasan's response. It's what I'd expect it to be. That is not me. That is not what I think. That was, you know, that clip was a bit of a
weasel.
but who else has weighed in on this matter? Who else that we know, chat, that's a friend of the VOD, has actually talked about this stuff not so long ago? Let's take a look and see what the Vanguard have to say about this whole matter. But yeah, my first interest is in getting to the bottom of this. I mean, if Hasan's being dishonest, I want to know. If Dylan's being dishonest, I want to know. Oh my god. What? Yo, the Vanguard's like shadow banned or something. I swear to god. Like I type in Vanguard, Dylan, Hasan, and I don't even get their videos. That being said, I guess Vanguard gets used in other ways as well. What do we got here? What do we got here? There it is. All right. So chat, you don't have to take my word for it. You can take the Vanguard's word for it too. Unless you think they're tankies. Which would be a weird take. I don't blame him. However, so you think he's being dishonest, but you don't blame him? I don't watch his Ukrainian videos due to that, especially the comment section. Well, so my take on Hasan's coverage of Ukraine is that it's nuanced, right? But one thing that he's held firm on is that this is a this is an attack by Vladimir Putin, a land grab by Vladimir Putin, and that Ukrainians have the right to defend themselves, and I don't know what like, I mean, there's more nuance to it than that, right? You can talk about what's led up to this moment. You can talk about U.S. foreign policy and how that affects things. You can talk about NATO and other stuff, but I don't think that adding nuance to something is the same as like, and what point would it be for Hasan to like hide his, so like, right, here's what's being suggested, right? That Hasan's got like a Mott and Bailey going on. That's a really obvious, blatant, like in Mott and Bailey, right? It's the idea of that is that there's one version of what you say that is provocative, that is wrong, that people want to argue with, and there's another version of what you say that is not objectionable and is justifiable, and it makes sense and it's kind of unarguable. And what you do is you put out your you put out your Mott to get it's a take meister to get people to bite on it, and then when they bite on it and say that's wrong, I disagree with you, you retreat to your Bailey, right? But the thing about the Mott and the Bailey is that they don't contradict each other. It restates what's been said in the Mott in a different way in the Bailey that's easier to defend, but they're not at odds with each other. What I feel like is being implied in here is that Hasan has got like one thing that he says that he wants to be public, and then he's got another thing that he's saying that he is trying to hide somehow, and it doesn't make sense to hide something in the middle of an 8-hour stream when you are the largest political content creator, you're the largest political streamer in the known universe, right? That shit is going to be gone through. That shit is going to be looked at. That's going to be clip mined, right? Now, I get that, like, if with somebody that streams 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, right? That's a lot of content. So there are some things that might sound contradictory, but I think that for the most part, when you've got something that just like does not agree with itself, right? When you got like, Hasan over here saying this thing and Hasan is saying this thing, and these two things don't agree with each other, right? Rather than assuming, well, this one is really Hasan's point of view, this is his really what he thinks, right? And then this one over here is like, what he wants you to think that he thinks, right? It just doesn't make sense, right? Unless it's like one of these is behind a paywall or something like that. This isn't a Keffel situation, right? This isn't Keffel's trying to hide her bullshit behind a paywall. This is all out in the open. This is all publicly viewable. There are a million clip channels that go through and put up every single thing that Hasan says on stream in the form of YouTube videos, right? This is not something that could possibly be hidden. So it just doesn't make sense for him to be doing something that, that dishonest, that egregious. It's not in his interest to do that, right? Anyway, but like I said, if anybody's got more stuff to send me, if you disagree with me, you are allowed to disagree with me. Your viewpoint will not be suppressed. I'm interested in hearing it. If I'm wrong, I would love to be corrected. Let me put out my Discord link in case anybody's not in the Discord, because that's the first and foremost place. In fact, it looks like we got some new arrivals here. We got some new arrivals. Let me so yeah, when you join the Discord, like, you won't be able to view everything right away. So understand that when you get there and you see that there's like only a few only a few channels, understand that you myself or one of the mods has to give you approval, right? So you come in to the welcome thing, you say, hey, what's up? I'm here, and tell us a little bit about yourself, and you get approved, right? And that's something that we instituted after the whole beef with Dylan. It actually wasn't Dylan's community that caused the problem for us. It was, strangely enough, Demon Mama's community. This was back when Demon Mama was standing Dylan Burns. Wait, what am I trying to do here? Oh, there we go. Invite. Here we go. Copy. So yeah, if you're not in the Discord already, get in there. Look, if I ever get banned, you're gonna be damn glad that you're in the Discord. You'll be able to know, where I am doing streaming on. If we ever have any issue like that, you're also able to talk to each other. You're able to argue with each other. You're able to suggest videos for me. If you feel like I've gotten something wrong, that's a great place for that as well. If I've missed your chat because I'm like not paying close enough attention to everything that's going on because I have massive ADHD, that's a great place to catch up with me. And I'll try to pay attention, because I don't want to be spreading ignorance. If I'm wrong about something, I want to know about that. Somebody just got here, so let me go ahead and add the follower role right there. But yeah, understand that we want to hear back from you, regardless of whether you agree with me or disagree with me. It's important, right? I try to be accountable. Watch it, Lady Dylan. It's gonna send you cringy ass wrestling promo. Wait, Lady Dylan, is that lore that I'm not aware of? Oh, watch it, Lady. Okay, I'm the lady. Okay, I was like, wait, Lady Dylan? What's the? I heard somebody earlier describe Adam Friedland as a lady or something like that, and like, oh, look, I kind of get it. Like, Adam is sassy in a way that that just like doesn't fit into necessarily like one like category. Anyway, I feel like we've got like I feel like we've got some cum boys and some cum girls and some cum NBs in the chat at this point. Did anybody watch the Dave Portnoy thing? That was the wildest shit I've ever seen. Did anybody watch the Dave Portnoy interview? Now, like, first of all, that's a weird choice, right? That's a weird choice of somebody to interview. But holy shit, I don't know how. Like, I've never seen an interview like that before, right? Dave Portnoy, if you don't know, is like a chud who runs a sports website that's very, very popular. Somehow got to interview Donald Trump, and I've never seen somebody get roasted in an interview like that. It was pretty amazing. I'm referencing the Kira Chat's response video he did. Wait, the Kira Chat's response video that Dylan did? Kira is a polarizing video that was still cringe. Wait, you're saying that Dylan did a response video to Kira Chats? He got more mad at Kira for calling him out for being a Destiny D-writer than he's ever been. Was that was like a while ago, right? Okay, so yeah, let's check in before we talk about the before we get the Vanguard's perspective on these things. Not the guy from Dream Theater. I don't think so. Oh, Dave Portnoy is there another person named that? I saw part of the Dave Portnoy interview. It was funny. Adam Friedland's interview skills are. I don't understand how he does it. Here's my thought, though. Here's my theory. I think that maybe Nick is in his ear, or it could be Dracula. Maybe Dracula's still hanging around the studio. Maybe Dracula, because it feels like Dracula really wanted to help. Does anybody else feel like that? Like, look, Dracula might not have been the best personnel for Adam, but Dracula wanted to help. Dracula put his heart and soul into it. But obviously, Adam does not need more controversy, and he's going to get way more. Dracula's way too it's way too yikes. Not a good interview guest. Basically, you shouldn't interview Dracula. I can get into Discord on my cell, but I'm not used. Not the laptop. I know the name of every member of Dream Theater, and I don't even like Dream Theater. Dream Theater, like, what is this like? This is like is it epic metal? Is that what you'd call Dream Theater? Dracula is Romanian, not Ukrainian, right? I hope I didn't imply that Dracula was Ukrainian. Although I don't know, there could be there's some territory disputes, but let's leave that on its own for now. Prog metal, yeah, like epic is it melodic metal? Oh my god, I should know. I'm trying to learn more about metal, chat. I'll be honest. I know about as much about metal as I do about foreign policy, which is not nearly enough. They make prog rock for jocks. Irene, you are metal. I am without even trying. I mean, there's being metal and then there's knowing metal. Like, I guess those are two different things. I'm speaking your language now. Good. Well, I'm trying to learn more about metal. We actually did a video once where people suggested bands for me to listen to, and I've only done this once, right? And I listened to them, and my VTuber danced to the music of them, right? And then I basically gave like a mini what do you call it? Like the thing that like the needle drop does. What do you call that? Like a review? Yeah, I gave like a mini review of the tracks that people sent me. The problem with that was that I got copyright claimed so damn hard, and I did everything that I could to get out of getting copyright claimed. Like, I actually took the music and tried to cut it into like measures and like play it with this measure, and then from this part, and then this measure from this part, and I still got caught. There was one song that I reviewed that didn't even make it. Like, right, they wouldn't put out my video with that song. So yeah, that became difficult. And the other thing that's annoying about that video is that I didn't notice this at first, but the way that my VTuber dances, right? There's like apparently two settings, right? And there's one where like, and I didn't know about this before, right? But you have to put a setting to otherwise dancing will show panties. So there was a little bit of panty shot. There was it was like a Miyazaki film. There was too much panty in the shot, and I wasn't really a super. I feel like we could have done it without the panties, right? That's all. Like, I wasn't trying to show off my VTuber's panties in that video, but there they were. They were. I love how it dances though. Like, it's pretty cool. We gotta do more stuff with VTube anyway. Yeah, I was like, I watched it after the fact, and I was like, that's panties. That's not what I'm going for. Oh well, you live and you learn, and you change your settings on your VTuber so that panties. I just didn't expect panties to be the default setting. It doesn't seem like it should be the default setting. It's a good thing that didn't happen on Twitch, right? It's a good thing that was a YouTube only exclusive. There's no such thing as too much panties. Well, I mean, the video's there for you if you're into that. It does exist. But yeah, like, okay, so what, I've been edging you for long enough, haven't I? I think I have.
Chat, has he responded?
Oh my God, we're so quiet.
Post, by the way, before getting clapped. If you think that I would entertain such a
NCC putting the V in VTuber, exactly.
psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you. There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being bombed, okay, by an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and watch my clips out of context in a way that you have framed it to have them go, oh, wow, how up this guy. It is literally the most unimaginably insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It completely betrays how much you care about the conflict that you are covering on the ground. It's nasty as
But anyway, I guess we could.
So this kind of, I didn't really realize this going into this, but watching that again, I'm now aware of the fact that like Hasan frames it and like, right, he doesn't know. He just sees the video clip. That's all he sees, right? He doesn't know who the people are or how Dylan knows them or how Dylan selected them or anything else, right? But after having seen that, right, you had three people going into this that were like, I hate Hasan, right? One who had been a former fan, one who was a fallen fan, right? We had a fallen fan of Hasan. We had and we had two haters, and then we had one person that claimed not to know Hasan from Adam. So, I don't know. I feel like it was more because that's what Dylan that was Dylan's comeback. That was the response to what Hasan said, was basically like, hey, I'm not the one who brought up Hasan. They brought up Hasan, right? And we didn't, if that's true, we didn't see that, right? If there was more of that interview that went on before then, we never got to see that. Hasan probably didn't know who Dylan Burns was until a week ago. That's possible. That is possible. But yeah, lucky bastard. Yeah, Hasan responded to him. Like, usually Hasan doesn't respond to anybody. Like, Vosh chirps, Destiny chirps, anybody chirps. Hasan, like, the only people that Hasan will, like, respond to are, like, if Ben Shapiro says something about him. Or, who is the Alex Jones? Do you remember? His name is Hasan. His name is Hasan. And we got to get that clip. We need that clip badly. But yeah, like, usually it's people like if there's somebody like Ben Shapiro says something about him, that's when Hasan responds, and that's smart. That's Hasan not getting used by these debate pervs.
Plow right into this, and Hasan Pike or Dylan Burns.
Keffels wants him to notice her. So here's the irony, right? I think that she did know Hasan. I think that she has talked to Hasan, right? She's part of the, she's part of, like, she was part of his friends group, right? She turned her back on those people, and she turned her back on him. But like I think they did actually know each other. Hank Pecker.
Discourse here. Like I said, we had a really reasonable chat with Dylan Burns.
Okay.
He seems like he's really, really, really been stewing, breakfast.
So not Dylan haters by any means, and that's what I would expect, right? Like I said, Dylan had a good reputation. That's why people, like, when I had that conflict with him, people assumed that I was in the wrong, because Dylan was just like, oh no, he's the foreign policy guy. He's a wunderkind. He's the youngest foreign policy consultant for any presidential campaign, right? And so, like, why are you beefing with him? And it's like, well, I tried to bring. I just said, maybe if you're gonna bring bigots on your platform, maybe don't let them gish gallop on transphobic tropes. Just an idea, right?
This lunch and dinner propaganda for the Ukraine war effort. Like, I just feel like that's like his.
And some of the things I didn't actually expect to disagree with him on, like the when I tried to talk to him about national Bolsheviks, because he debated Haas, right? I assumed that he knew what a Nazgul was since he debated one, right? He was under the impression that that Haz was just a loud tanky or something like that, and that's exactly what Haz wants you to think. So he, despite having disagreed with him and debated Haz, he was buying into Haz's self propaganda.
Mission right now is like rah rah Ukraine, like Slava Ukraine to the max. And I can like sympathize with the like knee-jerk support for like
He overstated his role in Gravel's campaign. Yeah, I just took him at his word, and that's what I always did. I respected him. I liked him. That's why I was kind of surprised that our interaction went the way that it did. But looking at what he's doing with Hasan, I mean, you can kind of see who the drama chaser is in this situation. You can kind of see who's trying to, putting drama before substance. And that's one thing that I've always tried to do ever since I've been doing content, right? I don't shy away from things just because they fit under the rubric of drama. But I understand how the attention economy works, and I try to use the drama in order to bring attention to the stuff that is not that's not getting the clicks otherwise. So when the drama, happens to be about a subject that I care about, I find that actually useful, because people who normally would not pay attention to that subject matter, now they want to know. Now they're more curious, right? So I try to always use it like that. But you can see that Dylan's philosophy on that is almost the exact opposite of mine, right? Almost like prioritizing the attention economy over substance.
like a people who have been occupied, or and like say, of course, like we got to rally with these people, like of course, like look at what's happening. I just think that sometimes the way that the foreign policy and the political reality,
It shouldn't have been about Dylan versus Hasan. If Dylan's plan was to get people to focus on Ukraine again instead of Israel versus Palestine, well, congrats, he did it.
realities manifest themselves, we start having a lot of disagreements. But I want to clarify that, because I don't want to like harangue the guy too bad if we do end up disagreeing. I only like passively saw these clips on Twitter the first time we looked over them, but I think he genuinely comes from a really good place with all of his like support for Ukraine, in a way that like I feel like sometimes there are people who get like really rowdy about like a cause or something, and it's like disingenuous. Like I would like some of the people who are out here like rabidly supporting Russia, like the Putin bots and the fucking like Jackson Hinkles and all of those people. Like I think that comes from like an absolute place of moral depravity. Like you have to be psychopathic and fucking bloodthirsty and just an absolute, vile individual, for sure. I disagree with a lot of Dylan Burns' analysis, but I don't have that same, like, I think that you could be a good person and get swept up in a lot of the, propaganda when it comes to this. What do you think about that, Gavin?
So I'm realizing that I completely forgot to do a sub goal today. I've been forgetting to mention the fact that we've got ads at the top of every hour. Where are we at now? How far? Yeah, we're like 30 minutes away from that, and I keep forgetting to mention this to you. Right, you're getting 3-hour ad breaks, and I don't know what happened, what changed. We used to have like 1 minute and 15-second ad breaks every hour. Now it's like the big ad breaks, right? If those are annoying to you, if you no longer want to see those, you can get rid of them with a Twitch Prime sub, right, for free. No money out of your pocket, and it puts money into my pocket, and it gets you out of the ad break, and it gets you emotes, right? You will get weasels. You will be able to post weasels. You will have access to those weasels, right? You can also get out. You can get the same deal by paying Twitch $5 to buy yourself a sub and get out of the ad break that way. No longer see those ads and get all the benefits, including our premium streamium. We just did one. I think it was it Sunday when we did the premium streamium and got to take a deep dive into kidology, which was a nightmare rabbit hole. But very interesting nonetheless, right? That content comes out eventually. Like I do try to put that content out eventually, but if you want to see it when it's live, right, the premium streamium, that's something that your sub gets you into either. A membership will also do the same thing, and donating any amount to me on Patreon will get you access to that as well, right? You can also possibly get out of the Twitch ad break if you're gifted a sub, which can happen, it does happen, and it will happen possibly to you, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat. So that way people can see, they can see that you don't have a sub, and they can take pity on your soul and fix that for you. He definitely has an overinflated opinion of himself. What's this, Sarah?
I largely agree with you. I mean, Dylan seems like a nice guy. I'm not really in the interest of doing any like armchair psychology or pretending to know why he cares.
Wait, say the tomato on the screen? What are we doing with the tomatoes? Only Soul Life's tomatoes count? Wait, what do the tomatoes do? Is this like a Jimmy Lee thing?
So deeply about this issue as some other people have theorized. I don't know. I don't care. He seems like a nice guy. More than happy to, debate, discuss, whatever. But definitely have some issues with his analysis of the Ukraine-Russia war, specifically his nonstop apologetics in defense of NATO. I think is pretty sickening.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
I think that NATO, much like the police, sometimes they do good things, sometimes they actually defend people.
Oh shit. Zara found me the Alex Jones, Hasan reacting to Alex Jones's segment on him.
Sometimes even they save a life. But as an institution, it needs to be abolished. It needs to be done away with. And I don't think that it's really in the interest of the left to go around here acting like, oh, NATO's such a great, entity which must be preserved for the sake of national security and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, don't really
Soul Life is on a pitch count?
sign off on that. And we're about to see a little bit of that in this
That
video.
sounds like a baseball thing. Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah. Well, nobody's hit me with the tomato yet, have they? Maybe they weren't going for me. Maybe they were going for Dylan. Wait, Dylan wasn't on screen, though. You'd be going for Hasan or one of the Ukrainian people that Dylan talked to. Or the Vanguard. I don't know. I don't think we're getting any tomatoes thrown at the Vanguard.
Also, little context for such a great democracy worth fighting for. This is a guy we're rallying behind. Zelensky says it's not the right time for elections in Ukraine. I'm like, hey man, his country is getting occupied, but it's like that doesn't mean that you get away with.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, this might blow your mind a little bit more, but it's not just the tomatoes that appear on screen. Any emote that you post has a chance of making it on screen. So that's just another reason to spam emojis, I guess.
Not having elections, like how would we feel in this country if George Bush was like, guys, I just did Iraq.
Wait, no, let's be real here. They didn't say abolish NATO. All right, they said they're talking about like NATO de-riders. They're not talking about like.
Go ahead and pause the elections for the next like 5 or 6 years, just because you're going to be really unhappy with the decisions I make. Like, what? Like, that's absolutely insane. That doesn't mean that you become like a stand for Putin, but maybe you're like, hey, let's question who we're giving all this military aid to and like how this is being distributed and if we're even interested in this for the right reasons, which we obviously are not. Okay.
Right. Plus, there was this pretty cringy tweet that I know we got into it a bit with Dylan on October 7th. He said, imagine if Hamas used.
Did they? I didn't know about this. Chat, did you know about this? There was beef between the Vanguard and Dylan over Israel-Palestine, apparently.
Their power to create a thriving Palestinian civil society, fight corruption, or benefit people to show the path to a successful Palestinian state. Instead, we get kidnappings and throats getting slit on film. Hamas achieves nothing but revenge fantasies. But again, nothing to say about the Ukrainian neo-Nazis.
Did Gavin say NATO needs to be abolished? I didn't hear that.
Or their authoritarian government. Sometimes they do good things. Sometimes they actually defend people. Sometimes even they save a life. But as an institution, it needs to be abolished. It needs to be done away with. And I don't think that it's really in the interest of the left to go around here acting like, oh, NATO's such a great, entity which must be preserved for the sake of national security and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, don't really sign off on that. And we're about to see a little bit of that in this video.
Also, little context for such a great democracy worth fighting for. This is the guy we're rallying behind. Zelensky says it's not the right time for elections in Ukraine. I'm like, hey man, his country is getting occupied, but it's like that doesn't mean that you get away with not having elections. Like how would we feel in this country if George Bush was like, guys, I just did Iraq, I'm gonna go ahead and pause the elections for the next like 5 or 6 years, just because you're gonna be really unhappy.
So that's what they were saying, is that like the much like theoretically like a cop could could intervene in a situation and on the behalf of an innocent party and save them, but it doesn't mean that the institution of police is a good thing. They were making that comparison to NATO, and yeah, they did indeed say that needs to be abolished.
Happy with the decisions I make. Like what? Like that's absolutely insane. That doesn't mean that you become like a stand for Putin, but maybe you're like, hey, let's question who we're giving all this military aid to and like how this is being distributed, and if
Zach gave you a random shout out once.
we're even interested in this for the right reasons, which we obviously are not. Okay.
Right. Plus, there was this pretty cringy tweet that I know we got into it a bit with Dylan on October 7th. He said, imagine if Hamas used their power to create a thriving Palestinian civil society, fight corruption, or benefit people to show the path to a successful Palestinian state. Instead, we get kidnappings and throats getting slit on film. Hamas achieves nothing but revenge fantasies. But again, nothing to say about the Ukrainian neo-Nazis or their authoritarian government, silencing dissent, censoring opposition, destroying political parties that feel differently. Or to create a thriving Palestinian civil society, fight corruption, or benefit people to show the path to a successful Palestinian state. Instead, we get kidnappings and throats getting slit on film. Hamas achieves nothing but revenge fantasies. But again, nothing to say about the Ukrainian neo-Nazis or their authoritarian government, silencing dissent.
I feel like they're gonna get clipped out of context, and that's gonna get used to like I don't know. Like I mean, I don't think that they're necessarily on Dylan's radar, so I don't know if it would be Dylan to do it, but like yeah, they're talking about neo-Nazis within Ukraine. I don't think they were typifying the country as being a neo-Nazi country or anything
During
like that.
opposition, destroying political parties that feel differently.
Also, it just the idea or the fucking myth, the propaganda that they're always spewing from the Israeli government to justify their atrocities is that, oh, they could be living lavish lives here in the West Bank and in Gaza, but, or excuse me, in Gaza, rather, Hamas doesn't control the West Bank. But you know what I mean? This is line where it's like, oh, if the Palestinians would just stop focusing on terror.
There's a lot wrong with what Dylan's saying here, right? In that part of the reason that Hamas enjoys there's two main reasons that Hamas enjoys some degree of popular support in Palestine, and those are that that they're besieged essentially by Israeli defense forces. The few acts of civil disobedience that are attempted to bring attention to the fact that Gaza is essentially an open air prison at this point. Are met with violence by the IDF forces, and so that puts people in a situation where the only they hate the IDF, and Hamas is seen as fighting the IDF, so it gets support that it might not otherwise get. The other thing about Hamas is that you're talking about an institution that exists like as a controlling factor in Gaza, specifically because it's more convenient for Israel to deal with an entity like Hamas than it is for them to deal with like the PLO or like a more secular organization. So I mean, like there's history behind this as well.
If they just stop throwing rocks at the IDF soldiers, if they just stop,
Well, I can't understand why they like Marianne Williamson so much.
stop doing terrorism and lived in peace. then they would have, a bustling society, which is absolutely not true. We've seen, it's just 100% ahistorical to suggest that for a moment. You can look at the maps. I know Dylan has seen the maps of the of the map of Israel encroaching, right? We've just saw the embassy move. We've seen people ousted from the.
Wait, how come the tomatoes? Like, I'm seeing like lots of emotes, and none of them. Why do the elbow coughs not show up on the screen? The tomatoes show up, but not the elbow coughs.
Their neighborhoods in Jerusalem, right? Even now, also, Hamas has nothing to do with the Armenian Christian population. I just saw a video coming out of an Armenian Christian community in Jerusalem that was basically in a standoff with the IDF because the IDF was trying to move them out of there, and they were like, "Fuck you, dude." I think Ryan Grimm actually tweeted it out, so I knew it was legit too. They've been there for like fucking millennia, right? That's their. I mean, Jerusalem and it's in Palestine. It's been a holy land for so long, and just to point fingers at people and try and kick them out. And the only reason to use Armenian Christians as the example is because there's absolutely no way to
See, that one showed up.
connect them to Hamas, and you can still see what the Israeli government's done. But Dylan has changed his tune.
Oh, you know what I bet it is? It's got like you're interacting here, chat, with my streaming software. You're interacting with Stream Elements, and it's a function of Stream Elements, like the same thing as like when somebody subscribes and we get that big explosion of emotes, or stuff like that, right? There's like a like it essentially puts emotes like on the screen, but it doesn't put all the emotes on the screen. I'm not entirely sure. None of your special emojis show up correctly on screen. That might be something that Vape Nation, hell yeah. That might be something. Look, I'm about to head off to Vape Nation if we don't hit our sub goal. So we might have to do the Marianne Williamson. That keeps on getting put off. Do you all want to see that? Do y'all want to see Olimey's interaction with Marianne Williamson? I don't even know if that's something that people are super interested in.
On that a little bit, I think he has realized that he was getting
You got the cry face to go.
wrapped up in supporting stuff, and that's what pissed me off because I thought that
You want to watch that, chat, or one in chat if you're interested in Olimey, Marianne
should know better. Like, the reason that we were coming after him so hard that day was because I knew that exact propaganda line was going to be used when they tried to wipe the fucking Palestinians off the face of the earth. Literally.
It's a very revealing interview.
All of North Gaza is going to be claimed for Israel now. I guarantee you by the end of this, it's over. Unless there's
The editing was pretty wild.
Mass global effort to prevent that from happening, which has not manifested at all. Like, it's been moving to see the protest, but that's not the scale that will be required. It will be, and honestly, with how deranged and crazy Benjamin Netanyahu is and how fucking senile.
Why is the Twitch sub goal more important than YouTube? Honestly, it isn't. It's just more reliable. The YouTube sub goal, like, it doesn't count. Like, it counts the sponsorship and then it counts the sub. So it counts them twice. I think I just need to get better about implementing it. But you're right. We have had wait, do we have like that's a good point, actually. So Life's bringing up a good point. God, I hate to say this, but yeah, you're right. Like, I want to. Here, let me. We're gonna finish this. I'm getting distracted here, chat, but I do want to show you something. After this, in terms of streaming services.
And asleep at the wheel, Joe Biden is. I mean, I think that you're looking at, like, that is what happens, or we somehow end up getting up into World War III. But
yeah, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, never mind. I actually don't want to say that because I'm not sure if it's true. But anyway,
yeah, I think the only reason that the Twitch sub goal has been prioritized over the YouTube sub goal is like tradition, and tradition isn't really a good justification for much of anything when you think about it.
Let's take a look at Dylan's recent video. that he posted from Ukraine. Conversations online about the Russian invasion of Ukraine often don't include those directly impacted by the war. This is also true when it comes to alt media commentary spaces like streaming and Twitch's top political streamer, Hasan. So we got those perspectives on camera. So Hasan in Ukraine sat down with some Ukrainian people that have been affected by the war and I guess subjected them to some out of context Hasan clips or something. Let's take a look at this.
It's like equal parts CNN focus group and hostage video.
Yeah. Oh god. Imagine just like going to like Palestine or something and then like showing some like hey, check out this YouTube video of my enemy on YouTube, my arch nemesis saying some stuff that I disagreed with. Hey, can you condemn him?
Okay, so I feel like there's two ways we could go about this, right? One way we could go about this is like make it a contest between YouTube and Twitch. And if YouTube hits the sub goal first, then they get something special. And if Twitch hits the sub goal first, then they get something special. The other way we could do it is to make it a collaborative effort, like a team thing. What are you feeling, chat? One in chat, if you want it to be a competition, Twitch versus YouTube, for the future of the stream. No, let's not make it that big of a. Let's not make it like that high of stakes, right? Two in chat if you want it to be a team effort. If you want it to be like, you know, that you're just like you're making the stream longer for both.
Anyway,
can you condemn Hasan Piker?
Yeah.
Before we get started,
I gotta figure out a better way to show the stream goal, because like Twitch lets me do this, like, you know, like where it's really clear, like 10 sub points, you know, whether that's met in a day, and then YouTube, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. It counts the points twice, and it gives me like there's no like I haven't found a way to like make it more simple. Like it literally says 611 members. God, if I was at 611 members, I would be way closer to being sustainable than I am right now. But it's just it's counting like the total number of memberships ever. 2. Okay, we got 1 vote for 2.
Need to know, Gavin, do you condemn Twitch streamer Hasan? Well, I think that what do you say? But do you condemn Hasan?
Because it is kind of hard to put Twitch up against YouTube, since like for instance, Twitch doesn't have likes, right? So there's no way to go like, you know, who got the most likes. They have memberships. They're slightly different. The memberships are cheaper, but more, you know, like YouTube takes a smaller cut than from the from those than it does from than Twitch. Like YouTube splits it with me. YouTube only takes a 30% cut. Twitch takes a 50% cut. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So it's kind of hard. It's like kind of an apples to oranges situations. We're leftists. That means inclusive at Twitch, but we will dominate. YouTube is. I mean, you might be right. I'll show you something that leads me to believe that YouTube is potentially dominant in the future in just a second.
All right, so let's take a look
let's
at
get
this.
back to the Vanguard. Sorry.
NATO is 1000% an aggressor outside fucking force, okay? Russia is not. Russia annexing its own territory full of its own fucking people is not the same as NATO being like, we're gonna turn your country into a fucking base and put literal fucking military bases and rockets into your country.
Saying that Russia is grabbing their territories is a total bullshit. They are grabbing the territories of...
So like I said, Hasan responded to that by saying it was out of context, it was deceptive. I'm given to believe Hasan based on my experiences with Dylan Burns. But if anybody disagrees, right, because what we'd really need is we need to see the stream that clip comes from. If we really wanted to adjudicate this, like 100%, like with certainty of like what was Hasan actually saying there, like I'd need a link to that video, so that at least we can see like what he said before and what he said after, get a little bit more context. I should watch that Alimi video. It's very revealing. Okay.
Soviet Union, the empire that collapsed, people there identified themselves as Ukrainians, especially my generation.
Hasan here basically called me and Rick specifically literally Russians. He called us Russians just because we are from the Russified areas that were
But that's
forcefully...
Russian propaganda. Right?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's where I'm going. The repeating of Russian narrative. They say those people are Russians. They speak Russian. That means they're...
Now, when she says Hasan called us Russians, I'm sure she doesn't mean that Hasan said, oh yeah, Anastasia and this other person, like, right, Hasan doesn't know them, like, right, but what she's saying is that Hasan referred to people from her area as Russians, and I'm not sure if that, I feel like we don't have that confirmed. To be honest, I'm more likely to take Hasan at his word than I am. Yeah, that's the thing, is my experience with these people is that Dylan will lie about somebody in a clip, especially if it's to chase drama.
Russian. They're part of the Russian world. This is the imperialism, colonialism that this guy supposedly hates.
So, I mean, a mixed bag there. If you
Instead of engaging with the Ukrainians, please don't mistake these 4 people that Dylan's talking to for the Ukrainians, or think that they're somehow, representative of Ukraine. These are 4 people that Dylan, knows in Ukraine that are going to be more likely to be people who agree with him. Hasan's talking about Crimea in 2014, all polling leading up to that showed. Okay.
Take it.
Oh shit! So she's not from Crimea, is she? I think she said she was from. I can't remember. I think she said she was from Donbass. So not necessarily
in that whatever context that was presented to.
Like, okay, so yeah, I mean, like, seeing them as like passive. Like, I agree, Yasmin, if what you're saying is like seeing them as like passive, like, victims of Dylan's like propaganda. But it is wrong. They do have a point of view, and they definitely made that clear. But Hasan is, I don't know that you can expect Hasan to know that, because all we got from Dylan's clip is that these are Ukrainian. Like, I'm going to talk to Ukrainians about Hasan, right? That's how that was presented. So
you right, like, obviously I don't think that Russia's like fucking annexing their own land. Like, it's an illegal occupation, and
wouldn't be surprised if Anna came up with this concept.
Invasion, and it is a land grab, and it's unjust, and it's illegal under international law. We've said that a million fucking times. We've always been clear and insistent, even in the face of all of the like stupid fucking idiots that have tried to act like this was always Russia's plan, blah blah blah. And I've never really seen Hasan Piker make a bunch of like, gray zone style, like Putin is based, kind of content, Jimmy Dore-esque. Like,
and that's the characterization that I strongly disagree with.
Never
like the concept of Hasan, like Anna said, hiding his power level is not something that I've seen any support for whatsoever. You do have people that are Putin stans, but they tend to be like Nazguls. Like, anytime somebody says they're leftist, agreeing with Putin, leftist simping for Putin, it's invariably not a leftist, but a Nazgul. And people like Dylan don't know the difference. I have caught Dylan, not that I was trying to catch him, right? But I've caught Dylan literally not understanding who he debated when he debated Haas, right? Being under the impression that this is a tanky, when in actuality you are talking to a MAGA communist. You're, in other words, not a communist. You're talking to a third positionist. You're talking to a Nazgul. People don't get that. People don't understand that. It is a little bit of a historical notion, but unfortunately, it's history that's repeating itself. These people exist, right? These and they're not super influential, but when Vosh talked about, and here I am like crediting Vosh. I think he's the one that came up with the phrase Nazgul vortex, right? I don't agree with a lot of what Vosh has to say, but I think that that's a good framework. What I like about the idea of the Nazgul vortex is it presents it not as a like binary, like is a Nazgul, is not a Nazgul. It presents it as a continuum, and it shows how this kind of class reductionist tendencies that you're going to see that we saw from Peter Coffin, we saw from Caleb Maupin, we saw from Infrared Haas, right, how that leads to that leads to different forms of third positionism, right, which is like, the reason he calls it the Nazgul vortex, I think, is because people get sucked into it without realizing what happened. And I saw so much of that. I saw so many people, starting out as leftists, getting sucked into this like sort of class reductionist framework. And where do they end up? They end up being like, yeah, Jimmy Dore's pretty cool. No, he's not. And if you think he's pretty cool, you don't call yourself a leftist, because you're not. All right. If you support Jimmy Dore, if you support Infrared Haas, if you support Caleb Maupin or anything like that, you are not a leftist. I don't care what you say. And I mean, like, that's the point that I think that that Dylan's really missing here.
He's never really delved into that. And when he says that NATO should be abolished, he's 100% correct.
You like my gloves? Thank you.
I'm sorry that NATO's, buoying them right now, but that doesn't change my position internationally. They've been an absolute disaster.
Wait, thanks for being.
And I just, yeah, I mean, it'll all come down to the fact that it's like, yes, in that one, like,
it's not a no true Scotsman fallacy, right? It is literally a propaganda technique that the third position always uses. They will always try to present themselves to people on the left as being of the left, okay? It's not a no true Scotsman thing. Look, if you want to see, I think what you're really asking me here is, like, can there be somebody that, like, presents themselves as a leftist that I, that's objectionable? Sure, right? But a lot of times when you find somebody presenting themselves as a leftist, what do you think about trans people? I think that's neoliberal bullshit. What do you think about, you know what I mean? When you start getting these right-wing answers from them, maybe you realize that you're talking to a right-winger. It's really fucking important to do. It's really important to understand how that third position works and how it always swings to the right. These people would like you to think that they have a political innovation, right? See, there's problems with communism, there's problems with capitalism, but we've got the solution here. We've got our third position, and it's never really like that. It's always just, a form of entryism is really what it is. And look, to the extent that those people are inconvenient to the right wing, they will be liquidated as LaRouchites are not leftists. Thank you. Some people understand this, right? I don't expect everybody to understand this, all right? And if you disagree with me, I don't hate you, okay? But there's a reason that I think like this, and I do think it's important that you take note of this, because it's a tried and true tactic to break up solidarity using things like class reductionism, right? MAGA communists are not communists. MAGA communists are not your comrades. They're MAGA. They're right-wing. They're chuds, okay? Infrared Haas is a chud. Infrared Haas is using, leftism as a veneer. This guy literally calls himself a tanky, right? Something that's thought of as a bad thing. Why would you call yourself something that has a pejorative to it, right? Unless you're hiding something worse. And in Haas's case, he is, right? And this is what Dylan didn't get when he was interacting with him. He was standing against Haas because Haas was a tanky. It was a communist. Dylan doesn't like leftists. He's made that pretty clear, right? And this is how these people, this is how these people gain entry into movements that they're not really, that they're trying to destroy, that they hate. Haas hates leftists, okay? When he sees leftists, he's like, you know what this reminds me of? Have you ever seen the mugshots from Chaz? Like, right? That's how he talks about leftists. Like, he doesn't even, if he, he will call himself a communist, but then he'll make it really clear that he's not a leftist and that he hates leftists. A lot of people don't listen to that part of his rhetoric. They only hear him calling himself a tanky. They only hear him calling himself a communist, right? So I mean, I get why that might sound like a no true Scotsman to some people, but it's not. It's an important distinction, and it's a classical deception that has been around literally since the time of the Nazis, or previous. No, actually before. I think I did listen to a history of National Bolshevism once, and yeah, it actually does go back. You know, I think to the 1800s even.
I think the cop analogy that you were using a second ago applies really well even in
Talking
that.
about China, Russia, and defenders, that's a different thing, okay? So if you want to, like, you know, whatever you want to call those people, if you, you know, consider them tankies or whatever, right? That's a different thing than what Haas is. That's a different thing than what Caleb Boppin is. They might defend Putin. And also, when you say China, Russia defenders, I want to make real sure that you mean Russia and you're not thinking of the Soviet Union, okay? Because, like, you know, being a defender of like some of the bad policies of the Soviet Union is different than being a defender of Putin, right? Like somebody like that you could call, you know, like a left winger that you disagree with, whereas, like, you know, somebody that's in favor of Putin, you can't call that person, that's not a lefty. That's somebody that goes along with fascists like Putin is not a lefty.
Context where it's like, okay, if you have a family that's been held hostage in a basement, right, by Ted Bundy or, you know, fucking whoever, right, and then the cops come down there and they free them, and it's like a big deal, and then you tell those family like members like a day later that actually you want to abolish the police, they'd be like, are you?
China and Russia are two very different countries. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the whole thing, is not getting not losing important distinctions, right? And I get the whole, you know, point of like no true Scotsman, and I've seen people do stuff like that. You know, and I don't really blame you for jumping to that conclusion, but just like, yeah, I mean, there are some important distinctions.
You fucking crazy? Those cops just saved my life. But that doesn't negate
The Hasanabi clip that request from 2.5 years ago is in your inbox. Oh, wait, the full stream. What? Wait, 2.5 years ago? Is this the Ukraine one or the Alex Jones one?
all of the truth of the system of policing being unjust. That doesn't mean that we don't need to create an institution to keep people safe, right? If you get kidnapped, yes, we as a collective society should have, you know, the ability to go and get you and make you safe again. And we need to have that collective assurance so that people feel safe in their communities and all that kind of stuff. That's very important. But that doesn't mean that we have to continue to have the racist, unjust, barbaric police force that we have now. That would be my same argument that I would present to the people who are, you know, reliant on NATO right now.
Year ago. Okay.
Even though it's not, and honestly, I would say the same thing about the United States military in writ large. We cannot be the ones that are doing this, right? Should there be a global mechanism where, almost like the UN, right? But a better version of it, a strengthened version of it. I'm not a fucking expert, but I think that that's what we should be working towards, right? This idea that we will globally handle these acts of injustice democratically and ideally diplomatically. Though last second,
yeah, America having just finished a 20-year murder campaign, it's ironic to see them calling other nations bad.
You know, putting boots on the ground and taking care of something. If there's a direct human rights atrocity, ideally that would be what would be stepping in to intervene on behalf of the Palestinians right now. So that would be my explanation to that. But yeah, what would you say? If you after all that footage had been shown to the Ukrainians, right? And you get a second to just like, let me just get in your ear really quick. Like, what are you saying back to those people to try and, you know, just like.
Yeah, that makes more sense though that it's February 2022. I thought when you said 2.5 years ago, I was thinking of February 2021.
I don't know. Like, what's your response to that?
To the actual people in the clip?
Oh, the context for his commentary before the Ukraine invasion. What I was looking for is the clip that Dylan Burns showed in that Twitter post, right? Is that what we've got? I did take a look at so because I mean, I know, like, prior to the invasion, Hasan predicted that the invasion wouldn't happen, and he turned out to be wrong.
Zach, you mean like the actual Ukrainian people?
Yeah, like the ones that like they just saw this clip and you're like, well, like,
I mean, I wouldn't show them a fucking clip of
obviously
Hasan
no,
or
I'm
some
saying they've
YouTuber.
already sold. They've already seen
okay.
that. Like, how do you work back from there, right? Because like I'm thinking like Dylan's gonna, live in his, world where that's a slam dunk,
Right.
Yeah, but it's like
he's gonna live in that world where fascists make the tastiest barbecue. Yeah.
what argument do you present as the alternative to that?
That just tells to me that he hasn't actually had good barbecue.
NAFO bros, like when they're like, you know what I mean?
The problem I have with it is that I just think he's kind of misrepresenting Hasan's actual opinion on the subject matter and Hasan's actual perspective on Russia and Ukraine. I think that he's like doing this video in a very selectively edited way, at least from what I've seen, to paint Hasan as some sort of like Jackson Hinkle-esque tanky who loves Putin and completely has defended the invasion of Ukraine. But let's take a quick look at Hasan's response here, because
Jackson Hinkle's a great example, right? There's so many people right now like retweeting Jackson Hinkle. So many leftists, right? That see they've never heard of Jackson Hinkle before the Israel-Palestine thing. And they see what Hinkle is tweeting on Israel-Palestine and they agree. And they're literally retweeting a Nazbol, right? That's the kind of thing that needs to be paid attention to, right? Jackson Hinkle calling himself a leftist is an absolute obfuscation, is an absolute lie about who he is. That's the real person that's hiding his power level, right?
he clarifies the way he actually feels about this. And I really understand why he is a bit frustrated having been misrepresented in this way. So let's take a
Black folks make the best barbecue, true.
listen to this. And yeah, I just think it's a example of like kind of finding the wrong target. I don't agree with everything Hasan says. I don't even agree with everything he's said about Russia and Ukraine. But I just think it's ridiculous to act like
Comparing Hasan to Jackson Hinkle is absolute bizarro world level.
he's the problem and that he represents the worst of the worst as far as commentary goes on this conflict. I actually think Hasan's commentary on this conflict has been pretty solid and pretty aligned with the way I feel about it, to be completely frank, despite the fact that, yeah, obviously if you're streaming for years and years, you're going to end up saying things that I disagree with on the margins. But for the most part, if you look at the totality of his commentary, I think it's pretty spot on. I think it's pretty on point. Some of the best in the left streaming world. So for that reason, I do think it's pretty weaselly to take a few clips out of context that make it look like Hasan is praising the Russian military effort, when that's obviously not the totality of his commentary here. But let's take a quick look at this.
To chat, has he responded to Dylan Burns' post, by the way, before getting clapped? If you think that I would entertain such a psychotic thing ever in my life, I don't know what to tell you. There is nothing more perverted and psychopathic than literally putting Ukrainian people in Ukraine that are being fucking bombed, okay, by an invading force that is unjustifiably occupying their country, making Ukrainians sit down and fucking watch my clips out of fucking context in a way that you have framed it to have them go, oh, wow, how fucked up, fuck this guy. It is literally the most unimaginably insane thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It completely betrays how much you care about the conflict that you are covering on the ground. It's nasty as fuck. It's such a weird psychopathic thing to do, especially considering that I have time and time again, over and over again, repeated my position, okay, that it is completely unjustifiable to invade Ukraine. Russia is cruel for doing such an act, and that Ukrainians, of course, have a just cause for emancipation. Not only that, but I've also raised money for Ukrainian refugees. This community has raised $300,000 for Ukrainian refugees. It is so insane to do a Jubilee video on this, okay? I don't know what to say. It basically betrays the position that you have. Like, oh, I genuinely care about this. That's why I went out there, not because I'm like a fucking war tourist pervert, but I went out there because I care about these people. So what am I doing? I'm like fucking using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, look at how bad this guy is. Like, what the fuck?
See, that's what's fucked up about it, right? Is that I mean, one, Hasan raised a shit ton of money, and I get it. He's a massive, massive Twitch streamer. It's easier for him to do that, but he could also be just getting richer. So you can't be mad at somebody that. I mean, it is what it is. You could say that's marketing for him if you wanted to be a huge pessimist, but at least it's something that he ostensibly supports, right? Just put his money where his mouth is, and I think that his point that he makes right there kind of shores up everything that Dylan was trying to imply he didn't believe, right? Like that he's somehow like a Russian propagandist. It's like, no, dude. And for all the people in our chat that are like throwing a tantrum, being like, you guys need to get the Ukrainian perspective. This is, he might be getting Russian propaganda, bro. Like, at the end of the day, I hate to be that guy, but there's a lot of fucking horrible shit that's going on in the world. There is so much horrible shit going on in the world that I could literally bombard you with it all day long. And there is a lot of horrible shit that is happening in my backyard in fucking Kansas City, in fucking Midtown Kansas City, like literally concentrating right where I am. Like a bunch of bad shit is happening, right?
Yeah, you don't have to fly halfway across the world to find a community that's in need of help. You know what I'm saying? Like,
for sure. But the idea is that, like, to act like we are all like somehow indebted and like have a responsibility to the Ukrainian people. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily like true, right? Like, oh, we have to keep sending our military weapons over there. Like, oh, we have to keep like financing this. It's like, why do we have to do that? Why do we have to do that? Why would I not be funding something like, you know what I mean? Just this idea where it's like, oh, you as an American, like, you don't know, like, it's what the Ukrainians need. And I'm like, well, bro, you want my fucking tax dollars to do that? Do you want my fucking government's money to do that when we got people fucking sleeping on the streets here? We got people dying in fucking droves because they don't have health insurance. Like, we got a lot of fucking problems domestically. And let me tell you what, dude, one of the best things we could do as a fucking country for the world is to demilitarize ourselves and to stop putting fucking bases everywhere and stop fucking trying to control everything and have United States hegemony, right? Our de-escalation project. Now, I think in tangent with that, we should work with the rest of the world collectively, right? But this idea that I should be like stoked to have a new Cold War with Russia and fight it in the context of Ukraine through like the veneer of like, oh, we care about this democracy and sovereignty that suspended their fucking elections, right? Like, they're like, guys, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of Ukrainian propaganda out there too. And it's to keep us funding that fucking war and to keep lining the fucking weapons manufacturer's pocket. And that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of fucked up shit happening there. I'm telling you, the United States quite simply doesn't give a fuck about the fucked up things. I could tell you about fucked up things everywhere where we don't give a single shit about. We may have fucking started it and be proud of it. Okay, look at our entire history.
The thing that's frustrating me here, and like, look, I do this too, so I'm not criticizing the Vanguard guys for this, right? But when we start using this language, like, we need to do this, and you're talking about like we, the United States, you are assuming a certain level of control over not just the government, not just the elections, but the state apparatus itself that we don't have. We don't run that show. It's called the military industrial complex for a reason. And it's not because it's not like I get why it's done, right? And on some level you want to take some responsibility for what the actions that the country that you live in undertakes. But I feel like it leads us down all kinds of strange ways of thinking in that case, right? In some ways, the current Russian government is something that the state apparatus of the US has some responsibility for. The way that Russia transitioned from the USSR into the oligarchy that it is right now, and Putin being the top oligarch, and you know, when you hear him going at other oligarchs, it's like, because, you know, to consolidate power, to keep like his oligarchs in charge, right? Like, that's important to keep that history in mind, but it doesn't change the fact that Putin is a fascist. Putin is a enemy of anyone on the left. It's, you know,
guys, it's nothing but depravity. You think in this narrow fucking instance we've decided that it's such an altruistic cause that we have to fucking go out there and rescue Ukraine? No, you're the victim of a propaganda effort. Okay, this is just another fucking means of the military-industrial complex to rein in Russia, keep checks over there, make sure that they know who the big boss is, don't get any fucking ideas, right? It's not enough to say, oh, what's happening to the Ukrainians is unjust, therefore we have to go in there and like, do something about it. Like, to me, no, I think that continues to kind of feed into this idea that the United States just gets to fly into any country that we want to and do whatever the fuck we want. We don't have a good track record. You can't point to W's, right? If I have to hear one more stupid fucking argument about how we got into World War II as to rescue like Jewish people from the Holocaust, I'm going to fucking kill myself. That's not what we did. We did not do that. And don't give us that valor because we don't fucking deserve it. That was not why we got into World War II. We were trying to sell arms to both sides in World War I and in World War II until finally Japan said, no, we're going to take a shot on Hawaii because we want Hawaii. And we said, oh, sorry, guys, it's all over from there. Now we're going to start bombing.
Yeah, the U.S. wouldn't even get in to defend England. The U.S. got in because Japan pulled the U.S. in.
Japan like crazy because they attacked United States soil, and we have to send a clear message that you can't attack United States soil. And it's true that we had Marines on the ground in Europe before then, guys.
You saw a Photoshop of what, Dylan and Jackson Hinkle?
But we watched a lot of the worst parts of it go on without getting directly involved. And it wasn't until the fall of fucking France and basically it was going to result in the fall of fucking England, guys. It was, you know what I'm saying? We were dragging our feet. The idea that we were doing that as a humanitarian effort was ridiculous.
Not only that, there were people in the U.S. advocating, like there were forces advocating for sympathy towards Germany. Like there was this thing called the Bund.
Yeah, I am also interested, Zach, in what you think about the idea that, it's kind of psychopathic to, bring these sorts of YouTube debate bro dramas into the lives or, interviews of actual like Ukrainian people who are actually potentially suffering or dealing with the sort of war crimes that are going on in their area. Like, it kind of.
So the only thing that's wrong with this, and Hasan doesn't know this, and shouldn't be expected to know this, and Gavin and Zach don't, shouldn't be expected to know this either. You have to watch the entire video, which we did to know this. Is that those Ukrainians that Dylan Burns brought on were not just like random people from Ukraine. It was people that were brought on specifically, for their point of view on the conflict, being in line with Dylan's point of view, and 3 of them were not entering. We're entering into this conversation as Hasan haters. So to portray them as like innocent bystanders that Dylan deceived would be incorrect, right? They had an opinion on Hasan prior to going into this.
It kind of reminds me of like, you and I went to go interview some like.
But again, I only know about this because I'm terminally online enough to watch an entire video of a content creator that I do not like.
Homeless folks in Kansas City or something, and then we started showing them clips of different people on YouTube that we have beef with, and they're like, react to this.
Kasparian,
yeah,
homeless man just destroys. And imagine if we started making content.
It would be so cringy. I can't imagine like talking to someone who's dealing with so much more serious things going on in their life and just being like, hey bro, react to my adversary on YouTube saying something that I disagree with, and I bet you do too, right?
That's a valid point.
Like, it is a kind of a weird thing to me.
Online. Terminally online.
I don't disagree with the underlying logic that, like, yeah, those people that are directly impacted by the war should be included in the conversations about the conflicts. Obviously, that makes sense. But I do think it's kind of just a glorified way of showing, like, some, person in a war, like a war-torn conflict of YouTube video and being like, dunk on my adversary for me for clicks. Like, it's a little bit weird.
Yeah, man, you're facing 5 for possession, but will you condemn Matt Walsh? He actually says that you should be put to death right now. Like, that's fucking crazy, right? Do you want to leave a message for him? Also, would you mention to subscribe to the Vanguard podcast? Yeah, it kind of gives that energy. But it is through the lens of like, oh wow, I'm like the most pro like Ukraine. I'm like Galaxy Brain, bro. Like, these are real Ukrainians that are telling you that you should subscribe to my show and not Hasan's. Like,
wait, Americone Dream?
I do I do kind of think it comes across that way. Whether or not that's how Dylan
Dylan's
intended.
watching the Vanguard now. Interesting. Okay, so they did get his attention. That's one prediction that I made that I was wrong on. I really didn't think that Dylan would have them on his radar. But then again, he has interacted with them before. They have talked to him on stream apparently, and under in a friendly way, and maybe had not such a friendly interaction with him on Twitter.
Did it. I think it's fucking crazy. He's like, you could lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Like, bro, what are you trying to accomplish here? What are you trying to accomplish here? Like,
It's a Soul Life food porn thing. See, you're making me hungry now, Soul Life. Especially with all those tomatoes, I could make a mean pasta sauce with those.
what is your goal other than that you want the United States to fund more war? Like, do you not understand that our position and the position of Hasan is less war, not war more? Like, find a position of mine
Americone is like a food porn thing? Okay.
where it's like, yeah.
It makes me think of the Disney have you ever seen like they introduced this like food in Disney World, and it was like it was basically like a cone-shaped piece of bread with like meat stuffed into it, and it was called the Handwich.
United States military. You can't find it because I will not do that. I don't care
Just the
what
tip
you
of the
try and do.
cone. Oh no. Oh no.
We had
what
some
did I
very
do?
good news across the board.
Oh my god, I'm not trying to switch it up just yet.
What are you trying to accomplish here? Like, what is your goal other than
I
that?
feel like there's a strong resemblance between the Vanguard's thumbnail and mine.
You want the
not on
United States
purpose,
to fund
though.
more war. Like, do you not understand that our position and the position of Hasan is less war, not war more? Like, find a position of mine where it's like, yeah, the United States military. You can't find it because I will not do that. I don't care what you try and do to get me to support the United States military going in and doing something, but I can promise you I do not support it. I don't fucking support it because I don't trust those fuckers. They never do anything out of the fucking goodness of their hearts. And that's what I want to get across to everybody, right? There is no like greater good that they're pursuing other than the bottom line for the fucking capitalist class. Like that is what it is, guys. And people can say that and they'll be like, oh, I'm a Marxist. Okay, well, clearly you're not practicing that right now because you believe that for some ridiculous reason, the United States government had a Grinch moment and its heart grew 30 sizes that day, and fucking now we're out here, we really care about liberating this like one sovereign group of people. And I'll say what, it helps that they're white folks to sell that to people. That's why you got every liberal from coast to coast hanging a Ukrainian flag outside, because when they're brown people just go like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm really like, I totally care about that, but I'm just not very well informed. That's what they, I'm sorry, I just haven't seen that. I'm not very well informed. That's what happened.
The Grinch in this case would be Henry Kissinger. And if you believe that his heart grew 3 sizes, you're just naive.
When they're dark skinned folks, but when they're white,
I mean, look, I get that Vladimir Putin is a force of reactionary fascism on this planet, right? And that needs to be opposed, right? Vladimir Putin is making himself the king of hatred against against gay people, against he's like riding this reactionary wave, right? Vladimir Putin's a scary dude, but at the same time so is Henry Kissinger, and he's got a little bit more not Henry Kissinger himself, but the whole idea of realpolitik has a lot more like hold on the on American foreign policy.
Have you seen
now with Trump? It would be different, right? Trump's literally somebody who is like, let's Vladimir Putin in the door, right? They're
Russian war. Everybody knows about it, right? That's what's going on right now. So at least they have that in their corner, right? Because the people of Yemen, they didn't get that benefit of the doubt, and neither of the people of Palestine. Remember when you were talking about how they elected Hamas fucking over a decade ago? Fucking couldn't they just have doing something besides all that terrorism and throat slitting, right? Why couldn't they just drop drone strikes on innocent people, like civilized folks, like the United States government, right? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Or the IDF, which apparently gets a pass for all the war crimes they commit against civilians constantly.
White phosphorus, fucking bombing hospitals, bombing children's schools, UN children's schools, by the way.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, guys. Like, I get that the Palestinian government, Hamas, whatever, like, I get that it's not as trustworthy or easy to negotiate with or work with as other governments like the Ukrainian government. I understand that it's not like a traditional government in that sense, but it is weird. I do find it weird that some of the folks that were just decided to make their entire political ideology about making the case for America funding the conflict in Ukraine and bankrolling the Ukrainian defense, it seems like those people have nothing to say or very little to say about how, maybe the U.S. should be helping the Palestinian people. Why aren't we applying that same logic over there? And again, I understand that a lot of people, because of Hamas, they don't want to funnel any money into that government. They think it's just going to go towards more terrorism instead of aid or, what it's actually supposed to go to. But a lot of the same arguments have been made about the Ukrainian government as well, and how corrupt it is, and how, a lot of the money and arms that we're providing that government are not going where they're supposed to be going either, and how a lot of people are just getting really fucking rich off this continued conflict.
Straight out of the Kremlin. He's reading his lines. I can see it.
But do you know what I'm saying, Zach? Like, is it not weird to you that there's not more of a push from those folks to help Palestine? If you care so much about, people's right to defend against an invading force, if you care so much about sovereignty of nation, it's like, wouldn't this kind of be your conflict too? Why aren't you into this one?
Well, there's that old Family Guy meme that I think does a lot of justice. I'm gonna throw it up for you all because I just can't help but think it applies so much. I'm stalling here because I didn't think I would have to use this.
I know which one you mean.
Oh, I've got it right here. Don't worry.
Nice.
Hey, Gavin knows what I mean, but this is what it is. This is what it was. This was what it was right here, guys. This is everything that why are you so wrapped up in the Ukrainian cause and not the Palestinian cause, right? And also, guys, by the way, I have never called for the United States to give money and have the United States invade Israel on behalf of the Palestinians. I have never, ever called for that. I've called for humanitarian aid to be delivered to the Palestinian people. Just like I said, Gavin and I both said this months and months ago. We want all of the blankets and fucking food and, a non-fucking artillery and drones and all that shit. Yes, that's a humanitarian effort. I believe in that. The United States can 100% do that without trying to be a fucking instigator and deepen a conflict, right? I call for the same thing in Palestine, right? I'm consistent here. I'm not calling for us to send a bunch of weapons to the people in Gaza and make this a fucking bloodier catastrophe than it already will be, right? I want to call.
And it's a good thing because we do not like the United States state apparatus would never do that, and we don't have the power, in terms of the democracy that still exists, right? Which there is some democracy. You get to choose between, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. You get to choose between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. I mean, it's not nothing, and I wouldn't say that I wouldn't conflate those two things, but you're not getting to decide things like the support of Israel. That is something that the realpolitik of the state has already weighed in on, and it's just like the idea of turning around the ship of state on that to the point where we're not just pulling back our support for Israel, but we're actually funding the defense of Palestine. It's just not realistic. It's just not gonna happen with this country, with this military industrial complex.
Call for diplomacy and ceasefire again. So anyway,
yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, chat. This is a lot. This is a lot. How are you doing, chat? How are you doing, spicy chat? I feel like we're very spicy today. I'm gonna watch something that's a little bit less spicy. And look, it's been brought up to me that like I concentrate and base like, you know, the length of the stream more on the Twitch on the Twitch's chat's ability to you know, hit the sub goals, which just like realistically speaking, you know, it's not doing as much of lately, right? And I don't want to like lose hope on that or anything like that, but you know, there is a lot to. Let's take a look at something really quick first. If I can find this. Does this show up? Here, let me see if I can get this to show up. Okay, sort of shows up. You can see most of it. These are the most watched streaming platforms for quarter 3 of 2023, July to September. Okay, so what we see here is YouTube being the biggest, right? And Twitch being the second biggest. YouTube is growing by about 10%. Twitch is shrinking in terms of its overall audience, not by that much, by 0.5%, right? But it is shrinking, and it has been shrinking. And Twitch is, you know, making mistakes and driving people off the platform, and you know, there's issues. Also, I wanted you to notice something here too that's really important, right? So we got like 2 little sections here, and what that is like gaming. The stripe section is gaming. So YouTube has like 8 billion watched hours, 8 billion hours watched of streaming on YouTube. Only 16.6% of that is gaming. Twitch has 5.16 billion watch hours, and 80% of that is gaming. Right? So in so many ways, this is like a bigger you know, this is like a bigger pool. This is a bigger ocean than this. And then when we look at the next one down, which is Nemo TV, I've never heard of Nemo TV. But you know, some of these are like specialized in certain areas or with certain language groups or certain types of streams or whatever. Yeah, we drop way down. So between 5.1 billion hours watched, mostly streaming on Twitch, to 333 million on Nemo TV, and then the next one is Kick, and so like the growth is behind YouTube, behind Kick, and behind Rumble. The rest of these platforms are shrinking, and some of these like I haven't even heard of, like No Live, Mildum, Trovo I've heard of, Big O I think I've seen the anyway. So yeah, it's just a kind of gives you a sense of where things are at, where things are going. You know, like it sort of makes sense if there's like less people on Twitch that and I'm experiencing, you know, growth on YouTube more than on Twitch, and it's to the point where the majority of my funding, you know, maybe at this point is coming from Twitch. That does say something, right? And I should acknowledge that I'm used to it being the opposite. I'm used to YouTube being the afterthought and Twitch being the main thing. But if you look at it, it's kind of amazing that, you know, I've garnered any audience at all on Twitch, considering that I'd say that like, so 20% of 5 billion is like 1 billion. There's 1 billion view hours on Twitch compared to what, 85% of 8 billion? Yeah. So there's, you know, there's just a lot more people like in general like watching on YouTube compared to Twitch. YouTube supremacy. Well, I mean, like it's really looking like it today. Now, part of this is my own fault, okay? Because I ended up misclicking and not even going live on Twitch until somebody told me that I wasn't live. then after I realized that I wasn't live, I was still in Guilty Gear Strive. Like I was still listing the wrong game. Like I hadn't changed that. So part of this is my own fault in Twitch, but also part of this is the, you know, kind of incestuous nature of content on Twitch. There is no discoverability at this point for streamers other than, like, you know, whoever's ass, you know, you kiss enough to get, you know, raids from and shout outs from and stuff like that. It's very much like a kingmaker system, and the people that get to the top of the mountain are the ones who are, you know, who are, you know, sharing their audience. So, you know, I would much rather, you know, find my own audience that's really mine, that's really here for me, than have to count on, like, making friends with the right person on Twitch so that they can share their audience with me and hope that some of that will, like, rub off. Like, it just doesn't seem like it makes much sense at all. When you get a chance, I had to go make a second Discord because I got locked out of my old one. Oh, you need to be approved for Discord. That's annoying, Natalie. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Oh wait, there's a few people in here. Sorry. So for anybody that just signed up recently, I am turning you into followers here. And right there as well. Okay, so everybody should be able to get in now. So yeah, that's just a little check-in on Twitch. We'll do it live belatedly. Look, I mean, I'm gonna continue. There's no real, like, drawback. Well, there is. I mean, I guess I could. There's no major drawback, I guess, for Twitch. There is the fact that they have really tight standards on terms of what's allowed to be streamed when it comes to content. And so I guess it's a little bit more precarious streaming on Twitch, but if you're streaming on both, then you kind of, you know, like, right, if Twitch gets taken away from me, I've still got YouTube, and if it really becomes a problem where, like, the content that I'm covering is something that Twitch is not going to allow, then, you know, the choice is obvious. So there's no drawback. There's no reason, like, I'm not, like, you know, withdrawing from Twitch or anything like that. But I do need to maybe take into account more the fact that my main audience is on YouTube at this point. So yeah, I need, the main thing I need to do is figure out, like, a realistic there's, like, a fly in here, it's annoying me. Figure out, like, a realistic way to, you know, use the member goal, the amount of you know, the amount of, like, memberships on YouTube to be, you know, similar to what we were doing with the sub goal until it started to just, like, not get met day after day. So but so for today, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to recognize that although, you know, we haven't really gotten a lot of support on Twitch, we are getting a lot of support on YouTube. So Twitch, consider yourself lucky. YouTube is kind of carrying you at this point. And if you do want to get out of those ads, which are coming up at you again in 20 minutes, right? Top of the hour ad break is 3 minutes. That's a lot of ads all in a row, beamed straight to your eyeballs. If you do not want to see those ads, if you no longer want to see those ads, no, it just came up. Oh my God. Okay, I'm at a loss. It just came up. It just came up right when I'm trying to do the ad read. God damn it. It was supposed to be 20 minutes away. I don't even know. See, Twitch is confusing me now. They just threw an ad break at me. I don't know how to deal with this. Anyway, Zara sent me this. It was a blast from the past. Let's take a look at this.
Alex Jones on Hosuni.
His name is Hasan. He's funded by Gulf dictators, hundreds of millions. George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say "Bash Fascist."
Wait, is this real? What the fuck? When is this from, dude? How did you find this, dude?
And has a club in his hand. He's a young Turk They tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll take.
That's his concern. Not the Armenian genocide, but the fact that they're Christians. He's gonna turn this into, yeah, like, no, that's not even a 5 out of 5. Look, I didn't even get to mention that the you know, like I just like basically I acknowledged the fact that Prime sub is a thing, and then I kicked him right into the ad break. I don't even know. It's supposed to tell me. It's supposed to give me some idea of when the ad break is actually coming. Now I'm completely at a loss because it's confusing. I don't even know.
Man flush again.
Christian blood has more adrenochrome, possibly.
If they have their way, bow, submit, turn your weapons in to the nephew of Turd Breath, Sink Turd Breath.
I've got a lot of criticism for Jink Huger, but Turd Breath is not one of them.
Hasan. Oh my!
Wait a minute. He's not making like a reference to the, what is it called? I'm trying to remember what this, there's like a racist French novel that Steve Bannon loves. I can't remember the name of it, but the head, like, evil, like, Camp of the Saints. Thank you. It's Camp of the Saints. Is he making a reference to the Camp of the Saints? When he says Jink is turd breath, is he? I could be reaching. God! I could be reaching into the dirtiest toilet in all of Scotland.
This is so cool. Oh my God.
Yeah, but just understand, we're gonna go a little longer today, okay? But it's 100%. It's 100% YouTube that's doing this. All right. So when I looked at the member goal, like if I applied the Twitch member goal to YouTube made it. YouTube got it, right? So if this was if this sub goal was filling up with YouTube memberships, like, it would be full, right? So in honor of that, we're gonna go long. It's not because of Twitch, though. Understand, it's not because of Twitch. It's because of YouTube. And again, sorry Twitch for being like, it's my fault for. Like, I didn't even bring up the Twitch stream until like 30 minutes into my stream. So part of this is my fault.
Oh, this is the best birthday gift ever, dude. Alex Jones.
Alex Jones can't discharge his $1 billion+ of payments to Sandy Hook. Yeah, he was trying to get out of that. He was trying to, I believe he wanted to weasel his way out of that, but he was unable.
Hasan Pecker. You can't make up that name.
I mean, pretty close. Wait, is this where Hank Pecker comes from? Is this where the idea of Hank Pecker comes from?
That's his name, Hasan Pecker. And if you're a radio listener, you can't see it. He's got his red stars, his Antifa flags, his communist flags, and he's got his baseball bat, and he's going to call you a fascist.
Wait, what's that emote called? It's like a variety. It's a variation on K-Kona, right?
No, he's funded by the Nazi collaborator George Soros, and he's going to attack your daughter like they did out in Oregon.
Oh! I'm dying. This is literally this is the dream. He's talking about how I'm going to have sex with your daughter, dude. Oh, that's so cool. He even said that.
He's going to,
like, this is like a cameo, okay? This is like if you paid Alex Jones $1,000 to do a cameo. This is the best cameo that he could ever make.
Chase women down. That's what he's pushing, and uninterrupted for the Young Turks members. And this is the sexy death porn, the sexy terror porn.
Destroy the child.
corrupt them all. And their desperation as America's pulse comes back and as we stand up against the Chi-Coms and defend the Second Amendment and rediscover God and family. Hasan Pecker of the Young Turks declares that America deserved 9/11, close quote, praises brave soldiers who took Representative Crenshaw's eye.
The brave Mujahideen, what?
Isn't that just darling? Oh, when you go to a Young Turds event, they always go, there's a big...
That's why you call it, okay, it's not that. I was making it more complicated than it was. It wasn't a Camp of the Saints reference. You know, I wouldn't necessarily believe, you know, expect Alex Jones to have read that. He's not quite he's not quite as well read as Steve Bannon. It's a Young Turds reference. That's what he's bringing up. That's why he's calling Jink the turd breath or whatever.
Crowd because they don't have any viewers, but it's the Google set. It'll be the Google event. So let's hear from Mr. Picker.
This is so insane.
Oh, hit pause, back it up. I forgot, he's real jealous that Joe Rogan, who by the way is a super libertarian right-winger, he just knows how to, you know, survive in LA, I guess. Really smart guy. That's why I get mad at Joe, because he's as smart as I am or smarter. He knows all this stuff, obsessed with it. He knows more than I do in some cases. And he plays dumb, and I've told him to his face. But anyways, he has the congressman on, and Pecker is mad that he has this tiny audience, so he thinks, well, I'll attack him and say something really scandalous.
Wait. Oh, that's so sad, dude. That's so sad in comparison to what my audience looks like now in comparison to Alex Jones's audience. Oh, no. Oh, Alex, I wish what could have been.
Wait, this is like, God. So wait, what? This is like, was Hasan's audience already bigger than Alex Jones's? At this point, it says 3 years ago. This is his official channel. Yeah, 3 years ago seems about right. 2020. So at 2020 was his audience bigger.
And then all the meth heads and child molesters that watch my show, literally, they'll think I'm powerful. Oh, you're such a...
Joe Rogan is a right-wing libertarian who plays dumb. Only correct Jones prediction. Yeah. Natalie, I see what you're posting. That's wild. That is wild. So, okay. Look, I can cover one more thing today, okay? We're at, like, we've got, like, a little bit more than an hour left of stream. So, right about an hour of stream left. We can cover one more thing, but I'm going to have to give you choices. I'm going to have to see what chat wants, especially YouTube chat, since you have been so generous today, and you're literally carrying the whole stream, which is something I never expected to say. But yeah, YouTube is carrying the entire stream at this point, and so I'm gonna listen to what YouTube wants. That's it. Okay, you get the sub goal, you get to decide what the extra content is. How about that?
Big man, Hasan.
You guys are all...
And if both chats meet the sub goal, that means both chats get to vote on it. How about, there we go.
Meth heads and child molesters. Alex Jones called you guys meth heads and child molesters. Oh my
You must think that you're Destiny's audience. No.
God, I'm fucking fangirling super hard right now. Oh man, that's great. I can't believe you guys found this. I had no idea this existed. This is so good.
Flabby arms. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I'm sorry, it's a family show. Just go ahead and roll this.
What? Is Alex Jones making criticisms of Hasan's physique? Is that what we're doing here?
This is awesome.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
In a video
and
game.
equipping and enhancing their capabilities.
We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We did. In a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically.
Hit pause again.
Did, man.
Back it up 10 seconds. Oh, like the Armenians deserved, because they were there before the Muslims took over Constantinople, and then you drove them into the mountains. But because they were Christian, they became still super wealthy because they were such good people.
That's right.
Wait.
That's how wealth works. If you're a good person, you get rich. That's how wealth works.
What?
What?
Wait, did he just say that they were good people automatically because they're Christian, and they are wealthy because Christian people are
Yeah,
good people and wealthy,
believing in
and
Jesus
Muslims are
makes you a good
bad.
person,
Wait, what?
apparently.
That's so weird. Oh, this is awesome.
And so you're named after the group that murdered them. And you've got a club and you say you're coming for us. Let's continue with this psychopathic worm.
I wonder if he, like, is he trying to imply that I'm gonna kill Armenians or something? Like,
He's implying that you are an Antifa super soldier, I believe.
like what the fuck? Also, why the fuck?
Oh yeah, it's the prosperity doctrine. That's a real thing in certain evangelical churches. Zara's bringing up.
Would his audience care? Like, honestly, they're fucking Alex Jones fans. It's so weird.
Holy f-
He's so intellectual.
Look at the way that this dip is running his mouth.
I love that they're bleeping my words because it's a family show.
It's definitely a family show. Yeah, he'll eat your leftist ass, but you know, like, we gotta bleep out what Hasan's saying.
Alex Jones simultaneously is like making an argument about how Muslims are bad automatically and
I like bitch tits. Oh,
Christians are good and make a lot of money because they're good Christians. It's very weird, but you gotta, it's great.
Justifying genocide right now. Like, how is this? How is anything I'm saying controversial?
This is a deranged pervert. I apologize having to play that for everybody, but that's why I was so angry this morning.
He had to pull a trigger warning on his audience, dude. He was so flustered and frustrated because his virgin ears had to hear those disgusting words, man. Alex Jones, who combats psychic pedophile vampires. Folks, listen. You already know it's AlexJones.com, Infowars.com. I'm locked away in a FEMA camp right now because Obabe, President Obabe, the Muslim Kenyan, has locked me away, folks. But I will prevail. I am the demon of truth.
Wait.
I came in with an ear.
When he says I am, I'm immediately like tempted to be like smelling like a rose that somebody gave me on my, oh my god.
Shot of Barack Obama. He smells like sulfur, folks. It's the truth. I got the documents. But then he's like triggered by a guy who says,
I've been watching this show called Your Favorite Band Sucks, this podcast, right? And they go through like all these bands and tell you why they suck.
like that is triggered by what? Like something I said? That's
I can't remember what that one was.
awesome. Oh, that's so good. He's a deranged pervert. He's got meth heads and pedophiles in his audience. Oh, he said I got bitch tits. Alex Jones saying I got bitch tits is hilarious too. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is the perfect meme. I wish he fucking ripped into me a little bit further. That's look at this. I'll bet he's got bitch tits under there. I'll tell you right now, I'll engage you in a spirited oil wrestling competition. Isn't that what you like? Isn't that what Turkish people like? They like doing Armenian genocide and also oil wrestling. I'll wrestle you, brother. I'm tell you right now, I'll let you do the hook. Little known move in oil wrestling, which I know a lot about suspiciously, is when you put your finger in your opponent's butthole. Psychopathic pervert. I want him to do that to me. I want him to maneuver me. He's got flabby bitch tits. I know it. Unlike me, I got masculine, bodacious body built like an ox. Because I take alpha male supplements, as you all know. Go to AlexJones.com. You can purchase my alpha male supplements. I will eat his ass like my neighbors. This is so good. I can't believe I was able to trigger Alex fucking Jones, dude. That made it worth it. Any number of brand deals in the future that I will not be able to get as a consequence of my words on this platform at some point, I don't care. This video alone, worth it. Okay? Oh, will I not be able to attend the speech circuit alongside the likes of Charlie Kirk and whatnot if coronavirus ever goes away? Fine. This video, worth it.
Okay, so chat. Oh my god. I gotta do this. One thing that's definitely not worth it is seeing ads on Twitch. If you have to watch them, you do it, you're probably not enjoying it, right? And if you're really not enjoying those ads, just know that you can get out of them with a Twitch Prime sub. Just know that if you don't have Prime and you're not able to do it that way for free, you can also do it for $5 and buy a sub for yourself and get out of ads that way. And just know that if you can't do it that way, either of those ways, right? There's always the possibility that you could get gifted a sub. It does happen. It can happen, especially if Twitch wants to be able to vote on what content that we're doing next, which I've now put up to a vote for YouTube chat, because they're the ones that met the sub goal today for all of us. And but if you want to kick that decision and make it a bilateral decision of Twitch chat and YouTube chat too, you can. There's a chance that somebody might give gift subs to hit the sub goal. And if that happens, Twitch will also, oh my god, I'm so explaining this so bad, but that the best chance that you have for receiving one of those gift subs, which can get given, if you want one of those to be given to you, your best bet is to be active in chat. Everyone else watching Hasan, but when you went to an old school clip? Everyone else is watching Hasan, really? Is everyone watching the Hasan Dylan thing, Mr. Justin Muffins? Just curious. Oh my god, are you telling me? Okay, wait, that almost made the decision for us. That almost made the decision for us. Are you telling me there was a leftovers today? Was there a leftovers today? I didn't put that on the poll. Is that what I'm hearing? Wait, what happened? Did Ethan go on Hasan?
Do you see me?
Oh my god.
I'm tiny.
Bro, this is hilarious. You look hilarious right now.
Can I crop this? How do I make this look
Oh.
better?
Oh my god. Like, seriously, I didn't expect this. Okay, so this isn't leftovers, but it is Ethan and Hasan. Instead, this time, it looks like Ethan's going on Hasan. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you look so funny. Ethan Klein 219. This is, what room is this in your what is happening?
I had to move upstairs because there's some shit going on in the basement. So I'm in this depressing bomb shelter-esque.
Damn it, Soul Life has a nice ring to
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I'd say so.
So first of all, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. How about you? You donated to the Palestinian relief fund as well, and we got a notice from ANERA. They're talking to all the other organizations as well, but we got a notice from ANERA that like some of those funds have already made its way into
I don't even know what to do now. I don't even know what to do. I did a poll. What's the poll saying? What's the poll telling me? The poll wants to see Olamide versus Marianne.
medical supplies.
But I put that poll out before this started. Oh my god, now I gotta do a new poll, don't I? Oh my god. Oh my god, chat, I don't know. What do you want me to do? It was exactly the same as the last Leftovers episode. What do you want? Are you changing? Anybody change their mind? Because I don't think it actually lets you switch. Does it let you switch your vote? Here, let me try. Do I get to vote even? No, I can only end the poll. Wait, I don't have the option to vote. Oh my god. Re-poll. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, look. All right, let's try this poll again. Um, Start a poll. I'm gonna have to buckle in for like the long haul. Okay, so the Olimey and Marianne were ahead at 53, followed by Keffels attacking trans people again. Only 7 people wanted to see more Hasan. What do you want to see next? Question mark. Hasan versus Ethan. This is the problem, is that content is just like, when it rains it pours, right? Hasan versus Ethan, Marianne, spell Marianne's name right, Marianne, versus Olayemi, or Keffels versus trans people. Look, I'm gonna have to like sit down or something, Chad. I'm like doing the stream standing, but I don't know how I'm gonna have to reorient while you take this poll. We're gonna leave it on Kasparian and Shu. No, no, are you serious? Kasparian and Shu, you're right on some Adam and Sitch. I was gonna say Milo and Sitch, Milo and Sitch, Milo and Stitch. What am I even thinking of? Lilo and Stitch is what I'm thinking of, but for some reason I don't. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Add option. Add option. Jesus freaking Christ. We're gonna have to do like, we're gonna have to do first past the post voting or something like that, right? And it's freaking raining. Is it raining with you? Shoe. Shoe on head. And Kasparian. Okay, well that settles it. I gotta stream tomorrow. It's raining content, yeah. Shoe on head and Anna Kasparian. A and S. A and S stands for Adam and Sitch, just so you know. There we go. There's a brand new poll for all of you. And also, thank you for coming in here, Mr. Justin Muffins, and letting me know what was going on with Hasan and Ethan. It's Hasan and Ethan thing. Ethan is crying on Hasan's stream. Hasan's mod is going hard. Ethan doubling down on his bad Israel takes. Of course he is. Of course he is. They whine about Anna getting canceled. Of course they do. And I'm guessing it's like a 3-hour thing there too. Like, right, they're like Olimey's like a 2-hour thing with Marianne. Should I make it available? Look, I'm feeling generous, okay? Twitch, you didn't make the sub goal today, but it's kind of my fault. I feel like it's kind of my fault. So I'm gonna give you a poll as well. I'm gonna let you vote. I'm just gonna let everybody vote because like everybody deserves some self-determination as far as what content you want to see today. Poll. There we go. Question. What content next? I'm gonna say it like Frank. What content, like Frankenstein would say it. What content next? Okay, so what did I have again? Hasan and Ethan. Olayemi and Marianne. Keffels versus trans people, or Anna Kasparian and Shu. Let me make it this. This is all like verses, except for Anna Kasparian and Shu. I guess we're gonna assume like we're gonna assume that they maybe agree. BS, not B. Okay, there we go. We're letting everybody vote today. Look at how awesome I am. Look at how nice I am. I just love everybody, and I want everybody to get along, and I want everybody to love each other, and I want you to be able to add additional votes for like 500 channel points, because that doesn't screw up the poll at all. And I want to allow a 10-minute duration for this poll. There we go. There we go. You picked the drums. Which one's the drums? They're all drums. It's so much drums. I'm going to have to take like a chill pill just to get over it.
As in food in Gaza, so that's great.
God.
That is awesome. I've been listening.
Here's the Keffels video to add to your playlist in case that wins. Look, if we don't do the Keffels video today, we'll do it at some point. Like, I know what she's doing. I know the video. Like, I recognize this. This is the video that was going around on Twitter the other day, and it's like basically there's a trans content creator who does reviews of restaurants, and it's a video of her getting misgendered, and then like, you know, being upset about it. And she does say, "Can I speak to the manager?" But like, my understanding is she like called ahead or something to try to avoid getting misgendered. She's I mean, it's kind of a weird thing, right? Because like in general, restaurants, like if you're a restaurant reviewer, they you know, they cater to people like that. They want a good review, and you know, the fact that like this trans creator is getting misgendered over and over again. But anyway, right wingers have been sending it around. They've been calling her trans Karen, and you know, all this stuff. I mean, Keffels has joined the right wing dog pile, and this isn't the first time we've seen Keffels do something like this. I feel like the thing that she learned from Kiwi Farms is to be on the side of Kiwi Farms, and she definitely is on the side of Kiwi Farms here. Let me put on this Hasan video.
To your stream for like
we can watch this while we decide what to vote. Yeah, you can rig the vote.
You know, I like you. You know, I got a lot of shit from Israelis for donating because they're like, oh, it's just gonna go to Hamas.
Firebird can own this poll. The professor and Marianne here, Gilligan's Island. Sorry, that's going through my head. Oh my God. Well, is that my fault? Did I say something about that? Maybe it's my fault. I'm gonna put this on.
But you know,
lower my...
I don't, you know, I looked into the charity you picked and it is really highly rated. So I'm like, I don't really think this is going to Hamas. There's no way.
You can't,
I mean, they can steal shit, but it's just food and medical supplies.
Yeah, the logistics of it is like also impossible. Like the thing is, you can't even make donations like through to Palestinian charities through like PayPal usually. Like it's already a very complicated process. And it's not just like just for Palestinians in general. The similar structure exists for even like Pakistan, which is like a client state, right? If you were to try to utilize, if you had like anyone that you know that lives in Pakistan and you wanted to give them money, you would not be able to do so. Like it's really shitty.
Yeah, and I mean, what choice do you have? They need help, so it's like you just pick the best option and hope that it gets there. But I'm glad it is getting there.
Is Ethan okay?
But yeah, these are
I don't know how
authorized. These are also authorized charities by the Israeli government too. Like you can't fucking operate.
That's great. There you go.
You can't operate inside of Gaza without you know, obviously Israel allowing you to operate inside of Gaza.
By the way, dude, I got a fucking Air Force ad in your stream, like 3 of them.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They pump that shit pretty hard, which I feel like is so funny because I think it's because it's like politics, so they think like, oh yeah, people will love this, but it's the least susceptible audience that you could possibly give Air Force ads to.
Definitely. That is true. I just thought it was pretty outrageous. But you're right. I don't think they're converting anyone in your audience.
Yeah.
What?
There's a
Marine
Marine Corps
talking
too.
about?
So basically, I wanted to talk about
Sorry to anyone who wanted a fair poll.
specifically the 1 state versus 2 state solution. And my approach to this when talking about it is purely pragmatic, and I'm trying to be realistic. I think our
Manope, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Looks like a whole bunch of people are getting memberships, right? And those memberships, let me describe to you a little bit of what you're getting in case you're getting one and you're just like, what is that even? What does that do? It's a membership, right? So the first and most obvious thing that you might notice is that if you go to your emotes, you've got emotes that are specific to this channel. So if you want to post weasels, you can post weasels. If you want to post NCC tabby cat girls, you can post those. We've got a lot of, so somebody post all the emotes to show people what. Will Florida, you just became a member as well. Yeah, thank you, Manop, for bringing all those people in, right? So that's just the first thing. That's just the first thing. Now, that's not even the coolest thing, right? Because the biggest thing about memberships is you get access to more content. You get my videos generally like 1 day or more ahead of time. So you'll get to see the videos before they even come out. You'll be the first to see those videos. That's pretty cool. You get access to some videos that just are not up for other people because they're not like, super algorithm friendly, but they're really cool nonetheless. And you get you get essentially like basically it like what's the word? It like exponentially increases the amount of content available to you, including old streams, including all kinds of old content. Like say you wanted to see what was the deal between Dylan Burns and NCC anyway. What was that all about? Well, that's now content that you can watch, right? That's now available to you. I don't know. That one might be available to everybody, right? But it's basically you get a bunch of other things. And the really cool thing that we've added most recently is the premium streamium, which I'm going to try to do at least once a month. I would like to do it once a week, where people get like people that are subs on Twitch or members on YouTube or members on Patreon get access to a premium stream that is literally like VIP status. Oh my god. Okay, so
goals are aligned in that we want peace, a lasting peace, a meaningful peace. I know it seems like impossibly far away, but I do think there are certain starting points that we need to come from
no, everything
and agree
has a
on
two.
before expanding out from there. And one of them is this issue. I understand that you are a one state. You don't believe in a 2-state solution. I'm
I
assuming
used to
because of
be. I used to believe in a 2-state solution. I was an advocate for a 2-state
Wait, the VIP streams make you feel bad?
solution, and I think like there are a lot of other people who also used to be 2-state solutioners themselves that have changed their perspective dramatically over the course of the past couple of decades. Yeah, due to the settlements.
Well, I gotta find some way to thank people who are supporting me month after month.
And the rapid expansion of settlements. I think Avi Shlaim is like another person that I can
Okay, let's
immediately
check
call.
and see what the poll
He is
is
a
doing.
Iraqi
What does the
Jew,
poll look like?
famous Israeli scholar, part of the New Historians. He's talked about this before as well.
By the way, when you talk to someone, I can't see you, and the stream is delayed. How do you usually do this if you're calling in?
Oh.
I mean, it's fine if I can't see you. It'd
Yeah,
be better though.
usually I just don't. The reason why I don't show myself is usually because I screen share with whoever I'm on with stream. Because like we'll look at like Ben Shapiro videos or whatever.
Oh,
So
okay.
it doesn't really matter.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
God, Soul Life, you really hit on my dilemma because I want the same thing. Yeah. Like, if I had a movie theater, right, I would make sure to leave the back door unlocked because I would want people who can't afford a ticket to be able to sneak in the back and see the movie anyway. But I also want to make sure that I'm like thanking people that make the stream possible. Because seriously, without your support, like the more support I get, the more content I can do, right? And that's just like that's just like a life thing. Like as in like at a certain level of support, I can do this full time, right? we're not there by a long shot yet, but I would love to get there, because like this is kind of my dream. It's kind of what I want to do, and but I try to gauge my amount of content that I'm producing by the amount of support I'm getting, and that means that I really like I feel like I'm never doing enough for the people that support me, right? And I've never found a satisfactory way to feel like I'm giving I'm giving my supporters like something special for. Okay, so wait, what the Twitch poll is done now? Keffels versus trans people contributed 45,000 channel points. Yo, I need to give you some better things to use channel points on too, don't I? Like there's like a lot. I just want to make sure that like I'm thinking, because I don't know. I feel like I'm very grateful for people for allowing me to do the content that I'm able to do, and I never feel like I can do enough to thank you for that. I guess that's where I'm at. But yeah, no, Soul Life, I'm totally there with you, and not wanting to shut the door on people who can't afford to who can't afford a membership.
So
Stop the count. Oh my God, stop the steal.
first of all, I guess I'll say this: when talking about the two-state solution, I'll agree that there cannot be a meaningful negotiation here without like basically fully dismantling the settlements, and I would even be in favor of offering some
bounce
kind
request? Oh no!
of restitution
I'm gonna have to bounce on my chair. I
to
should have
the
sat on my
Palestinians
yoga
that were
ball.
evicted. That's a big ask, obviously.
Bounce?
But I do believe that that is the right thing to do in this
There's
in
your
this
bounce, I guess.
agreement. So
Am I
let's
bouncy
just
enough?
we can start from there, right?
Am I bouncy?
Yeah, no, reparations is
Bouncing the
like
entire
reparations is not only
stream setup here.
Like moral right in
this.
this situation. I think it also is like
Down
logical
here.
to do,
Yay.
specifically so that so that there is like less tension, and it's a more viable solution. And last but not least, reparations in this process is also a matter of international law. I guess the only thing that is up for contention is that the Israeli position on the matter is, we'll just hold off on negotiations as best as possible while we do settlements. But also simultaneously,
Okay, so let's see.
Is the notion that like
the Twitch
actually
poll,
other
which might
Arab
be a little
states
bit biased.
should be giving reparations.
The Twitch poll that might be a little bit biased is telling me that the Keffels content is what I should do. Okay, and then let's see, what does the YouTube poll say? YouTube poll is still saying Shoe on Head and Anna Kasparian. Let's see what else. Oh my God, it's so close though. Yeah, 27% Keffels versus trans people. So, okay, so I'm getting that people are probably a little sick of Hasan for today. I do not blame you. As much as I enjoy some Hasanabi from time to time. It was the voice of the people. Correct, Kappa. Correct.
To the Palestinians as well. Like, we shouldn't be bearing the burden of the reparations because it's their fault, because like
they are all good. And here's how good they are, chat. I'm gonna stream tomorrow because I didn't stream very much this week. And I wanna still need to get done. I still need to get done with that video that I'm working on for you. Keffel's original title was much worse. This trans TikTok star is disgusting. Oh no. Oh no.
position is that the Nakba.
So if we don't do this Ethan and Hasan thing, which is just like 3 hours, there's no. I don't think that. Like, I think you're right, Chad. I think you're right that we need to knock off of this. But we will do this tomorrow, right? Because it's gonna be. It promises to be interesting.
Didn't happen, and
here I'm gonna grab my.
There was no ethnic displacement, and the Palestinians voluntarily left. This is the Israeli government's broad position. Obviously, there's varying degrees.
Yeah, obviously, we would need a completely different cabinet as well, because the one right now is. I mean, I believe that Netanyahu and his cabinet are, you know, one side of the same coin with Hamas. They're both obstructionists and violent.
Yeah, it's almost
fucking
painful to
lunatics.
listen to Ethan because his
So,
voice
starting
hurts.
with all that established,
Can you
my
hear it?
question to you is this, and again,
If he's sick
approaching
or
this from a
something.
fully realistic perspective,
Just like the
what
last
do you
leftovers.
think would happen
Yeah.
in the region that would result in Israel conceding to a one-state solution?
Oh, that's a great question.
I don't know
I think
how
one
to-
of the greatest things that could happen in a one-state solution.
I don't know how to weigh the to weigh the Twitch poll with, oh my god, Twitch poll. I don't know how to weigh the Twitch poll with the YouTube poll. Like, right, I gotta find a way to weigh the votes.
Is that you completely limit, obviously we're talking about like a hypothetical future that is
coin?
like very far away, but you completely limit Iran's power and exertion of influence over militant factions that are being currently used as a
Is Dylan Burns going to go to Israel and ask the Israelis what they think about Hasan? Good question.
destabilizing force against Israel.
Yeah, so if you haven't voted yet, YouTube viewers, right? You have a choice to make. What content should I do next? It's between Shoe on Head and Anna Kasparian, Keffels versus trans people. Keffels attacking a trans TikToker for asking people to get her pronouns right. Marianne versus Olaimi, and Hasan versus Ethan. And I'm getting that people are a little bit tired of watching two friends talk past each other. Isn't fun. Yeah, I could see that. Those interviews would be so. Wait, which interview? Oh God, yeah, they would.
The other states are not all that important, with the only reason why I talk about Iran is because Iran is the only regional actor that is like genuinely anti-Israel. They see Israel as an expression.
So should I flip a coin between Keffel? Because it looks like the two top, like YouTube is saying Shu and Anna, Twitch is saying Keffel's latest attack on trans people. Shu and Anna expose the grifts
of Western influence in the region, and of course they will
The
use
Olay video is
they
also
have
a banger.
Hezbollah, another Iranian-backed movement that became a political party as well, as a consequence of like Israeli incursion in Lebanon as well and the civil war, and these are all opportunities for Iran to push back. By way of Syria, by way of Iraq, by way of Lebanon, by way of the Houthis in Yemen, that they would not be able to utilize these militant factions if there was a permanent peace solution.
So I guess I'll ask the question again, because I'm not sure if it was answered directly. But what do you think could happen in the region that would result in a one-state solution?
I think that the normalization agreements would continue with the Gulf.
We'll do Shu and Anna. No, yeah, we'll do Shu and Anna right now. I think Anna talks about how she loves the what? Are you serious, FTW? Anna is simping apartheid anime girl? Is that what's going on? Is that what I'm hearing? Oh my god. Okay, let's check in and see what's going on. Kasparian. Meow.
Look, is this the first time you guys have ever streamed together?
Yo.
Yeah.
But there was a heated debate in the chat over whether or not there was chemistry between this guest. Now, this guest
There's
is
no debate.
Aristoc.
Do we need chemistry between these guests? I don't think so. Shu and Anna thing is also multiple hours. I vote for either Keffels, which is 17 minutes, or Alay, which is 98 minutes, since they are shorter videos. Vote on YouTube too.
There's no debate. Come on.
You know, sometimes I hate that you actually watch our show.
Sorry.
But
Fine.
wait, was there an answer to who DeSantis or Trump?
It's too hard to say. I will say.
Oh, come on.
Sitch.
No, wait. Whoa. You guys put
I feel
me.
like it's an easy. And you guys are always called far right. This podcast is always called far right, which is
Why would that
blows
happen?
my mind.
It blows my mind.
Because
you're such reasonable, enlightened centrist. How could anybody ever call you far right?
always pushing back. There's like right wingers in your chat.
Well,
and you're
Sitch is a little
I've seen you disagree with a right winger before.
right wing. I mean, let's be honest here.
Anna, for example, just to bring it back to you and what happened with you, for example, everything you were saying was so normal, and getting canceled for that
Up was right. Follow my heart. Oh my gosh, that's so difficult.
that was just like amazing to me, especially your crime takes.
The idea that I would see one of my friends say something I disagree with on another show and then go on my show and trash them is like inconceivable. Like
Yeah.
I would never do it. It's happened with like Jenk several times, and it's like I'm very loyal to Jenk, and it's because he's been good to me. He's yes, he's my employer, but he's also a good friend of mine. And do I disagree with him on some stuff? Absolutely. Am I gonna go on the show, or am I gonna go on social media and trash him? Never.
A lot of people want to see
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Stitch here.
Why do people who don't look? I don't know how to play harmonica either, but I don't play harmonica. Why do people who don't know how to play harmonica play harmonica?
With another
I mean, if you're gonna try to learn, then yeah, that's great. I don't know.
Sunday show with everyone's
Am I just complaining too much?
favorite co-host and put together of show and things producer, Adam.
Nice. Hey, how's it going? Look, and we have two fabulous guests. Look at
Chat, is Adam friended like his Nick Mullen? Is that what this is? Is Sitch the Adam Friedland and Adam is the Nick Mullen? Is that how this works?
Oh my gosh, who are these people? I've never seen these people before in my life.
Anna Kasparian and Shoe on Head, part-time YouTuber. Are you look, is this the first time you guys have ever streamed together?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Amazing. Look at this. Wow, we're making internet history here. What do you guys want to talk about?
Someone in the chat prior to the show going live was talking about like the internet exploding with the two of us on at the same time. So as far as I can tell, it hasn't exploded yet, but let's work on that, Shoe. Let's work on that.
I've been wanting to talk.
Wait, show the video title list before we even start. Should I just make that like a normal practice? Brace yourselves for the cringe. But what cringe should we brace ourselves for? I still haven't decided. I mean, it looks like YouTube. Okay, so YouTube is like 47% to 27% for Shu and Anna. Obviously Twitch voted for you can't play a note out of key. That's true. But like, okay, Sitch is transforming into Vince McMahon? No, like they don't deserve to be compared to the Adam Friedland show. That's not okay. I need a paper towel roll for the copious glazing that's about to go on. Yeah, I don't know, chat. Okay, look, one in chat if you're like, let's watch this, right? One in chat right now if you're down for this, right? Two in chat if you want something different. I might have just given like everybody too many choices. Like this is what like I have ADD. And when I get overwhelmed by choices, I'm just like, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Okay, so there's a lot of people that are like, I would like to watch something else, please. You'd have to say it like a robot. That's how I would say it. Okay, so like they are far right. Yeah, they absolutely are. I'm fine with whatever. I just figured out I would cover something shorter if you had time constraints. Yeah. I don't want to buck the that makes sense. That makes sense. Then this is 2 hours. What, the Olimey's 90 minutes. Cuffles is like 17 minutes. Should we like I gotta like warn you though up front, okay? If we watch the Cuffle stuff, a lot of you in here are gonna be pissed off at Cuffles. Right? A lot, like, you know, if you care about like trans people, and especially if you were ever invested in what Cuffles was trying to do with like supporting Southern equality, talking about the anti-trans legislation that was coming down the pipeline, what Cuffles used to be, it's a very big pivot away from that. It's a very big, it's like a you know, it's a heel turn. I mean, we've already seen heel turns from Cuffles, right? But it's like somehow a worse heel turn. This is stuff that Vosh wouldn't do. I'm convinced that you wouldn't see this from Vosh. I could be wrong. Like, I'm always like I'm being so nice to Vosh lately. Vosh, I hope you appreciate that. That I'm being entirely too nice to you. We don't even have enough time to do the Cuffles video? Well, yeah, like we're gonna go over. This is nightmare mode. This is nightmare blunt rotation. I don't even have a blunt. I have a vape. I'm like, I have a vape like Adam Friedland. And I don't even have a Nick Mullen to share it with. Well, that's probably a good thing, though. I really don't need a Nick Mullen. What would I do with a Nick Mullen, chat? Probably get in trouble, right? That's what Nick Mullen does to Adam. I don't see any reason that it would be different for me. Who is my Nick Mullen, though? Speaking of blunts and weed, I still can't believe Ohio legalized. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good thing to bring up. Ohio, last night, voted for reproductive freedom and voted for smoking freedom, I guess you could say. Voted to legalize. What else happened? We had a governor's race in Mississippi, which did not go to the Democrats, but actually they were within 5 points of, so that's kind of surprising. We had a Virginia state legislature flip to the Democrats, the House flipped to the Democrats, so they're gonna have to slow the roll on Glenn Youngkin's transphobia. That happened. Right-wingers want to, yeah, that's true. They do want to piss in our cereal. They want to replace whatever kind of milk or milk substitute that you use with piss. That's what that's the futures that right-wingers want for you. Do F around and find out? All right, let's see what we can get done. People are bringing up a good point that maybe I only have time for Cuffles. Are people happy if I do the Cuffles thing? Just understand, like, it's gonna be really, really, like, frustrating to watch this. Despite the issue passing, the Republicans in Ohio want to tinker with issue 1 and 2. Oh, here's what I really want to know. Does anybody know if there was a there were 2 ballot initiatives in Maine, and one of them was to basically nationalize their power, to like allow a state like power apparatus to run where like energy would be, you know, where like your electricity would be cheaper, because it would be you know, not nationalized but state nationalized, right? But the Republicans were tricky on this one. They put another initiative on there that basically makes that impossible. So the Mainers had to reject the Republican initiative which was kind of deceptively worded, and they had to select the what is it called, like Pine Tree Power or something like that.
Talk to you for such a long time.
Wait, I might even be on the wrong one. Oh yeah, it's Couples Live, isn't it? It's the live channel. Okay, that's where this is. TikTok star goes full Karen by asking to be gendered correctly.
This TikTok has 500,000 likes on it. There was an entire round of discourse about this TikTok. Lily Tino going around to restaurants recording herself.
Like a restaurant reviewer does. Only difference is she's trans. Yeah, there was a lot of discourse around this one in the far right, right? There were far right people sending this video to each other to and calling trans people slurs. And who got a hold? Who got a hold of that nasty, filthy, moldy piece of shit at the back of the refrigerator? But Keffels, right?
And you'll see.
It looks like he's having a nice feast.
She, her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. But it was not all good. Hi. I use she, her pronouns. I'm not sir.
Oh, so sorry.
Yeah, like it's like a knife in the heart. I did specifically ask ahead of time not to be called sir. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Okay. The sweet water starts at okay.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
It's just always like a knife. It always hurts every single time. I was wondering if there's a manager I could talk to about something.
So when I got to this part in the original video, I felt like I needed to talk about this because this behavior is honestly kind of gross. We need to have a conversation about intentional versus misintentional misgendering. Because when someone is not doing it with the intent of hurting someone, and you are going out of your way, recording yourself going to restaurants, hoping that people will misgender you so you can make TikTok content out of it, and then immediately asking to speak to the manager because someone unintentionally misgendered.
Is it immediately like speaking to the manager, or are we like making a little assumption based on a TikTok? If you don't know, chat, TikToks are they tend to be under a minute, right? I mean, they can be longer than that. TikTok does allow for longer videos, but in general, TikToks are like short format content, right? So I'm not sure that this was the first time that she got misgendered. I mean, I'm never in favor of like getting somebody, fired, or anything like this, but I feel like what's going on here is that there was a right-wing dogpile on this woman, and a very transphobic right-wing dogpile. And how does Keffels react to this? I'm not with her. This is what hog trans women say, I guess. God. I thought transphobia was part of Keffels' brand. It is now. I mean, look, if anybody's getting like whiplash in chat, I completely understand, and I'm somewhat there with you. All right, because this was somebody I was really friendly with, right? This is somebody that rated me, somebody that I supported, somebody that I thought was doing really good things. Maybe a year and a half ago, one of the first streamers to get a lot of attention towards the torrent of anti-trans legislation that was coming down the pipeline. And at some point, she completely pivoted. I think she had a video that was literally called, I don't want to do trans content anymore. So if you don't know what happened with Keffals, right? She got attacked by Kiwi Farms. She got attacked by right-wingers. She got attacked by, like, you know, transphobes. And it was pretty bad. She got attacked by Destiny's community. She was getting in fights with Dylan Burns and all kinds of shit like that, right? And then at some point, she made a calculation to switch sides. And I mean, you know, the first sign of that was her. So if you don't know, if you're a trans streamer of like any kind of size, right? There's a good chance that at some point Vosh will show up in your chat. Vosh, and maybe he'll bring his community, or, you know, if Vosh shows up in your chat, probably like his community is not far behind, right? And it's tempting for a lot of people, because, you know, that's a lot more people than you're used to. That's a lot more eyeballs than you're used to getting. And you've got streamers who you really wouldn't think would agree with Vosh, kind of being like, oh yeah, Vosh, he's all right. Like surprising people, right? That are really wholesome. Like one example is like Lumi Roo, incredibly wholesome streamer, but, you know, kind of friendly with Vosh, right? I mean, this happened with Keffals, and, you know, there's different ways to take this. Like you could, you know, you could buddy up with Vosh, right? You might get a white leaf side out of that. You might, you know, get a lot more views from his community. You could kind of play it neutral and be like, okay, this is a streamer who is in my stream, and I'm just gonna be like, hello Vosh, hello community, you know, right? Without really taking a side on it. I think some people on Twitch do that when Vosh shows up in their chat. Some people may not want trouble from Vosh because, you know, if you're seen as being against Vosh, you know, you might be subject to harassment. And some people, you know, like, so for some people, like, that's not something that they want to subject their community to, right? And again, you know, like, that's, you know, there's benefits, there's costs, right? So anyway, yeah, Keffals would do things that are like not great, but they're understandable. Like stuff that like her community like didn't like her doing, but, you know, if you're going after Tim Pool and you make fun of him for being bald, you're gonna make a certain percent of your trans followers who like might have gotten shit on because of their hairline. You're gonna make those people like uncomfortable, and she did. And there's different ways you can handle that, but the way that Keffals handled that was to purge everybody that had a problem with that, and embrace Vosh more and more, and see herself in Vosh. And Vosh would come in and give her advice. You know, you can never apologize to these people. You can never back down, you know, from these people, these woke scolds. You gotta watch out for the woke scolds, right? And that's the advice, unfortunately, that Keffals listen to. Now, Vosh is like, you know, not my cup of tea. Again, I don't tell you who to watch or who to listen to. So, you know, he might be some of yours. But yeah, he's not one of my favorite streamers. I notice a a lot of his takes that are like on the reactionary side of things. Like he has some good takes. He supports trans rights generally, but sometimes you're going to see him, sort of punch left on purpose. But there's worse than Vosh. There's definitely like worse people than Vosh out there. Destiny is an example, right? Keffels is now ingratiating herself to Destiny and Vosh. Somehow getting the worst of both worlds. She's granted amnesty from, and if you don't know, there was a huge blow up between Keffels and Destiny over, in a lot of cases, like trans rights issues, right? That was essentially what some of the disagreements were about. Destiny's not like transphobic, but he'll find a way to shit on trans people nonetheless. And so you just got this like continued pipeline that Keffels is going down. And the net effect of it is that like the people that she was fighting against, the Kiwi farmers, the commentary shitlords, like all the people that were making videos, like, finding her like dead name, finding old pictures of her, accusing her of being a groomer, all that kind of stuff. Like it really does feel like she has made a conscious decision that those should be her demographic, those should be her community, and that's what's gone on here. And at this point, like, okay, so Natalie, are you here? Can anybody tell me more about the situation? Because I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I have heard some things about this situation. I have heard some things about, I wonder if Keffels even moved. I think she did. I mean, like, I have no reason to believe that she didn't. But yeah, I mean, there was just like there was a lot that went on with Keffels, and yeah, you got to the point where she was like, look, we're gonna do a gay ops, right? That's Kiwi farm language for dirty trick, I guess. Like, like a op against the tender queers, right? I want you all to make avatars, and I want those avatars all to be picrews, because that's what the woke scolds, that's what the tender queers do, and we're gonna walk amongst them, and we're gonna pretend to be them, and we're gonna, like, essentially she encouraged her community to make alts, and then she went a step further, and she's like, listen, what do you want me to, what should I make the alt? I don't know, like the more diverse the better. Like if it could be like a black trans woman, like that would be ideal, right? And so she's literally on a clip, like, asking her audience to do digital blackface. And yeah, it just got worse from there. And at this point, like, it's fair to say, like I said, that Dylan's kind of about the drama. Yeah, but Dylan also does content on politics, and I'm gonna disagree with a lot of what he says, but he's talking about geopolitics a lot of the time. With Keffels, it's like she's talking about other streamers, she's talking about like woke scolds, she's talking about tender queers, she's talking about, in this case, like a trans TikToker who, eating at nice restaurants. So there's some degree of privilege there, but you can kind of see where that privilege, like where the natural limits of that privilege actually are. And that even though this person is not only like, eating at some nice restaurants, but ostensibly doing reviews of the restaurants for TikTok, right? Which would make you think that, they'd be treated really well. But, she's not in various situations, in various, restaurants, she's kind of just being misgendered over and over again. And, it reminds me that there's oh my God, we got like all emotes, all emotes in chat. So yeah, here we are. And like I said, I cared about Cuffles. When she was under attack, I did videos defending her. And it's hard to describe the way that it breaks me up to see her doing libs of TikTok shit like this, right? I wanted to, like, I didn't want to say libs of TikTok yet, right? Because I have heard something and I want to get it confirmed. Was there... Can somebody confirm that for me, Natalie? Maybe Natalie, you're the one who suggested this video. Okay, you're here. Okay, so what I want to know is, like, I mean, this is going to be a video of her reacting to this video that, has been going on around the right-wing Twitter sphere, places like Libs of TikTok, right? And now Keffels is reacting to that, not with like a nuanced take, like, hey, maybe don't try to get, people, fired at restaurants, but essentially just jumping on the dog pile, the transphobic dog pile against this woman. This is not just her reacting to the video. Keffels does a deep dive on the woman. Thank you, and blames her. Okay, so when we say a deep dive, here's what I'm worried about with Keffels, because I've been seeing more and more. There's more and more Kiwi farms in the Keffels, right? There's more and more of that, like that whole thing of like getting your community to impersonate people that you don't like, right? Getting your community to pretend to be like disabled black trans people, like, right? That's kind of a Kiwi Farms thing to do. And what I heard, and I'm not sure, I want to have this confirmed right before I jump to this conclusion, but was there some attempt to, you just gifted 5 memberships, but nothing came up from this page? It sometimes takes like a little while. Let me see what's going on here. Here, let me end the poll. End poll. Wait, where the poll end up at? Okay. It did that to you a couple weeks ago? Wait, did it never show up, my dog Zargoth? The stream ended. Oh wait, yo. Let me see if this helps. No, Twitch alerts are on. Like, what if I change to this? Does it pop up there? No, it's not popping up. It's not popping up. That's unfair. Then when the stream ends, I get a refund. Interesting. So this is like a bug on YouTube or something. Let me make sure I'm like reading chat here. Also, if you're eating in a nice restaurant, you're paying good money not to. Well, you would think, right? Because there is some thought that, and it is true that, privilege is not, privilege and oppression are not additive. Okay, so it's not like I am, trans, and I am, gay, so we add up the oppression from being trans to the oppression from being gay, and we get like this. That's how oppressed you are. It's like a multiplying factor, right? And the more intersections of oppression you have, the more that multiplier just really goes like exponential. And same thing with with privilege, but there's some really strange things that happen. If you remember, like a few years ago, no, not a few years ago, it was a while ago, right? There was a college professor who tried to get into who like lost his keys. He comes home, he doesn't have his keys. He's like, I got to get into my house. And you might have been in the situation yourself, like, right, where you're breaking into your own house because you don't have the keys and you need to get inside, right? It happens, right? This is a, fairly well-to-do college professor, fairly, well-known person. And somebody in his neighborhood called the cops on him, and the cops came, and like when he tried to be like, yeah, like, I understand, but this is my house, right, there was a confrontation, right? It wasn't I gifted memberships and it just went to members. Wait, what does that mean, Soul Life? Cuffles is going over her LinkedIn. Okay, thank you, Zara. That's what I was looking for. Her TikTok, her consulting business, and made a lot of bad faith. So in other words, we're getting more so that's what I meant about the Chaya Rychek thing. That's what I meant about the Libs of TikTok thing. And that's why I didn't want to say that unless I had it confirmed that stuff really went on. Her LinkedIn, her website, her TikTok, her consultant business made a lot of bad faith assertions about this trans woman. I didn't see any major so it wasn't like a doxing or anything like that, right? But it was like it feels like maybe some directed harassment.
You? That is disgusting and manipulative behavior. When someone misgenders you on purpose, that is
Wait, existing members got the gifted membership? I think I've seen somebody. I think I noticed somebody that got a membership that, like, what's up with that? I'm a food and beverage director, so the fact that she called ahead to give her pronouns means the restaurants didn't prioritize her pronouns and disregarded them. That should have been their first priority. And I mean, like, you can see, like, look, if I'm gonna like try to steel man where is Keffels coming from here, right? It's probably something like that Keffels, being also a trans woman of, no small degree of privilege, right? Feels like this is a bad look and wants to distance herself from that. But I mean, she's just asking for her dignity here. More than anything. I just tried a super chat and a sticker, but neither of them will acknowledge that I'm clicking on them. What is going on with YouTube? Do I need to do some research into this? Maybe there aren't enough people in the chat. Does it have to be like, I feel like it'll give people, I feel like it's given it to people who are not currently in the chat. One of the problems is that new people may not have enabled. Oh, okay. So it's probably a limit of how many people enabled to receive gift memberships. Okay, so Life, what is that? You were saying it's like the 3 dots on the screen, and you click that, and you have to like enable memberships. Common decency. It's common decency. Chatters need to enable. Okay, so yeah, but there's some other stuff. Like, people are talking about super chats not going through, and a sticker. Neither of them will acknowledge that I'm clicking on them. What is even up with that? Here, I can look on my end and see if it's coming through. Oh, look, something. No, the last thing I have is Monop's gift membership. So yeah, it's not showing up on my end either. That is weird. I'm sorry. I don't know why YouTube is doing that. Why wouldn't the sticker work? Anyway, it's probably yeah, you could try sometimes restarting helps. Sometimes restarting helps. Various things. I don't know. I'll look into it too and see if I can figure out what's going on, because that's odd. That is super odd.
Gross. That's disgusting. But if people don't know your pronouns and accidentally misgender you, trying to
Okay, so Soul Life says click join. On the new screen, click the three dot. Oh, okay. So you click join, then you click the three dots, and then you enable receiving memberships. Oh, that's interesting. Wait. Oh my God, I'm gonna like try to do it. Let me try it on another tab and see.
make it
if
like a
works for me.
huge problem for them to the point where you are threatening their job is Karen behavior.
Something that happened? Yeah, I was called sir. Oh, okay. It just really sucks every time it happens. Sorry about that. I don't need to be called ma'am. I just need to not be called sir, you know? Thank you. Did you call me sir? I just want to tell you that the person who gave me this called me sir.
What?
Called me sir.
Oh.
It's just like, it kind of just hurts a lot to get called sir.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay.
We should also have a conversation about the sheer amount of privilege that this woman is showing. She lives in San Francisco. If she was in the deep south, she...
Okay, so that makes it even weirder, right? Yeah, because if you live in the deep south, you know that misgendering is maybe like the default. That doesn't excuse it or anything like that, but you'd expect more awareness of trans people in a place like San Francisco. Now that's somewhat stereotypical. It's not necessarily true that everyone in a big city in a blue state is going to be, you know, friendly to trans people. But you know, numbers wise, it's more likely. Huh. So I'm looking at this. When I hit join on Couples, right? And then I see the membership screen come up. I'm not actually gonna join Couples, but she would actually know if I did. She would see it, and she would think I was going after her VODs. She'd probably ban me because she'd think I was trying to get her VODs. But I'm not. I'm not trying to get your VODs, Couples. I'm respecting your paywalls, okay? Okay, so learn about memberships. Do you click on learn about membership, Soul Life? I think that just gives you like a screen that like is like memberships are a great way that you can help your favorite creator to be. Yeah, it's just a big FAQ, so it's not, that doesn't do it for me. I may already have this stuff like enabled. But yeah, I don't see, when I go to memberships, I don't see the and I click the three dots, I don't see the option for enable gift memberships. Then again, maybe Couples has to, no, there's no way that she hasn't like enabled that.
She would not be doing this. She has the safety where she can go around doing this, recording herself, trying to threaten people's employment. And if she were doing this in a genuinely transphobic environment, her life would be threatened for doing it. Like, I obviously think that you should respect her pronouns and people should respect her pronouns. But she is going out of her way in order to cause problems for people.
Very good. Thank you so much. No, yeah. Thank you. I'm not a sir.
Look, I mean, here's another option, right? You could disagree with the way she's reacting and going about this and still not libs of TikTok her. But you're libs of TikToking her. You're making content out of a person who's underneath a gigantic right-wing dog pile. And Keffels, this isn't even the first time you've done this shit. People in chat are saying she's not declaring her pronouns. Did she go over the fact that this woman, like, apparently called ahead?
Nothing like a good misgendering. It is a knife in the gut when I get called sir. I feel like I need to tell him. I need to tell him that hurt.
Look, I'll be honest with you, okay? I am probably not assertive enough when it comes to misgendering. Now, I don't experience it, you know, in public, and I don't experience it that often. One of the few times I can remember getting misgendered was by Dylan, and you know, it's a very specific situation, right? I think that he introduced me as they them in an effort just to not like mess up anybody's pronouns, because he couldn't remember which trans people were she her and which are they them. And so the idea that I think he had was to just default to they them. And it's like a cheat code. You don't have to get to know anybody's gender identity. You don't have to get to know anybody's pronouns. You can just default to they them. And look, I mean, fine, whatever, right? You know, I'm not somebody who, you know, complains about that stuff a lot. But I also don't think that it would be bad if I was somebody, if I did insist on, you know. Anyway, I just, because he was introducing me to a large audience, because he was a bigger content creator than I was, I made a point to say, actually, it's she, her. And he got weird with me, right? Because all I was trying to do is just be like, let me just correct that, okay? I don't go by they, them. I don't, you know, I'm not asking people to, you know, call me they, them. I go by she, her. Those are the pronouns that I go by. Just so anybody in Dylan's audience who had just got introduced to me as having they, them pronouns, which I don't, would understand, would know, would, you know, would get my pronouns correct, because they didn't know me from Lilith, right? They didn't know me at all. And he got weird about it. Like, he got fragile about it, as if I was calling him transphobic. And I wasn't. I just wanted to be called the right pronouns. All right? And it's not the worst way I could be misgendered. And I don't think he did it out of any sort of malice or anything like that. And you know, I don't think, you know, that means that he is transphobic. I understand that, you know, he's using a cheat code kind of out of a fear of, you know, getting in trouble for misgendering somebody, but it wasn't about him getting in trouble. It was about people like knowing, you know, who I am, right? But I think that I am probably more, what's the word for it? Like, I don't ever want to cause a problem. I don't ever want to cause a scene. If somebody misgenders me, you know, is particularly in the way that she's getting misgendered, the TikToker here is getting misgendered. If somebody's calling you he and sir when you go by she and ma'am, like that is a problem. And people standing up for, you know, their identity, it shouldn't be a reason for them to be attacked, and it certainly should not be a reason for them to within the trans community. Like, right? You don't need, with all the knives that she's got coming from her from the front, she does not need Keffels coming at her with a knife from the back, trying to turn her into content libs of TikTok style, right? This is fucked. It worked. Wait, it worked. It worked. Curious how Keffels is going to spin this into a bad thing. Yeah, I guess we'll have to check that out. Super sticker. Oh, there it is. Super sticker. 10 Canadian dollars. Shiba dogs squeezing a big. Oh, it's one of those. Wait.
My dogs are super chatted $7.23.
Oh my god, thank you for the super chat. Oh, that okay. Interesting. So the super stickers, they read as super chats. It just doesn't give you a. I wish it would show the sticker. I bet it does on Oh, I see it. Oh my god, that's a cute dog. A cute doge, rather. A burrito sounds good. Oh my god, yeah, it does. I've been eating avocado and what is this, like refried beans and tostadas, which is pretty good. It said it's $10 Canadian. I think it translated it into the US dollars. Is that what happened? Maybe Cuffles was uncomfortable conveying her boundaries with See, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say, that I am uncomfortable. Like I never want to be like overly assertive. I'm always trying to take up as little space as I can. I'm always trying to demand as little from people as I can, and that's just because of how I was raised, right? Like that's literally like my parents. Like that's literally like my upbringing, right? You know, in my house, like children were supposed to be seen and not heard. Children were conversation pieces for our parents to, you know, talk to their friends about, but then to kind of just like go away and not be a problem and not, you know, be loud. So I kind of grew up like, you know, having like the same kind of maybe uncomfortability that look, if Keffels has that is uncomfortable, like, you know, demanding to be gendered correctly for herself. I mean, like, fine, you know, that's not like, I actually understand that, right? I have trouble standing up for myself. The only reason that I even did with Dylan is because I was being introduced to thousands of people, and I didn't want to have to. I didn't know how I was going to go to each one of those people and be like, by the way, it's she, her. By the way, it's she, her. By the way, it's she, her. Right? You know, you can't. There's no way to kind of correct that after people have like the wrong idea of you know, and I'd hate for somebody to like be like, I'm gonna remember her pronouns, I'm gonna get them right, she likes to be called they them, Dylan told me, and then, you know, for me to be like, you know, visibly upset and them not to know why, right? It makes sense to just like, you know, it's great that Dylan was, you know, introducing people with pronouns, but it's probably better if you you know, if you get those confirmed before you do it. But if you don't, it doesn't have to be a big deal. If you straight up misgender me, like, you know, it hurts and it's traumatizing and it puts you in a really scary place. And I don't think cis people could ever understand like what it's like from, because I know that from cis people's perspective, like it sucks when you misgender somebody, because if you're, you know, not transphobic, you didn't mean to do that. You messed up, you got it wrong, and now you're embarrassed, and now you're worried, do people think that you're transphobic? And in general, trans people know, like, we're pretty understanding of that, right? I'm not going to speak for all trans people because I don't represent all trans people, but in general, like, right, that's not it's not some kind of like, you know, unforgivable sin. But when you make it weird for us, like Dylan did, question, like, wait, isn't that okay? Like, should I really have to remember whether you're one of the they thems or the she hers? And it's like, if you're gonna introduce me to your audience, then yeah, either you will remember or I will remind you. All right, that's just how it's gonna go. I'm not like, that's my boundary. And so when I see somebody else trying to assert those sort of boundaries for herself, now again, like I would never, you know, call somebody's fucking manager or anything like that. And you know, but I think that this is more about the content. This is more about, I think what this, if I were to guess what this creator's doing here, is trying to show people that how even in a place that you wouldn't think of as being hostile to trans people, there still is, like, you know, a hostility. Somebody presenting like this and getting, you know, getting Sir is kind of weird. It's such a simple thing to do for someone else. This isn't a foreign language. Yeah, and if oh my god, my dogs are goths. Thank you for the gift membership to Natalie Marie. Natalie Marie, you just became a sponsor. Wow, indeed. I love that sound.
It hurts more, but when it's not.
And it's even gonna do it twice because it does once for the sponsor. Wait. I don't understand why it does it twice, but it's twice as nice, I would say. Twice as nice.
Intentional because it means like this is sir to him. I know you didn't mean it, but I'm not a sir.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I know you didn't mean it. It's just, you know, it hurts. I know when people clock me.
Oh my god, new Anna, thank you for the super sticker. Wait, is that like oh my god, it's a hippo in a gaming chair transforming into a Gundam or an Ava. I don't know what chat. Do you think it's a Gundam or do you think it's an Ava? Oh my god, Anon Nom Nom just got a gift membership. Thank you, Soul Life. What that's a I don't think I've ever seen a super sticker that like where somebody turns into I think it's an Ava. I don't know, chat. Do I know the difference between an Ava and
New underscore Anna super chatted $50.
Thank you for the $50 super chat. Thank you for the $50. I think it's actually a super sticker, but I'm not going to argue. I just think it's a cool hippo, and it's like a hippo Ava. No, maybe it's not, because in an Ava, you go into the plug, right? You know, there's like a plug. Like, you get put into the plug. There's goo, right? You got a suit. You got to wear a suit, okay, in your Ava, and then the suit gets vacuumed shut. And then you get into the plug, which is like, there's all this juice. There's all this like, and you can breathe the juice. It's breathable juice, right? And then they put the plug up the Ava's butt, and then you're able to control the Ava like you're some sort of small person up the butt of a larger person, controlling them with levers and pulleys, much like a robot. I think the cum people in chat might appreciate that one.
It's fine, but like it does kind of hurt.
Anybody get the reference?
Thank you. I'm not, sir.
I think one of the things that's really telling about this TikTok too is that every single person has said sorry so far. Like if this was genuinely transphobic behavior, if this was intentional, they wouldn't actually say that they're sorry for doing this. Now, also remember that like she is a very privileged person. Her job is being a food critic. Her entire TikTok presence is going.
Again, Keffels. Glass houses. Glass houses, my friend. Glass houses. If I were a server and I even accidentally misgendered someone, I would consider this a learning experience. Yeah, and like honestly, I don't like butt stuff. Is it butt stuff? Does anybody get that reference? I don't know. Somebody must have seen the reference to but yeah. Oh my god. Somebody must have seen the reference. Look, like I feel like for a $50 super sticker, I got to give you something really good. Do I need to like show you this? I just don't want to show it to you cuz like it's like if we look at Adam Friedland's stuff, there's going to be bound to be something that's like super yikes that Nick like adds in. It's just bound to happen. It happens every time with Nick.
Going around to high-end restaurants reviewing food.
I love it. I love when somebody calls me sir. It happens 1/10 of the time or so.
And I found out that what she is doing in this is she is trying to recreate an unintentional viral moment where someone who was legitimately very transphobic confronted her. And I think it's just kind of gross. It's like,
wait, recreate unintentionally. Wait, let's go back. Unintentionally recreate a viral moment where somebody very transphobic confronted her. Okay, I think what Keffels is saying is that she has been misgendered when she wasn't filming, and so that she's trying to demonstrate. Keffels is saying she's trying to demonstrate that. I don't know. It's hard to steelman Keffels. It's hard. And it's getting harder. Recreate unintentional viral moment. Like, yeah, look, you do not want to go viral as a trans person asking to be correctly gendered. That is so scary. Right? Can you think of viral moments with trans people being upset about being misgendered? Can you think of a very famous viral moment such as that, and how somebody's life was almost ruined over that? Oh, as a biofemale presenting androgynous and masculine, I figured. Appreciate getting Sir.
Intentional viral moment where someone who was legitimately
Dr. Ritchie covered it.
Very transphobic confronted her. And I think it's just kind of gross. It's like, yeah, that's messed up that happened. I'm not saying any of this because I think that people should misgender her. And obviously, I don't think that people should make fun of her for this happening. But
when you use your limited reach in order to signal boost a right-wing hate campaign, what do you expect to happen, Chaya? I mean, Cuffles, what do you expect to happen?
When I found out about some of the backstory with this stuff, I realized that this was actually a lot slimier than I thought it was. This was a video from March where a TERF confronted her at the Cheesecake Factory. This was like a legit...
Okay, so that's what she's talking about. Wait, a fucking random TERF went up to her? At the Cheesecake Factory?
Legitimately bad transphobic incident, and I'll show you it.
You know I'm a TERF, right?
So wait, so that's Keffel's contention, is that she went viral for this incident, and she was trying to recreate that?
Trans eccentric radical feminist.
Are you a TERF?
I'm a TERF.
Wow.
I would totally be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave me alone. I don't know what that is. In real life, I would just like be like, I don't know what a TERF is. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Please leave me alone. I'm having lunch.
You need to move somewhere else, I guess.
No, actually, you should tell me about being a TERF.
You're a boy, right? Don't fuck with me, because honestly, I did.
Wow. Wow. Keffels is making shit up about her. Ma'am, I'm not a patch of grass. Yeah, what's up? What are you talking about? I don't know what trans exclude. This is like, I would just tell them that I'm not that terminally online, even though I totally am.
I'd like to see you try.
Well then, don't judge me for being a TERF.
Who came up and started the conversation? Who came up and started the conversation? Don't judge me for being a TERF? Excuse me, you're the one who said you're a TERF. What? Yo, TERFs are something special.
I get to be who I want to be, you get to be who you want to be.
So I think it's important to show this moment because she received 2.5 million likes for this confrontation that she's obviously enjoying. She's smiling and laughing about it. She turned on her phone so she could record this for TikTok and turn it into content. And since this big viral thing,
I don't think so, Cuffles. It looks to me like she had her phone on because this is what she did. This is her, like, if you haven't noticed, this is her content. She does restaurant reviews.
it seemed like she was trying to catch lightning in a bottle, because the video that I just showed you was her going to restaurants, recording people without their consent, asking to talk to the manager. It's a woman who has quite a...
Oh my god, chat, if you followed Keffels for any degree of time, you might be starting to be aware of how glass her house is on this particular issue, right? This is really, really, really similar to accusations that have been made about Keffels, right? That, you know, seriously bad things have happened to Keffels, and there have been people that either because they, you know, they hate her, or or they feel like they've been lied to her, have assumed that you know she wanted these things to happen to her, and there's just no proof of it. This is wild.
Bit of privilege. She knows she has privilege, and she is trying to do this for clout. That's what this is.
Right? She's trying to do this for clout. Keffels, is there anything that you don't try to do for clout? Diet sugar glass. Yeah. It's like, wait, what do you call that stuff? Like, you know that like sugary candy stuff that like it looks like glass, but it's actually sugar candy? What is that called? It's like see-through sugar candy. That's what her house is made of.
If that's what you want, to be who you want to be, then I...
Yeah, okay, for the record, I don't...
This is an accusation not supported by the evidence presented. Crack. It could be. Actually, I don't remember. I'm not sure. Jolly, kind of like a Jolly Rancher, but clear, right?
don't have an issue with her behavior in this moment.
Yeah, a Jolly Rancher would be like the stained glass version of that.
It's the attempt to recapture this moment, and I'll show you in a second some of the other stuff that I want to address.
To be who I want to be.
Which is...
Oh, like sugar. Yeah. That, maybe that's it. Yeah, sugar glass. Yeah, you used to. So yeah, when a piece of glass breaks in a theatrical production, sometimes they use like sugar glass so that they don't hurt themselves. Yeah, like rock candy, but like flat.
I'm not a witch.
You're not a witch.
You know what? Take your stupid dog.
No, it's okay if you are a witch. There's witch talk. Like, please, if you're a witch, if you enjoy different flavors in your water, if you read books about ice pirate barbarian planets where people are omegas and they put out pheromones and other people's are alphas, and they're sent into like a musk by the pheromones, right? I'm here for it. I am here for it. There's a TikTok for that, okay?
Eat your fucking food and get the fuck out of my house.
Bitch eating crackers. Seriously.
Okay?
This is a first.
Because otherwise I have to label you a white racist.
I see.
For a 70-year-old minority woman. You're a racist. You want your rights? I want mine too.
Excuse me. Could you grab the manager, please?
Yeah, that lady does actually sound unwell. She sounds like this is some sort of mental health issue where she's intoxicated. But a thing that I wanted to discuss with this is the fact that if this was just a TikToker who just made TikToks capitalizing on shitty things happening to her like this, I wouldn't have an issue. But the fact that she has gone out of her way to try and recreate this, recording people without
someone watches Fox News
consent, trying to threaten people's livelihood.
I'm writing that down for my future best-selling book. I mean, you know, it's definitely a genre you could get into. It's definitely, but just, you know, there will be competition. There are, the Omega verse is ever expanding, and there's a lot of people interested in reading that kind of content, but there's also a lot of people making that content.
Even though they are apologetic about this,
she thinks that part was funny.
Situation, I think is really gross. The fact that she has a large platform where
isn't she just a TikToker?
She encourages this, I think is pretty gross.
A large platform where she encourages this? What? She has like 300,000 on TikTok. That's, look, I mean, sounds like Anna Kasparian in a few days. That's not, she's not like, so on TikTok, if you, God, it's weird, right, chat? Because like a view on YouTube is not the same as a view on Twitch. In general, people, I think watch for longer on Twitch, so you sort of think of a Twitch view as being like 1.25 times a YouTube view. You know, like a sub on one platform is different than a sub on the other, and the way that people interact with short form content, it is that they're in general less engaged than they are with longer form content. People will have a certain number of channels that they sub to on YouTube, and generally, on TikTok, they're sub to like a lot more channels. So I don't know that calling her like a content creator who's being irresponsible with her large platform is exactly correct here. Keffel's making up content. Whatever my book is will also be a Christian romance. Yeah. I mean, that sounds perfect. I ran a Christian Minecraft server, so.
Another thing that I wanted to point out with this situation, we go to her LinkedIn and we find out some interesting stuff. So Lily Contino is a transgender advocate speaker.
Okay, so again, like, from my understanding, from what Zara said, Lily doesn't get necessarily private information released here or anything like that. But this is like, let me show you where she is on LinkedIn. Right? It feels like targeted harassment of a person who's already receiving a lot of targeted harassment. What Christian Minecraft server? Also writing that down. This is a Christian. We should have a Minecraft server. I keep on trying to figure out what to do for like subs, but like I want to give people special stuff who subscribe and Patreon and super chat and stuff like that to me. Like I want to be able. I don't know. I never feel like I'm giving enough to my supporters. I mean, the old racist lady sounds like a future Anna. Yeah, that's what I figured you meant. Oh, not Keffels. Okay.
An educator. She helps companies become trans inclusive. She runs a business consulting service where she does Trans 101, according to this LinkedIn post. I started a business. Helping companies be more transgender inclusive is really important to me, so it's super exciting to do it officially at Lily Contino Consulting. I've gotten pretty great feedback from early clients on Trans 101.
So what is the point here? Like, what are we doing by showing her LinkedIn? Because, like, I mean, her TikTok is at least okay, so the claim was the strongest claim that Keffels had was against like threatening somebody's employment situation based on like a mistake, right? That's of all the things that she said in this whole thing, the one that comes closest to ringing true is that, right? But what is she doing? What is she doing other than like literally threatening somebody's work situation? Like she does Trans 101 for companies that are interested in like trying to treat their trans employees and customers better. Let's go after that business. Let's go after that. Let's make it harder for her to do that.
My talk that
yeah, and from someone that was swatted, and again, I'm not making any claims like that. Like, I mean, I don't see like, and from what I'm hearing from Zara and from Natalie, I don't hear anything that she's like, getting doxxed here by Keffels. But like, this is so hypocritical considering, your criticism was that she was interfering with people's employment situations.
Explains the basics of being an ally at work. It's a casual conversation about pronouns, what it means to transition and the challenges trans people face. On her LinkedIn, she labels herself as a trans community leader. What she's doing here is literally just advertisement for her business. She is
on her LinkedIn? What? Wait, what?
Advertisement for her business. Labels herself as a trans community leader.
That's her advertising for her business on her LinkedIn? Is that not what one does on their LinkedIn? What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to not advertise your business on... What? I bet Kaffels thinks Lily is manufacturing clients for her consulting business? What was the original take that prompted Kiwi Farms to go after Kaffels? I don't think that Kiwi Farms like targets people based on takes. If it was any take, it would have been like a take on like it would have been a take on like providing like hormones to people who can't get them, right? It would have been something like that. I think she was involved in a she promoted a DIY hormone site, like a it would have been something like that. But realistically speaking, I think that just being a trans rights advocate, that's prominent, right? You're a trans person. You're, in fact, let me just put it like more simply, a well-known trans person blowing up on social media. I think honestly that is, you know, probably what got her targeted by Kiwi Farms.
What she's doing here is literally just advertisement.
Like they have a they have like pages on most decently well-known people from BreadTube, quote unquote, right? In fact, that's where I got mentioned on a BreadTube on a BreadTube thread.
For her business, she is positioning her.
I mean, like I guess I'm a little bit of a special case in that, you know, for a content creator of my size, I probably have more name recognition just because of the controversies I've been involved in. Not anything as big as the controversies that Kaffels has been involved in, but you know, they were like, it somewhat makes sense. But like, you know, John the Duncan has got, like, they talk about John the Duncan on there. That's, you know, they essentially have a BreadTube thread in which they, you know, target harassment at you know, a lot of you know, BreadTubers who you would think would be too small to get that kind of hate, myself included.
Self as a leader in the trans community, and she's trying to impart the wisdom that you should always go to the manager immediately if someone unintentionally misgenders you and apologizes. The TikToks are a way to drive business to her consultancy agency. When you go to her website, you get a bigger understanding of what's going on here. Since coming out publicly last year, Lily has earned over 40 million social media impressions, 200.
This feels like more transmed mean girl shit. I gotta be honest with you. Given the context that we've got for Kaffels now, you know, defending Brianna Wu, siding with Brianna Wu, the kind of company that Kaffels keeps, like, this feels like more trans pick-me shit. Like, I don't know what to say.
100,000 followers and millions of engagements. Lily streams daily on TikTok, creating a safe space for queer people and allies. Lily has quickly become a leading voice in the trans community and is committing to help.
If Lily was this big of a social media juggernaut, Kaffels, you would be afraid of engaging with her and like, you know, her supporters, right? I think the reason that Kaffels doesn't have any problem doing with it, though, is because, like, there's a dogpile on this person. There's a right-wing, transphobic dogpile on this person as we speak, ongoing, right? There's no way that this person can fight back against Kaffels, given that even if they were this, you know, social media behemoth that she seems to claim that they are. That she seems to claim that she's claiming that Lily is, that she is.
Helping normalize transgender people in the workspace. And this is why I take issue with this. I take issue with this because of how she positions herself and how she is using this situation that she is manufacturing in order to drive engagement to her business. I don't think it helps the public perception of trans people when people...
So we have a negative stereotype threat. Now, I think we've talked about this before. Does one in chat, if you remember me talking about negative stereotype threats, right? This is a concept from social psychology. And basically the idea is this: if you are a member of an identity group and there is a negative stereotype about that identity group, you might be more likely to respond harshly to somebody that you feel, you know, represents that negative stereotype. And it's always a bad thing to throw members of your own community under the bus to try to distance yourself from negative stereotypes of your community. It sucks that we have to deal with this shit, right? But sacrificing one of our own to feed to you know what I mean? To sate the thirst of transphobes, that's not cool.
Are acting like a Karen. When you immediately come out as a trans person last year and try to position your...
Okay, so now we're bringing her recent, like, coming out. For the win all day. Welcome to Weird Champs. Thank you for the membership. God, I don't like that I have to deal with this kind of call coming from the inside the house shit, right? I don't want to have to call out other trans people for being transphobic, and yet here we are again. And we're not even talking about, like, you know, Blair White or something. Not even. Nowhere close. This is supposedly a leftist streamer. God damn.
Yourself as a leader in this community over all of the voices who have been out for decades.
Is there a ranking in the trans community? Like those who are just beginning, there shouldn't be. They're like those who are just beginning and to transition. Look, like, you know, Dylan Mulvaney gets this shit too, right? And both in terms, okay, no, Dylan Mulvaney gets this harassment too. You know, probably like at a much like higher volume, but Dylan Mulvaney gets shit for being, you know, newly out, not that newly out, but fairly newly out as being trans, right? This is the same kind of shit that Dylan Mulvaney gets. It's really unnecessary and downright evil to give given Cuffles' very own experience with, yeah. And look, here's my bottom line, okay, Cuffles, like, you don't have to agree with what she's doing, right? But don't jump on the dog pile with, like, I can almost guarantee you that Libs of TikTok has retweeted this shit. If not quote retweeted, if not actually featured this shit, right? If you're jumping on a dog pile on a trans person with the likes of Libs of TikTok, you might want to think again.
This is literally just all about money to her. So the inclusivity policy consultation. Leverage Lily's expertise to effect large-scale change at your company, including a comprehensive evaluation of your current inclusivity policy, anonymous interviews with employees to understand the perception of the current policy, suggestions for an improved policy moving forward, Trans 101 virtual sessions. So she does hour-long Q&As for companies. What does it mean to be transgender? How do I use pronouns correctly?
But the idea that like why are we mentioning when this person came out as trans? Like, why is that relevant? Because, like, the only thing that I can think of is it sounds like more Mean Girls shit. It sounds like more Brianna Wu group chat shit, right? Oh God, she's only been, you know, out for a year. She has no basis like talking about this. Like I don't know. Like we don't need this kind of hierarchy in the trans community. We deal with, I feel like, don't we deal with enough hierarchy already?
Am I supposed to treat my transgender colleagues? Honest conversations about bottom surgery and bodily changes. I don't
Heffel's believes there are multiple reasons she is more trans than other trans people.
think that it is necessarily a bad thing to have any sort of like inclusivity consulting for corporations. My problem here is how blatant of a grift this is. Like what Arif was saying, imagine if you're wait staff at one of those restaurants and your employment is threatened for a mistake. Is that more likely to drive understanding or resentment? And Arif is correct.
Look, you could make the same, you know, statement. In fact, I have heard right-wing people make the same statement as far as you know, noticing and mentioning microaggressions in terms of the most basic boundaries that marginalized people, you know, can have to try to protect themselves, right? Like there is an argument that we should shut up and be grateful that we're not more oppressed. There's an argument, you know, and not just for trans people, for almost every single marginalized group out there. But I don't see where not standing up for ourselves and not standing up for each other gets us. But I don't think it's liberation, right? That's a very liberal mindset. The mindset that left to its own devices, society will automatically progress with no fight from us, with no effort from us, with no pushback from us, with us being doormats, right? That this is like the worst kind of destinoid argument that you could possibly hear. Right? And I've heard it so many times about so many different groups. And it doesn't hold true for any of those groups.
It is far more likely to drive someone towards
the world is mean enough, yes.
Resentment. If you're already being abused by customers on a regular basis at your minimum wage job, and then you accidentally misgender someone, you may even be someone who very much supports trans people. You accidentally misgender someone, and the result of this is they go to your manager, threatening your employment. That would make me
I'm sorry, you made me transphobic. I wasn't. I was very trans inclusive. I was very pro trans, but then you filed this complaint and I just decided to join Matt Walsh's Sweet Baby Matt Club. I've got the baby back there on my shelf, the little crawling diaper Matt Walsh baby. I bought that from him. I paid him money. I support him now. I bought Johnny the Walrus, both the book and the plush toy. I'm buying everything that Matt Walsh puts out now, and it's all your fault. It's all your fault for asking to be gendered correctly. If you'd only sat down and shut up and taken it.
Incredibly resentful. That would make me not want to be around trans people. I don't.
Yeah, minimum wage at a high-end restaurant. So Chad Alpha's pointing out something really important. And if you've worked, you know, service jobs, you know this, especially in restaurants. You get paid a variety of wages, both in terms of your actual, you know, your actual hourly wage, and also in terms of tips, depending on what kind of restaurant you work at. This is especially true with tips, right? If you work at, you know, at Denny's, you're going to be lucky to be able to, you know, cover expenses. If you work at Olive Garden, well, okay, now we're talking. Now we got like a little bit of, you know, like, you know, you might earn, you know, $200, $300 a night, right? If you work at a fancy schmancy restaurant, you might actually do okay. That's a pretty decent, you know, job as far as, you know, serving goes. So yeah, it's not all minimum wage type employment. Destinoid. Yeah, I did say Destinoid, didn't I? That's gonna get me in trouble with them. I know. The nice thing about tips, though, the thing that I miss about tips is that you get paid immediately, right? Like like especially cash tips. I always loved, yeah, like when my customers would like leave cash tips, because it was just literally like money in my pocket, and I was like, oh my god, thank you.
I don't think this kind of behavior should be encouraged because like we need to have that conversation, the conversation between the difference of intentional misgendering and unintentional misgendering. They do not hold the same weight. If someone unintentionally misgenders you, you should not immediately assume that they are transphobic and they are trying to hurt you. It may hurt personally hearing that. I agree. However, immediately trying to turn it around, being like, you hurt me by accident, I am going to hurt you intentionally by threatening your livelihood, does not help the trans community. It actually hurts the trans community. And the things that Lily are doing play into right-wing outrage that...
The things that Lily are doing? Look, it's one thing to get somebody's pronouns wrong. You're now conjugating verbs wrong? You're now conjugating verbs as if Lily was multiple people. What is this, Cuffles? What are you doing? It's one thing to get misgendered. It's another. It's quite another thing to get misconjugated.
End up getting amplified to millions of people.
This is super rich coming from Cuffles. Yeah,
helping to paint us all as people that you shouldn't trust. That's why I find this stuff frustrating. It was literally like did you just assume my...
People you shouldn't trust, Cuffles? Like, I feel like if I made a list of people you shouldn't trust, you'd be pretty high up there. You know why, Cuffles? You'd be high up on my list of people that you shouldn't trust? I think it has something to do with the fact that you are a lying weasel. And a weaselly little liar as well. I have seen you lie unambiguously with zero shame.
Gender meme, except like real. It is literally like the fake stuff that J.K. Rowling retweets about labor trying to put in laws that say that if you misgender someone, you're getting fired from your job.
Wait, what? Are we talking about Jordan Peterson, Bill C-16 now?
If you misgender someone, you're getting fired. Rowling retweets about labor trying to put in laws that say that if you
Okay, so the British version of Bill C-16, Keffel's now getting on board with that moral panic.
Gender someone, you're getting fired from your job. I have been
Wait, Lily has 1 million followers? I thought... Wait, I'm pretty sure somebody checked earlier and told me it was 300,000. This feels like fake outrage. Yeah, I think so.
Intentionally misgendered a lot throughout my life.
And look at the look, here's the deal. Even if you accept the argument that she's making, there is still an argument to be made. Like, if what you're worried about is people thinking of people thinking of less of trans people, right? If that's what you're worried about, then why are you signal boosting this transphobic hate campaign against this woman? Right? You are literally doing this shit, girl. I don't know what you're thinking.
As much in recent years, but I am like approaching my 13th year since I started hormones. I think there is a big problem in the case of Lily and in the case of the trans community, where trans people are positioned like they are an ethnic group, where we have like a shared history.
I feel like Keffels is positioned to like, I feel like she's positioning herself to be the queen of the trans meds. Like, that's what this feels like here. This feels like, overreacting to a negative stereotype threat, looking down at somebody for being, newly open about being trans and like, you know, attacking other trans people as a way of distancing ourselves and presenting ourselves as the good ones. I feel like Keffels is absolutely positioning herself to aggregate the most fucked up trans community you could imagine, the most self-hating trans community you could imagine, the most right-wing trans community you could imagine. And that's a scary thing.
A shared culture, and we are not that. We do not actually share a culture. We don't share a history. And the people who have been out as trans for the longest time usually get sideswept and ignored. Whereas the
what about the transsexuals?
People who come out more recently are usually given the largest platforms. But the people who are out...
But really, it should be Brianna Wu. It should be Brianna Wu. Listen, Keffels, here's the deal. Here's what I want you to do, okay? You're right. There's an unfairness there. And really, like, clout should be distributed by, you know, how long you've been... like Keffels, I feel like you should just... Here's what you need to do. You need to give Brianna Wu your platform, right? Because she's more experienced. She understands... And it's just unfair. It's just unfair that she doesn't have more followers than you.
For a decade or longer usually get dismissed and they get rejected by the trans community, which I think is very bad.
Who gets rejected?
I think it's
sorry.
Rejected by or longer usually get dismissed. They are usually given the largest platforms, but the people and ignored. Whereas the people who come out more recently are usually given the largest platforms.
Okay, so now this is a discourse that I'm familiar with, right? I'm trying to remember what this is called, but yeah, there are like older like trans women that refer to, you know, trans women that have just come out as like young shits or something. Like, can anybody remember what I'm talking about? This is like a thing. This is a thing that I was kind of hoping that the trans community was over, right? Looking down at people who've like recently, you know, come out as trans. Yeah, Lily has 300K on TikTok, nowhere near 1 million. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
But the people who are out for a decade or longer usually get dismissed, and they...
Is Blair... Okay, so we know who we know who Keffels Nick Mullen is. It's definitely Brianna Wu. Definitely, like, look, I know you can't see that, but there's like a headphone in her ear, and Brianna Wu's telling her, stick up for us old school transsexuals, right? God. Look, and honestly, like, can we not get to a place where we're not looking for which trans people in our community we should be looking down on? Right? Like, I don't like it when people look down on, you know, people like Brianna Wu for being older. I also don't like it when people look down on people like Dylan Mulvaney for being, you know, out more recently and for being younger. I don't think that we need to do this. We don't need to have this knockdown, drag out fight. I know that some people are spoiling for this. I know that there's like a lot of resentment, you know, particularly with like older trans meds. Like, you know, that's where that phrase comes from. That's why they have that word young shits. Am I even getting the word right? I think it's called young shits. I think that's what they say. But like, god damn, like we're a community. We need to fight as one community. This kind of shit is nowhere. Like turning on other trans people, jumping on a transphobic dog pile. Like, Keffels, what the fuck? Some people are older than others. Brilliant take, Kaffles. Yeah, and look, I have seen people like be catty in the other direction too. Be catty about people's ages. Shitting on older trans people. Also like being an older trans does not mean that you have to be a trans med either. And if you listen to the trans meds, you'd think that like all trans women past a certain age were trans medicalists, and that's not true. That's not true.
Get rejected by the trans community, which I think is very bad. I think it's very bad for the community in general that this is something that happens. The people who have the most lived experience as being trans often have less of a voice. And in any group in society, it's usually the opposite of that, where the people who have the most lived experience often are the people who help transmit culture to the youngest people in that group. But that's not how it works in the trans community. And you have situations like this with Lily Contino manufacturing transphobia in order to shill a consultancy agency. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. I was a little nervous about covering this on stream, to be quite honest, but I had some thoughts.
Well, look, I'm sure your new fans that you got on loan from Destiny, since everybody that supported you in your when you used to be pro-trans is gone now, I'm sure they'll appreciate this shit, right? I'm sure Brianna Wu will give you a big fat donation for this shit.
I wanted to give them.
I'm sure the fucking horrible mean girls in your group chat will love it too. Yeah, this is. I was
afraid. I was afraid in the past to be more critical of some aspects of the trans community because I did not want to be torn apart by the trans community. But
would you rather be torn apart by like Kiwi Farms? Because like that's who you're throwing this person to. Manufacturing transphobia by going out to dinner. Yeah.
I'm very happy to be in a place where I can express these opinions because there's a lot of things that are very frustrating in the trans community. There's a lot of ways where there is no such thing actually as the trans community because there really isn't. In real life, yes, there are like individual trans spaces, but there is no unified trans community. And there are a lot of problems that arise when you just try to lump all trans people together under a monolithic label like trans community. I don't think people like Lily care about the overall.
Sound like, oh my god, thank you, my dogs are goth. Good night. Have a good night. Meow. Yo, this reminds me of something though. This really reminds me of
monolithic label like trans community.
This reminds me of the LGBT discourse, right? There's no such thing as the LGBT community. We gay people are a community because we share this. Oh my god. We're a community, in the LGB because this is about our sexuality. This is about who we choose to love. But being trans is not about your sexuality, and therefore it's got nothing to do with us. Therefore, you trans people can fight your own battles. Although, really, if we're being real about the LGB community, they're probably calling us a slur. They're probably calling us a slur that starts with T and R. You TR blank blank blank, can fight your own battle, right? This sounds like, it sounds like gays against groomers shit.
I don't think people like Lily care about the overall.
Is she becoming a Blair White clone in her dreams? But
perception of trans people because she's clearly wealthy and lives in an incredibly tolerant city in a fairly blue state. She has no idea what it's like for your average poor working class trans person in a conservative area. So interesting you say that, and I'm going to give her credit. She did grow up in Atlanta She moved to San Francisco because she was struggling with substance abuse, and there was a specialized clinic in San Francisco that helped get her clean. So she definitely has struggled, but like as far as her transition, she has not been trans anywhere.
What a weird thing to say. What a weird thing to say. Like, right, to use the idea that in a different community, in a more conservative state, she would face more oppression than she does in San Francisco. To use that against her, right? Really, what's striking to me about this whole situation is like how much discrimination there is in San Francisco, a very liberal city in a very liberal state, and still, somebody dressed like Lily was dressed and presenting like Lily was presenting is not getting, is still getting, what are obviously the wrong pronouns.
Except San Francisco, that is where she came out and lives. Meanwhile, I'm in Texas, afraid to come out of my workplace. I'm sorry, it's like fucking rough. Like the Deep South is a tear.
Yeah, it is really rough, but like there's no reason for you to fucking tear each other apart, right? People in the blue states, people in the more liberal cities, like they want, there's a lot of effort to get people out of Texas. There's a lot of effort to get trans people out of Florida. What Florida is looking so dangerous right now. Texas is looking really dangerous. Tennessee, North Carolina, Alabama, there's all these states, right, where there's like a lot more, where there's like transphobia ensconced in the law, right? There is more and more transphobic legislation coming down the pipeline every single day. There is no reason to try to start a fight and make people in Texas jealous of people in California. As if there's not a huge effort in California, in Oregon, in Washington, in New York, in states where it's not as bad, to bring people from those parts of the country out of the danger that they're in. Jesus Christ, Keffels, it's so wild that she goes from fighting against this legislation in Texas, fighting against this legislation in Florida, to fighting against trans people, to setting trans people against each other, and making people jealous about somebody that might live in a less transphobic state, a less transphobic city. Jesus,
like a terrible place to be trans.
This is like IDW level bullshit here. What the fuck?
And I know like people who have had to flee Texas and flee Florida looking for safer places to live for trans people, and having to leave their friends.
Yeah, and I know people who've been helped by mutual aid to get out of those states into places that are safer. Like, what the fuck? And also, wait, isn't like specifically singling out San Francisco in this way, does it not feel a little bit right-wing? This is classic right-wing bullshit. Oh my god. I mean, there you go. There you go, chat. That is wild. When you really think about it, as far as like where Keffels was and where she is now, and the fact that she's like, oh, I'm so glad that I can say these things now. It feels so good. It feels so good after so long of having to drag the trans community with me to be able to now turn around and shit on them. It feels so good. I feel so much safer. I hope that the transphobes realize that I'm one of the good ones. Lily is saying she's getting mass reported by trolls and her Instagram got suspended. Yo, I mean, like, I swear to God, like TikTok is really bad about yeah, I mean, generally they will, I've seen them correct their mistakes in the past. I don't know about Instagram and how it is there, but TikTok, it feels like it's literally just like Like anytime I say something bad about Matt Walsh, I get a video taken down. Practically impossible to get mutual aid to get out of a bad situation as a trans person that doesn't have a big platform. She got her TikTok back, but her Insta is still down. Yeah, and I mean that's Meta. That Insta is, you know, Mark Zuckerberg, right? You know, in terms of people, because we're always talking about like Elon Musk, we never talk about how right-wing Zuckerberg and Meta are. In fact, when black trans people ask for help, we get labeled e-beggars and scammers who call, like, didn't Keffels say something like that? Or was it just Vosh? I know Vosh has called black trans people e-beggars before. Maybe it was Vosh. Such a transparent play, yeah. She said she expects her Insta to be turned back on in 24 hours. Yeah, I hope that works. Hope she gets that back. I mean, this is literally like what she does for a living. And look, you can disagree like with her tactics and stuff like that, but like you know, because I mean, there are different ways you can go about like online trans activism, but for Keffels to like shit on her from the place of a person who's essentially made a separate peace with the transphobes, made a separate peace with the right wing, made a separate peace with reactionary politics. Like, right? It's like Keffels, what the fuck are you doing? That's like, so, you know, you're like, oh my gosh, she's like the trans Robin DiAngelo. Like, right? What are you then? I don't even want to say. I don't even want to say it. There's definitely some comparisons that we could make, but none of them are good. Chat, do you want to see what's going on with the new Minecraft update? Keffels is an annoying grifter at this point. Yeah, pretty much. Do you want to take a look here? Let's see what has Minecraft got in store for us.
Hello, I'm APX Toycat, and Minecraft just released a new 1.21 preview and snapshot, and this includes in it the trial chambers.
I want to know about this trial chambers thing.
This is one of the biggest structures that—
Yo, so that's a naturally generated structure in Minecraft, right? Like that's, like it's about time that they did like some kind of dungeon update. It looks like that's kind of what this is.
They've ever added to the game, and despite its enormous size, it's much more common than you might otherwise think. It also includes a lot more trial spawners with a lot more mob variants than you probably imagined, and despite adding the trial key and giving us a name for it, it leaves us with far more questions than we had before. What exactly—
Wait, you know what? This makes me think of like the old Zelda game.
Is inside this 1.21 snapshot and preview. Let's go into that today, and let's obviously start with the Bedrock Edition.
Wasn't there like a Zelda game where you break like pots and stuff?
I mostly cover on this channel.
And there's like chickens.
Because there is a brand new preview, but it doesn't include the trial chambers, or the trial spawners, or the trial key, or the breeze, and instead has just 3 lines on the item.
Wait, how do we get I want to see the trial chambers.
There is the armor trims not rendering in. It also fixed a potential world crash, and bizarrely enough has the ability to open a Minecraft realm from a URL directly. Very, very strange stuff if you ask me. But yeah, the rest of this snapshot is not available in there, and so this trial chambers was just lazily converted over. And so if we want to show off the rest of the update, we have to jump over to the Java edition, because on the version—
Oh, okay. So wait, Java's getting it?
The game, which only has medium salmon and a very questionable ocelot skin, we have—
Okay, so this content creator, it doesn't use Java. which I think is still the most common. Like, right? So there's Java and there's Bedrock. I think if you do it on a console, it's Bedrock. If you're on a PC, you could either get Bedrock or Java. Yeah, there's there's bigger salmon. There's some differences between the games.
Have the real deal trial chambers and not the one that your mother says we have at home. And indeed, interestingly enough, in this update, we've got the breeze to show off.
Ocarina of Time, yeah.
We've got the trials.
Yeah, like the one with it's got like the water temple and stuff.
Spawners, they come in
I think a few of them have water temples.
Many variants, 10 of them, if you'll believe it. We've got the trial key for the first time, and we've also got, interestingly, it's going to be my first ever survival experience going into one of these. I'm not just going to be showing you creative and swearing it's the same thing. It's going to be a lot of fun today, and let's go into exactly what is happening with, at first, I think the trial chambers. By the way, have you considered subscribing to stay up to date with the latest and greatest in Minecraft news, including the latest snapshots and previews, and I swear I cover previews in more depth than 20 seconds when they have more going on. But yeah, with that said, let's talk about what is going on here today, because it's very snowy in
Wait,
here.
is that
now,
snowy?
the trial chambers alone, with its epic size,
Oh my
is
God.
single-handedly carrying this update in terms of excitement, in my personal opinion. However, for many people, you're not going to just be excited at seeing the size of the structure and the layout and the complexity of it, but instead you're going to ask the question, what value would I get from a trial, chambers? Why do I personally even want to go here? And besides saying, well, of course there's incredible loot, this is subject to change, it might get better or worse. Besides saying there's loot, which you can find in basically every structure, what reason do you have to come here? And the answer is the trial spawner, a brand new type of mob spawner that is exclusive to this structure. And honestly, although it has similarities of the mob spawner, you need to think of it as an entirely different thing because it is wildly different. This is a monster spawner, which as you can see, only spawn mobs because I removed the lighting from it. If it is covered with a torch, it will not spawn mobs any further. It also, interestingly, will spawn mobs anywhere in its allowable radius, and also will keep on spawning mobs up until it reaches the spawn cap. This is in stark contrast to the types of spawner that you'll find in the trial chambers, and so to show you that, I've very handily found a monster spawner, which happens to be right next to one of these, so you might be tunneling underground when you find yourself with a bunch of tough bricks, and if you were to go through those, you might find a trial spawner. So these trial spawners can spawn with spiders, as you can see, which is very much the same as a regular monster spawner. Is this? Okay, this is very well to see, and you can also see that unlike a regular monster spawner, it's not based on interval, and it's not going to go up to a maximum number, but instead there is a large number of spiders that are designed to spawn from that thing, and they're going to keep on spawning until you have killed the maximum number. The maximum number is going to vary right now, just based on the number of players that are currently, within radius of the spawner. But once you do so, it will spit out a reward, and then the corners will go from being copper and orange from before to instead being kind of put out. This will then...
So it's like this spawner has a certain number of spiders per player that it's going to spit out, and when it spits out all those spiders and you kill them all, it goes off.
Start a cooldown timer, and so in 30 minutes of in-game time, you'll be able to fight this thing again, but in the meantime, it does precisely nothing.
For 13 minutes. Okay.
I've killed enough for this one, and my reward was glowberries.
And it gives you a little reward.
I do have to say, not a very rewarding trial chambers in terms of the spawners, but you find these spawners all...
Okay, they really need to make it, like, glowberries need to make you see in the dark.
All over the structure, so you can see...
Glowberries and golden carrots should give you night vision.
There's 3 just in this first room we happen to dig into, and I'm betting there's going to be more elsewhere, and so this is going to
still going strong, money sign,
be one of your major sources of loot. The other source of loot is of course going to be chests, where I can downgrade my shield to a lovely one like this, and I can also fight myself more spiders to get more great loot. So an interesting thing about the trial spawners is even once they've settled down and there's no mobs around them, breaking them is designed to be incredibly hard. They basically put it as a way of like,
okay, so yeah, normal mob spawners, you can break them really easily.
Like, please don't mind these. If you really absolutely had to, you technically would be able. It is designed presumably so that if you really wanted to make a base that went through a trial chambers, you could remove the spawners. But even with
We're doing like a Hasanabi level stream almost.
65 Neverite pickaxe, it takes such a long amount of time that even if you had a base you wanted to bring through here, you would consider rebooting it just to avoid breaking this thing because it's functionally unbreakable. And so, yeah, the base basic idea is meant to be that you would not break these. If you have Silk Touch on your pickaxe and you're willing to wait minutes, you still won't get one back, because the goal is that they exist and they're parts of the world, and you sit and you wait until another one spawns. That's just the behavior that it has. And so, yeah, this is the main reason to come to a trial chambers, on top of the loot, obviously, and they can give you very interesting forms of loot. To give you an example of this, if we go into a chest here, this gives me some very standard stuff that you're probably used to seeing in your Minecraft world. But if we go over to the spider place, by the way, I love that this room is basically designed to make spiders annoying, as annoying as possible, because they can walk under these crates, but you can't walk to them, making it very tricky.
The fact that the spiders are getting stuck in the corners, right? That's a bug that they still haven't worked out. It kind of makes them easy, right? If they're stuck up in the corner, they're really easy to kill.
You to spawn camp the places you might like to do, and indeed,
yeah, that makes
you better
them
believe that I do.
Yes.
Yeah, the spiders walking under there. It's just a
They can
little
get
bit
under there,
annoying
you
to me,
can't.
but that's fine. You can do your own thing, spiders. You can live your own life. Actually, I might have to kill him just to get the spawner to say it's done. Nope. Okay, yeah, that was it. And it pops out one of these brand new trial keys.
So there's the trial key.
A brand new part of this update, which I feel like Mojang couldn't have added in a more confusing way. Although, again, basically admitting that they're letting the community theorycraft on it. But before we dive into the mystery of the trial key, which has just 2 lines on the changelog, by the way, I think it's worth mentioning that you can find trial spawners in more varieties than just the spider. In fact, 9 more varieties. Here is a full list of them. Wow, the breeze is very expected.
Okay, zombie, husk, slime, spider, cave spider, baby zombie, silverfish. Oh no. Baby zombie spawners? That sounds like a nightmare. Silverfish are no pick. Oh, cave spider. Jeez. Okay. Skeleton, stray, skeleton with poison-tipped arrows. Oh, that sounds lovely.
The slime is expected, and so is the stray, but seeing things like skeleton on there, I think spider was a surprising one to a lot of people, but even skeleton with poison arrows, they are deliberately trying to make these extra challenging, and yeah, it's worth mentioning that you can totally just jump past them if you really want to as you're going around the place. However, probably not the idea I'd recommend. Also, did I lose my diamond sword forever? Is that what just happened there? Anyway, 10 separate mobs is absolutely fascinating in my opinion, because that can mean you get trial chambers which get very sticky. There are spiders, zombies, and skeletons all fighting me at the same time right now, and lots of each of these will be spawning, to the point where even if you have diamond armor on, as I do, you might find yourself requiring some emergency heal items like a potion or a golden apple, or even indeed just very heavily enchanted equipment, because otherwise you will run into issues very, very quickly. Each of these chamber rooms effectively operates as a bunch of individual spawners, but when they come on together, they become a very big challenge, and that is a challenge I can't help but be compelled by, but also, which so far is very different to anything else in Minecraft that you're probably prepared for, so let's go for it. Yeah, you weren't expecting that. Bow-on-bow action. Anyway, so the important thing to say is that the reward you get for taking on the trial spawner is very variable, and so some very interesting things will happen as you do this. So just to show you another trial spawner, so far I got what? I got some emeralds, and I got the trial key. If I show you what happens when I take down this husk spawner, which has been a nightmare so far, I think we can all agree, then something very interesting will come out of it. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, we just got emeralds on that one too. Because the game is trying to use emeralds very much as a currency, but the loot table is very, very minor. You get some very, very, very minor loot, with the exception being the trial key, one of the best things you can find in here. And yeah, I think, you know, actually, rather than doing the whole like, oh yeah, just wait till later to learn about the trial key, so far, what Mojang have said about the trial key is very, very simple. The trial key is an item that can only be obtained from trial spawners, and the trial keys do not currently have any functionality. The guessing game continues.
Okay. There's no functionality. So they're gonna open up something, but we don't know what that is yet.
For at least another week, and presumably even more. What is the value of this trial key? The biggest reward for taking down the trial spawner? We don't know, but the value of just taking down a bunch of mobs and getting emeralds and loot does still remain, but and indeed, the trial spawner as the way of getting it seems to be very well developed, and indeed, outside of getting yourself some baby zombies or silverfish spawners, hopefully the way you do it will be worth the result, but that is something we're going to have to wait and see. But for first things first, I feel like we've spoken about all the mobs on the big list of trial chambers ones, but not the breeze yet, so let's move into him real quick. Let's breeze on over there. Let's chill let's breeze through the details of and so
So you know what a blaze is, right? Blaze is like a fire mob that shoots fire at you and it lights you on fire and it's really annoying. The breeze is going to be the same idea, but instead of a fire elemental, it is a wind elemental. So
breeze through his details very quickly. So this right here is our new friend, the Breeze, who's very cute and doesn't believe in having arrows shot at him because he can magically deflect them because he's a Breeze and he does that. He is an aggressive adversary, and in case you're curious about how he is compared to the Blaze, who he often gets compared to, well, the Blaze has 20 health points while the Breeze has 30. The Blaze does have a weakness to long-range attacks like the Breeze sort of does. However, the Breeze is never going to be found at those long ranges, and so the Blaze is definitely easier to take down. The Blaze has the ability to slowly hover up when it sees players, whereas the Breeze can do a quick compression and jump up to 5 blocks vertically and up to 15 blocks horizontally. This means that even if you fight him in incredibly favorable circumstances, like this clear open air platform, or rather it's a trial chambers, but if we happen to fight him right here, we are going to go in through some very challenging times. You will need to be very ready for this because it is deliberately designed to be super challenging before you even consider that he is able to set off traps for you, and the trial chambers are specifically designed around that. So he obviously does all of the redstone things we already knew about, but he also will ring bells, and get this is the most terrifying thing yet. If you have any lit candles, he will extinguish them, which is ridiculous but also fun to see. Will the Breeze be updated though? It's an interesting question. Will we have more features to come? It seems like the answer is yes, because he doesn't currently have a dedicated drop, and this is something that most hostile mobs tend to have, and it could just be the whole point is he's challenging with no real reward, but that's something I think we're going to have to wait and see. Speaking and indeed, because
they do this in Minecraft. If you don't know, the Warden is a very difficult mob to kill that is very dangerous to you, can blind you, can one-shot you, can do a lot of bad things to you, right? And there's nothing really great that you get from killing the Warden. So wouldn't be beyond Mojang to do something like this.
Snapshot does have quite a few bugs of it.
Spiders and zombies are in the Ocarina of Time too.
The whole point of snapshots is to iterate in game design, and so in future snapshots we'll see them do more fun things, because the trial chambers, for example, have bugs that they specifically know about, with corridors leading into a dead end and aquifers, lush caves and sculpt veins sometimes intersecting with the trial chambers. These are issues they'd like to fix, and so indeed, if you look at the trial chambers as a whole, you can see that this is a massive structure that will take a lot of time to get right. And when I say massive, I might actually be underselling the trial chambers, because this thing is actually enormous. I mean, looking at it with none of the blocks around, you might say like, okay, this looks like a reasonably sized Minecraft build, but to show you something fun, there is a command you can only do on Java, which we're going to use today. It is called the /place command. We can place a trial chambers right around us, and as you can see looking at this, it is of variable size, and also it's made up of variable rooms. So this trial chambers here is different to the trial chambers we've just placed next to it, and this is because each
so it's like procedural generation.
The rooms is basically procedurally generated. This is something that we've seen before with the abandoned mineshaft, but even then not really. The stronghold is the closest thing we have to this, and maybe the Woodland Mansion, but this is a whole nether level appearing below the ground, and fun fact, appearing below the ground quite frequently. Mojang themselves say these are relatively common, which is a really fun understatement. What, is there a chicken?
So there's like a lot of these.
How did that possibly happen? Anyway, Mojang themselves will say
this is gonna have to be it for tonight. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Thank you for helping me get through this. This was like another day of wild content. I'm probably gonna be here tomorrow. I've got so much to do, but I'm gonna try to figure out a time to stream because we've got so much more stuff. We didn't cover Olimey. We didn't cover Anna and Sitch and Adam. We didn't cover Ethan. There's so much. There's like content out the butt, right? So we're gonna get to some of that content very soon, and I will see you tomorrow.